Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Self-Restoring Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At the ripe old age of 4, Mikumo learned something. Not everyone was born equal. His quirk never manifested, and the doctors told him that no matter how hard he hoped, it most likely never would. That day when Midoriya and Co brought little Mikumo home from the clinic, she let the child hide into his room so she could discuss things with her spouse. The look on Hisashi's face was blank as she quietly spoke. She didn't know what to think of it. The next morning Mikumo woke up earlier than he wanted to. The time he cried himself to sleep the day before must have thrown off his sleep schedule for the day. He slipped out of his room, expecting at least one of his parents to be up. Instead he saw something that made him wonder if he was still asleep. It was a note on the fridge. "He's bad for business," it said. The sight of it made Mikumo's heart race. He scrambled into his parents' room, only finding his mom sleeping soundly. He ran back out to look at the note again. Only this time he noticed their front door being slightly open. He didn't even bother closing the door all the way, Mikumo thought. His mom did a well enough job hiding her grief in front of him, but her still heard her own sobs late at night. Life couldn't have been worse for them, can it? It was more than 8 years later. Mikumo had been running late, due to the usual bullying he endured. He strolled up the street towards his own apartment complex. He sniffed the air, smelling smoke. His eyes trailed up to constant stream of it coming from a building. "Wait a second, that's my building." Mikumo sprinted home, up the stairs and directly into his apartment. He reeled back as flames threatened to consume him. "Mom," he called, frantically letting his eyes take in all information. She was nowhere to be seen. He moved towards the burning apartment, covered his mouth with the collar of his shirt. He's seen a few pros instruct victims to do this, so it must be a good thing. What had started the fire? His mom was always so good about kitchen safety. What he does notice terrifies him. All the fire seems to have started at a certain height, more specifically, the height of his father. He pushes away the vile thought as he continues searching for his mother. He opened the door to her bedroom and vomited. There was his mother, all right, charred and burned and broken. His mind went into overdrive, thinking that no, it can't possibly be her. His thoughts running a million different scenarios that could have happened. All thoughts came to a sudden halt when his eye caught the shine of her wedding ring on her finger. It confirmed it was her. His mother was dead. There was nothing for him here. He moved to get out of the burning apartment when he got distracted by a large creaking sound. The building crashed on him before he could even plant a foot down to run. The fire kicked up and consumed the wood on the support beams that pinned him down. He screamed for dear life until his voice became rough and strained. No matter how hard he screamed, it did nothing to stop the flames that consumed him as well. He wakes up with a strong inhale, as if his body was being jump-started. It leads to him coughing violently and falling off the table. Wait, table? He looks around, now in a medical facility of some sort. He sees the metal table he was on, then his eyes settle on the medical tools next to it. Oh no, he breathes. It's a morgue. There's nothing else it could be. He looks around for clues as to what happened, when he feels the sudden urge to vomit again. His mother's corpse is on the opposite side of the room. Mikumo forces himself to look away from her. It. How does one refer to a corpse? He snaps out of it. On the table with the tools, he sees a folder. Every possible thing that he can think of being in that folder makes him grow uneasy. In the end, he decides to snatch it and get it over with. It's him. Photos of him, that is. If he were charred BBQ like his mother, that is. He doesn't understand what happened. He knows he burned to death shortly after his mother must have, but he can't grasp why he's no longer burned. If he didn't know better, he'd say he's actually feeling pretty good right now. Do I have a quirk? He wonders. There's no way. What kind of cruel world would this be? To deem him quirkless and subject him to bullying. Being quirkless is the very reason he's in this situation to begin with. Yet here he is, looking as healthy as ever. Now that he thinks about it, he did always heal rather quickly from his classmates' torment. Not once did it ever cross his mind that he had some kind of quirk. I can't stay here, he realizes upon seeing his time of death scrawled over a paper. There is, however, one majorly important detail that would hinder any escape. He's naked. My clothes either must have burned off or have been removed in preparation for the autopsy. Wait, oh my god, it an autopsy on me, Mikumo chokes, frantically searching for any evidence that they did. They must have taken that information with them to look over, he thinks. He raids the medical closets and cabinets for any scrap of clothing he can get his hands on. He finds scrubs and a white lab coat. Fighting through the guilt of theft, he packs a duffel bag he finds full of medical supplies he'll surely need. There's nothing else he'll need, right? Maybe there's something useful. Oh, he hums thoughtfully. The wedding ring fits onto his index finger. He may not have the best feelings towards the man who gave this to her, but she loved it. He will too. It doesn't take much for Mikumo to escape through the window. Mikumo is dead. At least, that seems to be the case legally. What does he even do now? He doesn't want to put up for adoption. What if the foster home he's put into doesn't approve of his drive to become a hero? What if he doesn't get adopted because he's quirkless? Wait, he's not quirkless anymore, what does? Hey kid, sorry to interrupt your muttering, but I need a suitable hostage. I'm sure you won't mind. Before Mikumo can think of an appropriate response, his throat is grabbed by a man with a knife. It seems his quirk gives him the appearance of a fish, but nothing useful in this situation. Sir, please let me go. Usually Mikumo's voice would stutter and tremble, or he'd tear up. Right now there was absolutely nothing. If anything, he was just tired. I'm having a really bad day. Don't try and be a hero, kid. I just need a hostage so I can get the money I need to live a good life. They're under a bridge, hidden by the shadows of the overpass. I'm not trying to be a hero. Where literally no one can see us, so I don't really see the point in a hostage being taken here. The kid planned on sounding as calm as he could manage, but everything comes out in a blob of words. See, the man laughs. I was being chased. When they catch up, you'll be useful. Comedically on cue, the sewer cap pops up into the air. From what? An increase in air pressure? Have no fear. The sewer yells. Oh my gosh. Mikumo starts, watching the symbol of peace himself hurl himself out of the sewer and onto the pavement. Because I am here, he shouts. Mikumo swears that he can feel the vibration of his voice in his bones. Don't come any closer. The man presses the knife harder into the child's neck, but not enough to fully cut. I have demands. To hold a child hostage. Are you crazy? All Might asks with a serious tone. No matter. The man moves sooner than All Might hopes. He panicked, Mikumo thinks as the man swipes the blade across his throat. He feels bad for the blood spurt staining All Might's white shirt. All Might is fuming. Fuming. Mikumo thinks it's more like steam coming off of his body. His body hits the ground with a thud, and in less than 5 seconds, the villain hits the ground beside him. Young man, I will call for help. I'm so sorry that I couldn't save you. Couldn't save him. That's right. He slit Mikumo's throat open. The boy sits up, feeling that there is no longer a wound. He feels fine. Don't call for help. I'm okay. Mikumo gets up. I'm in shock. My favorite hero ever. The fanboy in him is ready to faint. Young man. All Might rushes over. Gave me quite a scare there. All Might gives a heart-filled laugh, cut off by a coughing fit and a handful of blood. It has to be shock. I'd be crying and asking if you were all right. Sorry, he says sheepishly. He has so many things weighing on his mind, so many questions he wants to ask. All of them are interrupted by All Might throwing the villain over his shoulder, ready to leave. Can I ask you a question before you go? He barely manages to mutter. Of course, young man. Can I be a hero without a quirk, or with a useless one? The last question he adds quickly, remembering that he now has one. Useless quirk. That man killed me. It was brief, but it happened. I have. The knife wound healed itself, along with other injuries he's had growing up, even if he never noticed it. A regeneration quirk of sorts. All Might seems to think of what to say. Young man, while that's a great quirk for you to have as self-defense, I don't see how it could be used to help others. If you didn't use a quirk to be a hero, then there's only one answer. No, you cannot be a hero. Oh, his number one hero shatters his dream after he went through the death of his mother. He should feel awful, sad, broken. He doesn't, though. He feels something like anger, but not quite. For the report, I need a name. All Might awkwardly asks, realizing what he's made of the conversation. A name. Mikumo thinks back, recalling a conversation he had with his mother. When picking a name for when he was born, they were always tied between two. Mikumo won and was his father's favorite. The other name was one his mother really wanted. Izuku. He gives. Izuku looks over the edge of the building, watching as the officers in the street try and figure out how he escaped the car. He holds back a laugh as Tsukachi pinches his nose in frustration. Izuku reaches into his pocket and pulls out an air horn. He stands tall on the rooftop and holds it up in the air, pressing the button. He can't help but laugh at everyone who startles. Tsukachi slowly looks up with a tired expression. Love you, Tsuki. Hey guys, he's the best detective. He almost had me. He screams, tossing the air horn straight into Tsukachi's hands. As Izuku turns around, he decides it best to greet his new friend. Eraserhead. So are you trying to catch me because you're assigned to catch me? Why would that matter? There's a difference between a hero catching you because they think you're bad, and a hero being told to chase after you hopelessly. Hopelessly, Eraserhead asks, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you're smirking under all those scarves. Izuku teases, catch me if you can, fuckboy. He laughs, dodging Eraser's scarf and dropping into the ally. He knows that Eraser can chase him as long as he keeps sight, so all he has to do is lose him. Snap goes the ankle. Izuku whispers in a sing-song tone, feeling his ankles snap with the force of his landing. He can run on broken ankles, not gracefully, but well enough. The sudden pressure of having a pro assigned to him gives the whole vigilante thing a new meaning. While he's not exactly sure what the meaning is yet, he does enjoy this change. "Hey, Eraser," Izuku calls, well aware that the pro is close enough to hear him. "What do you want?" There it is, the sound of someone slowly becoming out of breath. "If I'm a vigilante because the law's against me, does that mean I'm closer to a villain if the pros are after me?" Dead end, Izuku thinks as he stops before the brick wall. He faces Eraserhead, quietly letting his eyes scan for a way out of this. "I don't know, are you a villain?" Under the man's mask, Eraserhead swears he sees an eye twitch. "I'd sooner die than be accused of being a villain." Eraser charges at the kid, who swipes his legs out with a bow staff and quickly slams him into the ground. Shouta can't recall the last time someone's knocked the wind out of him. "Where did you get a bow staff, Oni?" Shouta wheezes from the ground. The pressure in between his ribs is not pleasant. He silently wishes it was easy as asking, "Can you take that thing off of me and let me up?" But Shouta knows that's not the job he signed up for. "Really, Eraser?" Izuku snorts. "I'm Oni," and this he lifts the staff up, as if calibrating it to strike. "Is my iron club." Izuku brings the staff down and hits a pressure point. It's not that he wanted to knock the hero out, he just wanted an escape. In all honesty, he's surprised it went as well. Running around all night with Eraser tailing him was on purpose. The hero would be easier to take down if he were tired. It's just that this was too easy. A sinking feeling in Izuku's gut tells him to leave while he can. Once home, he scales the side of his building and climbs in through the unlocked window, plopping down on his bed. He stares at the old All Might posters on his wall, a familiar feeling of anger filling his heart. After the fire all those years ago, the building's management decided it was too much of a hassle to fix the place up and sell it again. Something about a dead child who was most likely killed for being quirkless wouldn't sit well with potential buyers. After learning more about the building, Izuku found that the apartment's power can't actually be shut off individually. Sure, a major fault when considering the possibility of someone not paying rent. For Izuku, as a person who is most definitely not paying rent, it was a beautiful thing that he didn't think to question. He sheds his costume, an all-black suit with a green utility belt. The back has a space for his collapsible bow staff. Out of habit, he reaches up and touches the smooth metal of his mother's wedding ring that hangs around his neck. Since he's lived in the same burnt-down apartment, he's had time to go over the crime scene. Every sign he can think of points back to his father. According to all the files he's gotten from the police, there's no suspect. It's been deemed an accident. He's long lost faith in the police force and most heroes, seeing as they don't even think to question that the autopsied corpse of a boy up and left with all their medical supplies. There was never actually a need for the medical supplies. Well, not for him anyways. They were plenty help and emergency first aid to civilians. Izuku realized that his quirk was regeneration. It was missed because quirks were usually a mix of the parents or one the parents entirely. Who knew having a mutation in the way your quirk formed would lead to this mess of a life? Izuku gets into the shower, co-washing his curls and scrubbing the grim off his skin. His body heals from everything. Yet he has two scars. One is a scar that starts at the hairline and spreads over his left eye from the impact of the apartment's support beam falling. The other is a large Y-shaped scar from the autopsy. All paths of theory lead back to the conclusion of them remaining as mental scars. Though he's gone through plenty torment in his life, Izuku must admit that that day was the most scarring in every meaning of the word. There's no use thinking about it. He has an exam in the morning. Aizawa Shouta wakes up with static in his head. It's not a pleasant feeling, so he forces it out. Panic rises when he realizes he can't see a thing, but he settles when he realizes it's a paper over his face. "Sorry I couldn't play longer, Eraser. I had an entrance exam tomorrow morning and I actually want some rest for once. I also didn't stay because it was a little too easy to knock you out and it made me feel uneasy. Have a good night." Oni, Shouta blinks at the paper. I suspected it when I heard him speak. This vigilante is a kid. It seems that mentioning the entrance exams was a hint to his age. The detective told me he's fond of playing games. He takes his goggles off and rubs his eyes. The brat told me to have a good night. Once at home, he looks up all local high schools that have their entrance exam tomorrow morning. While most of them take place in the same time of the year, not all of them are on the same day, in case people want to apply for more than one school. Shouta can't help but give a deep sigh when he sees the only entrance exam tomorrow is UA. Of course, it's the only one tomorrow. Hero schools tend to have their own day so students can take them as well as exams for normal schools. If this kid gets in, there's no telling what kind of hell would break loose. Izuku stops a moment to take in the view of UA. It's huge. Now being a rooftop hopping fanatic, he'd love to see the view from the edge. He starts walking, his steel-toed boots dragging a bit. So this is how I go, Izuku thinks as he trips over a rock. Luckily, a girl catches him. Release, she breathes, connecting all 5 of her fingers together. Sorry for using my quirk on you. It'd be bad luck to trip right before the exam, right? She gives a smile. And Izuku politely says his thanks and watches as she pushes on into the exam. Once seated, he almost feels the need to hold his breath. That's Kaken. Kaken is sitting right next to him, but doesn't seem to notice. Hopefully his green hair doesn't give too much away. It may be the years of torment, or the fact that I can no longer stand fire quirks, but I am really not enjoying being this close to Kaken. Izuku sits and listens as Present Mike himself explains the rules. The students have to destroy robots for points. That's not fair. What about students that don't have physical or combat-capable quirks? Let me guess, it's fair because there'll be something else like points for saving people. For the sake of heroics, they probably won't tell us about it, leaving people at a disadvantage no matter how you look at it. When he gets in, he'll be sure to complain until it's changed. Everyone is divided into different arenas, probably to allow more than a few students time to shine. There's absolutely no way he didn't pass the written exam, so now is where he might actually have to work. The girl who saved him from a face full of concrete is here, as well as the loud boy from the auditorium. Maybe I'll just hang back here. He lingers towards the back of the crowd, waiting for the cue. Start. Mike calls. He could have used an intercom of sorts, but he really hopes that Mike is just screaming from a rooftop somewhere. Okay, let's get this over with. In the observation room, many people have their eyes on future superstars. Examinee 4225 seems promising. His combat is unrivaled so far. Ectoplasm notes. Katsuki Bakugu. Quirk. Explosion. Nedzu hums. This student has only combat points. On the other end of the spectrum is Examinee 4224. They sat next to each other, coincidentally. On the main screen, the teachers pull up Examinee 4224. Izuku Midoriya has more points than a good half of the students, but not a single combat point. The screen shows Izuku looking around and pulling fellow test takers out of harm's way or out of debris and rubble. A particularly large piece of metal falls, and Izuku tackles the student out of the way. Angry green eyes meet the camera, and all of the teachers seem to feel a chill run down their spine. Did he just glare at us? Mike asks, leaning forward in his seat. Midoriya's quirk is called analysis. It does exactly as it sounds. There's no way to tell what exactly is going through his mind. Oh, he's waving at us. Nedzu squeaks in delight. Zoom in. It shows Izuku making a series of hand gestures to the camera. This exam is unfair. Mike starts translating the sign. This only benefits people with strong physical quirks, not people fit to be heroes. You didn't even tell those of us at a disadvantage about the chance of points for helping people. Izuku's rant is cut short as Nedzu hits the button to launch to 0 pointers. The pros in the room laugh at the sigh Izuku gives before turning to face the monstrosity. He turns to run, but stops when he hears a voice in pain. My, I wonder how he'll act. Nedzu chimes. What do you mean? Midnight asks. His quirk makes him smarter than other contestants. He probably realized that if he ran and saved himself, we'd just have to stop the robots before it could kill the girl. Knowing the chances though, I think he'll. The rodent trails off, watching as Izuku is already in a sprint towards the robot. He grabs a large pole off the ground and keeps going. Shouta stands a little straighter in the back of the room, his eyes on Examinee 4224. He's on high alert for Oni. And the fact that this kid picked up a pole raises suspicions. Then again, Oni wouldn't have done something that would draw eyes onto him like that. He watches as the boy brings the pole up. He's pole vaulting to the robot. Vlad King asks, worry seeping into his voice. Izuku flies through the air, grabbing hold of the robot's arm and climbing up with little trouble. Once on the flat base near the head, he pulls a panel off the robot and hops in. Shouta can tell that everyone in the room is holding their breath, waiting for literally anything to happen. The robot comes to a halt and he rolls his eyes at his cheering colleagues. It's an exam, not a show. The leg of the robot is kicked out. A green-haired boy emerges. Looks like he got fried a bit. Mike says softly. The child walks over to the girl as the ending announcement is played. He retrieves the pole off the ground and points at a purple-haired student. What are they doing? Ectoplasm asks. He's making a lever to get the debris off of her. Shouta finally contributes. He gives the other student the pole and instructs him to shove it under the rocks at an angle. Meanwhile, Izuku gets a rock and puts it in place as a fulcrum. The two boys exchange a few words and switch places. He lifted that rock with ease. Kid must be strong. The lever gets pulled, lifting the weight off the girl so the other boy can pull her out. The kid is smart enough to know when you can't help someone alone. Shouta can't help wonder if Oni was serious about the entrance exam. It's not officially known what his quirk is, by the looks of it. A healing quirk of some sort, but all suspicion of Midoriya dropped when his quirk was revealed. Apparently, faking an entirely new identity was a lot easier than Izuku expected. The easiest thing for him to forge was the quirk registration papers stating he had an analysis quirk. If he put anything near a healing or regeneration quirk, Eraserhead would probably be on his way to arrest him by now. The exam was a few days ago. The results should have been sent out already. Why am I nervous? I know I'll get in. So what's going on? Maybe some patrolling would do me good. Patrolling, as if he were an actual hero. He's gotten good at spotting cameras and knowing which ones are currently active. People don't think about the faint movement seen beneath the dark glass. Was my rant to the teachers too aggressive? Then again, I don't know if they actually saw it. Izuku goes into a quiet bookstore and heads straight for their bathroom. He changes into his Oni costume. The bathroom has an easy-to-unlock window. It's just a matter of if he'll be seen. In the stall, he ducks a bit and checks for any feet. No one in here. Gotta be quick about this. As soon as he opens the stall door, he hops through the window. He lands into a puddle, splashing water onto his boots. I'm singing in the rain. Just singing in the rain. What a glorious fuck. Way to ruin my moment. Izuku turns and sees a boy in the alley. Even worse, there's a girl on the ground. Her clothes are on. And nothing seems to have happened yet. If he chose a different bathroom or decided against patrolling, he would have been too late. What are you doing? Izuku waltzes up to the boy. He's barely taller than Izuku's hip. The girl on the ground looks relieved at help. It's not what it looks like. The boy's shrill voice irks him. Can you get up? He asks the girl on the ground. She shakes her head. Closer inspection reveals that purple balls holds her stuck to the ground. The same balls on the boy's head. Using a quirk for evil. Great. Izuku moves to help the girl free, but the boy moves first. I'm not a villain. I'm just claiming my prize. Your prize? The fuck are you talking about? Izuku narrows his eyes at the boy, knowing the eyes on his mask will convey the same expression. You see, I took the UA entrance exam and I got in, so I just thought I should celebrate. The results are out already. Celebrate with. Izuku tilts his head at the boy, who starts shaking a bit. No, I can't say I do. What are you going to do with me? This kid wants to be a hero. Gross. Let that girl go. Before he finishes his sentence, the boy is already moving to let her free. She gets up and moves behind Izuku. Thank you so much. She sniffles, ready to turn and run. Hold on a sec. He turns to the boy. Tell her your name so she can report you. Izuku takes a step forward. Minta Minoru. With that, the girl takes off. There's a look in Minta's eyes, like he's planning to escape for himself. Not so fast, you grape fucker. In a swift movement, Izuku lunges, grabbing on of Minta's arm in one hand and his neck in the other. He's careful not to touch the purple things on his head just in case. He slams the side of the boy's head on a nearby dumpster, dropping him when he's unconscious. If this scumbag somehow made it into UA, I'd probably blow my cover just to bash his head in. Izuku looks around for any cameras, taking his phone out and accessing the feed. It's a good thing he has two phones. The one he is currently using has had any and all GPS-based programs taken off of it by force. And this one has a phone number he's made untraceable. Unfortunately, he's never had to contact a pro or the police with it, so he has no way of knowing if he royally fucked up the programming. Time to find out. He scrolls through his collected contacts of heroes and picks out Eraserhead. Oni, look at this video I'm sending. This gross weirdo got into UA. This footage is from a security camera. I'll send the address too. Eraserhead, why are you sending me this then? Actually, why do you have my number? Oni, I have your number for reasons like this. I'll either let you guys handle this creep discreetly, or I'll leak the footage and announce that he got into the best hero school around. Eraserhead, sure, whatever. I must admit that you must feel confident in texting my personal number. You're not scared of getting caught. Oni, not particularly, no. I can't say that I'm shaking in my lovely thigh-high boots. Eraser, would you prefer that I message you on that messenger app all the hip kids use called Lick? Eraserhead, yes actually. My name on it is Eraserhead. Oni, a name that must have been brought on in a stroke of genius, I'm sure. Izuku downloads the app and adds Eraserhead after making a new profile. Eraserhead, is that name really necessary? Small Might, yeah, Eraserhead. I never took you for an All Might fan. Eraserhead's #1 fan. You're entirely right, my man. All Might motivates me, but it's all out of spite. Eraserhead, change it. Eraserhead's #1 fan. Why? I can hear you sighing in quiet frustration a mile away with this name. Eraserhead, I swear to God I'll break every bone in your body if you don't change it. Okay, he doesn't like having fans. Got it. Izuku now sits in the alley, watching Minta until police arrive. Eraserhead, let me ask you, what do you think of intelligence-boosting quirks? Oh, so he does suspect little Almi. Oni, like Netsu. For him it's obviously a quirk, but any regular person could say they have one. Heck, even quirkless people can say they have an intelligence quirk for shits and giggles. Who's to say they don't just have a high IQ? On the other end of the conversation, Shouta sighs, rubbing his tired eyes. If he was Midoriya, he'd probably say something totally different. I want to believe that Midoriya kid is innocent, but I have a gut feeling that there's more to it. Eraserhead, what does HEC stand for? Izuku can't help but laugh. Oni, HEC doesn't stand for anything. It's like heck but with FLAVOR. Eraserhead, and you've lost me. Eraserhead, then again I'm not a teen. Like you. Oni, what was it, my pubescent voice? Or just my boyish charm? Eraserhead, Shut it. Did you get into UA? Cutting right to the chase. Huh, Oni, TBH I have no idea. That Minda kid was the one who told me the results are out. I have to check the mail later. BTW. What happens to the classes if a student gets removed? Eraserhead. We put the next passing student in their place. We'll most likely do that, seeing as plotting out and attempting sexual assault is definitely against policy and the law. Oni, so, you're saying my vigilantism is a good thing? Eraserhead. Just this once, yes. As long as no Quirk was used to fight, it's technically legal. You saved a girl from harm, I can't belittle you for that. Eraserhead. You openly admit it's vigilantism. Oni, I'm not some honey-frosted wingnut who thinks I'm a hero. If I thought that, there'd be no point in my desire to go to UA. Eraserhead. I get it. Oni. Eraserhead goes away just as the police show up. There's no coincidence, the boy's sure. Izuku makes sure to give Tsukachi a nice wave before his escape. On the way home, he swings by the PO box he has listed as his home address and picks the letter from UA. Once home, he sets it down. Why is it heavy? A kitten probably weighs the same as this. Oh my god, what if it's a bomb? UA sent me a bomb for getting rejected. Well, it's not like I'm someone who can be hurt gravely by a bomb. Izuku sings, tearing the letter open. There's a few papers and a disc. Without warning, a projection starts. Izuku is not proud of the sound that came out of his mouth. It was like someone put a harmonica and a kazoo into a garbage disposal. I am here. It's All Might. Why is he doing the announcement? Izuku feels rage coming up his throat. Wait, no, that's vomit. He swallows it down along with his pride and watches the video. You pass the written exam with a perfect score, Midoriya. As expect of someone with an analysis quirk. He doesn't even remember me. As for the practical exam, you got 0 points. A roll of the eyes is given during the dramatic pause. 0 combat points, that is. You went around helping other students at the expense of your points. You exemplified heroism, young man. It is with great pleasure that I announce you got the top spot. Well, you tied for the top spot. It is a great feat nonetheless. Midoriya Izuku, welcome to your hero academia. On one hand, Izuku is very happy he got into his dream school. On the other hand, he's worried what the appearance of All Might means. Why would he be the one to give the announcements? He's the #1 hero. He has to be too busy for this shit. Oh no. Does this mean he's on the UA staff? If he's my teacher at any point, I have no idea how I'll react to seeing him. What if I explode? What if I go into shock and can't use my quirk? Worst of all, what if I blow my cover? He'll worry about this when it happens. It's the first day of school. Izuku puts on the uniform the school gave him and gets ready. He detangles his curls and defines them with a light curl cream. First impressions. Seeing as I haven't been in a school since the accident, he takes a long look at his face. Does this face scream I'm just a lovable hero fanboy or Japan's most wanted vigilante? Maybe they'll pity me upon seeing the scar. Sometimes pity can do wonders. Before he can overthink, he leaves the house. Whenever he leaves, Izuku tends to carry his Oni costume with him. Seeing as that's a death wish, all he carries with him today is an empty feeling. Halfway through the train ride, he starts to wonder if he's on the wrong one. That purple-haired kid from the exam is on the train too. I've never seen him around the neighborhood. Maybe he just moved. Hopefully the kid doesn't notice Izuku. Oh my god. Izuku sees more purple. This time it's Minta. He sits on the opposite side of the train car, wearing a different school's uniform. Lucky for Minta, Izuku can't be caught publicly smashing heads. Once the train stops in the station, Izuku feels restless, like he wants to skip school and patrol instead. I really hope we can do some sort of exercise today. I just feel like flying around from building to building. About a mile from the school, he feels eyes on him. Of course he does, he's out in public. The only thing unnerving him is that he's felt it for the past few blocks. Hairs on his neck stand up. His body starts pumping out adrenaline before he can tell it to stop. Okay, I'll look, see it's a student, and calm the fuck down. His head whips around and meets the eyes of the purple-haired kid. The gaze immediately sharpens into hostility. Izuku gives a relieved sigh. What's with the look? The boy asks. Izuku smiles a bit. Sorry, I'm just relieved it was you. Something takes over Izuku, like a fog, cramming itself into every space in his head. Again, explain why you gave me that look. The voice commands. It's the only thing that cuts through the static consuming him. I was walking and I felt like someone was staring at me for a while. I was trying to ignore it like the rest of my problems in life, but then I started getting anxious. So I thought I'd take a quick look, but it ended up being super aggressive. I was just relieved it was you. Whatever took hold of Izuku drops after he stops word vomiting. The look the boy gives his is unreadable. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. You, Shinsu. I gave you a full name and you want to remain a cryptic being. Fine. What's your quirk? Izuku asks, but a pang of guilt hits him soon after. He flinched. Never mind. You don't have to tell me if you're uncomfortable. When Shinsu nods in response, they walk in silence. Neither of them realize they're in the same class until they get to the door. We're really early. Is that the only train we can take? Izuku asks. Yeah, I really wanted to sleep in. This kid looks like he could use it too. Izuku opens the intimidatingly large door and smiles a bit. There's only one student in there. Oh no, he mumbles, getting a look from Shinsu. It's that loud, suspiciously polite blue-haired boy from the exam. Hello, fellow classmates. His arms, they're like a robot. I am Tenya Ida. It will be a pleasure to have you in class this year. You. He turns his full attention to Izuku, allowing Shinsu the change to slink away and find his assigned seat. Remember your fallen comrade, Shinsu. Hello, Izuku manages. I owe you an apology. I silently judged your way of going about the exam. I thought it foolish to avoid the robot points and judged you for your desire to help other examinees. I even thought you just weren't serious about getting into this school. Yet here you are, tied for the top spot. Is he done monologuing? If I had known they were rewarding points for helping others, then I would have done the same. I am truly sorry. Ada bows so far that Izuku wonders if he threw his back out. I accept your apology. You can stand up now. Ada does as asked. I didn't help them because I knew I'd get points. Okay, I might have. Not the point. I helped them because it's what's right. Izuku can almost see the cogs turning in Ada's head as he ponders the boy's words. I knew he was a robot. He, too, takes this chance to weasel out of a conversation. Oh, I sit with you, too. Izuku sits a seat in front of Shinsu. They look at each other a moment but no one speaks. Instead, they settle for absolute silence. Ada takes a seat, too. I'm nervous. Do I have to keep a charade? Hide my razor-sharp wit? God, I hope not. He pulls out a laptop and headphones, listening to police radio chatter. It's almost soothing, until he gets wind of a particularly alarming call-in. He jumps in his seat. Heck, if he didn't have his ankles crossed, there'd probably be nothing to stop him from jumping on his feet and out the window to go help. Calm down, I'm trying to sleep. Shinsu deadpans. Sorry, I was just listening today. Podcast. It spooked me. You got scared of a podcast. He repeats. Yes, there's no response, but Izuku can see Shinsu laying his head back on the table in the reflection of his laptop screen. More students start pouring in, and Izuku decides it's best to change from his laptop to his phone. He keeps one phone on top of the desk, and the vigilante phone inside of his desk. Alright, so he can't relax or take his mind off anything vigilante related. Sue him. He spends a good amount of time half listening to radio chatter and scrolling through the Hero News app, not noticing when the class is almost full of students. The only reason why he looks up is because he feels a pair of eyes burning holes into him. Kaken. Oh shit, I totally forgot about this possibility. He takes his headphones out, in preparation of being thrown around like a wooden doll like he used to be. Not just any old wooden doll. A Deku. D-A-K-U. At that screech of a sound, the class goes quiet. They probably think a villain got into UA. Izuku looks around, then innocently points a finger at himself. Bait, he mouths. That was 100% the wrong thing to do, because Kaken storms across the class and slams his hands down on Izuku's desk. What the fuck do you think you're doing here? You're dead. It does look like Kaken's seeing a ghost. I don't know why he'd care, though. I'm dead. You can't threaten me like that. I don't even know who you are. Okay, Izuku officially decided. He's going to convince Kaken that he's not Makumo, but a boy named Izuku. Easy, right? It's not a threat. You're dead. You burned to death years ago. All you did was get a shitty haircut and shitty scar. Izuku didn't want the half-shaved look. His left side just doesn't grow hair that long anymore. It gets to a certain length and stops. He knows it's probably from trauma caused by the accident, but he likes the haircut now so he doesn't complain. He takes a deep breath. Time for the show. Everyone in here is watching intently. You mean Makumo? He was my cousin. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I don't know why Kaken grabs him by the red necktie and lifts him onto his feet. Izuku almost gives into the old habit of folding like a wet paper towel. Please, no fire. He didn't have any cousins. It's not like Blonde says it, but more so growls it, grabbing onto my tie, getting in close. Sorry, you're not really my type. Behind him, he can hear Shinsu snicker. Izuku didn't mean for his vigilante way of speech to leak in, but there's no stopping what came out his mouth. Kaken pulls tighter on the tie. Listen, I'm his cousin on his mom's side. Her sister's son. Auntie and Co didn't have a sister. Oh, yes she did. Every holiday I had to hear Makumo talk about you. How you called him a worthless Deku because he was quirkless. I wouldn't be surprised if you were the one who set that fire. Izuku's too busy talking, not taking in any other information. Behind Izuku, two people see something no other students do. Shinsu and the heterochromatic boy sitting to the right of him see something that concerns them more than Bakugo. Izuku's fist is balled so tightly that he draws blood, letting it drip onto the floor beneath it. I don't think he even realizes it, Shinsu thinks. All you did is berate and belittle the poor kid. The police report says you were the last one who saw him alive. God, what was that stupid name he called you? Kaken. Izuku can't help but give a small smirk at the look on Kaken's face. Said look is wiped off his face as Kaken punches him hard enough to throw him over his chair and Shinsu's desk. Shinsu barely manages to get out of the way. Worth it, Izuku thinks as he lands harshly. He hits his head on the back cabinets. The only thing he regrets is the sound of a snap in his arm from landing on it. The sound only gets looks from Shinsu and the Peppermint Kid. Cloth wraps tie themselves around Kaken. Izuku feels his stomach drop and his blood freeze. Shouda walks through the halls of UA slowly, partly because he's tired and currently trying to fight back zombie mode, but also because he's on the lookout for Oni. No, he doesn't expect the demon to just hurl himself into plain sight. But then again, he's unpredictable. Even if he did find Oni, it's not like he can just tackle a student without prior warning. As entertaining as that'd probably be, Mike is already at his desk, ready to do the morning announcements. Shouda cannot wait to escort his class out for the exercise to spare his eardrums. As much as he loves the man, he cannot deal with that cockatoo impersonator so early in the morning. Alice report says you were the last who saw him alive. God, the rest of the speech is too quiet for Shouda to make out. It's coming from my classroom. Why? He picks up the pace. He runs at the sound of furniture being crashed and students concerned yelling. Once in the doorway, he sees one student in a fighting position and another already on the ground. The kid was thrown over a desk completely. Recovery girl is going to kill me. He throws his capture scarves out and restrains the student with ease. He freezes the moment he sees who the other student is. Izuku Midoriya. Why am I not surprised? He pulls Bakugo towards him and sends him out to wait in the hallway. Close the door on your way out. You better think of a good reason why I don't expel you. He seethes. Bakugo doesn't look at him. If he had to describe the kid's face, he'd say thoughtful, distracted. Regardless, the kid listens and leaves the classroom. Midoriya slowly gets up, wiping blood off his nose. They stare at each other a long moment. I have a reason to look at him like this. What's his? Those capture weapons, Eraserhead. Can I have your autograph? Oh, he's just a hero fanboy. Maybe. Explain to me why you were on the ground with a bloody nose. Midoriya rubs the back of his neck. Bakugo knew my aunt and my cousin. Grew up with them, actually. They died. I think I look too much like my cousin. Midoriya looks distressed. What do you mean? He walks closer to the boy, making sure he has no other injuries. He accused me of being him. I get it. We looked a lot alike back then, too. And then I got mad. He used to bully him for being quirkless and called him worthless Deku. Sometimes I wonder if he even knew his name. Midoriya gives a bitter laugh. I called him out on treating him like trash. My cousin never even told me his name. He called him a nickname, and when I mentioned it, he punched me. Aizawa narrows his eyes at the boy. If Bakugo never told you his name, how do you know it's Bakugo? Aizawa mentally rolls his eyes at the students who gasp at the question. Aizawa himself never said his student's name aloud. He was the kid involved with the slime villain last year. I recognized him and looked him up. So, he actually has an answer. Besides the bloody nose, are you injured? Izuku shakes his head, but the two students behind him look at him with alarm. Todoroki, Shinsu, why the alarm? We heard a snapping sound when he landed. Todoroki answers, oh, sorry. You must have my teeth snapped together when my head hit the cabinet. Izuku looks embarrassed. Sorry if I worried you. Everyone in their seats, I'll have a chat with Bakugo. Aizawa walks out. The moment Izuku sees Aizawa close the door behind him, he both wants to cry tears of joy and shout into the void. My homeroom teacher, what did I do? What vengeful god did I piss off today? Midoriya, that was your arm and you know it. Shinsu snaps when the class goes back to their own discussions. I'm fine. At least the whole class didn't hear it. Do you have some sort of healing quirk, Midoriya? That was most definitely your arm. Todoroki adds, no, I don't have a healing quirk. I didn't hurt my arm. Great, not one, but two deadpan-voiced wonders behind me. Midoriya, Shinsu asks, yeah, the fog makes a reappearance. Tell me the truth, are you hurt? My nose hurts a bit. Does your arm hurt at all? No. Shinsu drops his hold over him and turns to Todoroki. He's not lying. He's fine. Todoroki doesn't answer. He stares at Izuku a moment, but blinks and turns away before Izuku can ask why. I have no idea what your quirk is, but it's so cool. Izuku gushes. Shinsu looks down. Oh no, he's embarrassed. The girl in the second seat of his row introduces herself to him as Yaoyorozu. Thank you, he says, accepting a moist towelette from her as she returns to her seat. Where did she even get this? Did she just have these on hand? He cleans the blood and puts the towel in the trash. I'll keep an eye on you. You better keep your behavior in check. He hears Eraserhead say, must be wrapping up. Shit. He makes it back into his chair before the door swings open. Kaken glares at him before sitting down. Not saying a word. Boy, if looks could kill. Well, I still wouldn't care. I somehow managed to be interrupted before my class even started. Eraserhead walks to the podium in the front of the room. My name is Shouda Aizawa. I am your homeroom teacher. Don't annoy me. Come on, class. Go to your respective locker rooms and change into the school-provided gym clothes. We have some tests for you. I don't like that smile. In the locker room, Izuku avoids Kaken like the plague. Could I actually die from a plague? How can I find out? I think it's my time. He settles for changing by Shinsu and Todoroki. He likes them because they don't really speak to anyone. I feel like there's an unspoken agreement of we won't talk to each other that much, but it'll ward off people who do want to talk. And it's a beautiful thing. He changes into his gym pants, sighing at the length of them. So, maybe living by myself eating mostly pre-cooked and convenient store foods haven't been the best for my growth. I'm the shortest guy in this class. Apparently Shinsu is also a mind reader because he looks at Izuku's pants and smirks a little. Shut it. I know I'm short. He seethes, rolling up his pant legs. Both pairs of eyes land on him when he takes his shirt off. What's their deal? Whoa, Shinsu seems to speak for both him and Todoroki. What? It looks like you've had an autopsy or something. Oh fuck. How did my small monkey brain forget? Todoroki stays silent, keeping his gaze on Izuku. His eyes are tracing the Y shape of the scar. You better not let that freak see. It'll be harder to convince him you're not that dead cousin or whatever. Izuku pretends to widen his eyes in realization. Oh my god, you're right. I didn't mean to raise my voice that whole octave. He puts his shirt on and hurries outside. Hey, a girl's voice calls him. When he turns, he's bombarded by a hug. I saw you earlier but didn't get my chance to talk. Are you okay? It's the sparkly vomit girl from the exam. He nods. I really just wanted to thank you for saving my life at the exam. I can't remember the last time I was that scared. A sheepish smile creeps onto Izuku's lips. As a wanted vigilante, he's not used to hearing such profuse thanks like this. The girl's eyes look up, past him. You too. Izuku sees Shinsu's confused look. Thank you for helping me out of the rubble. The look on Shinsu's face makes me sad. It's like he's never praised for anything a day in his life. It's the same look he has whenever I compliment his quirk. Aizawa calls the attention of the class. Today, we have 2 different tests for you. First is a quirk assessment test. But what now? It's like a regular school fitness test, except you can use your quirk however you want to achieve good scores. Whoever comes in last today will be expelled immediately. The class tenses. Yeah, some do best under pressure, but how many of us will crack under it? He calls Bakugo to show an example of the ball toss with the firepower of his quirk behind it. He's even more powerful than when I last saw him. Bitch. Izuku pushes through the tests, unsure of where he stands. There's no denying that he'd be in the top 6 or so if they weren't using quirks. Everyone is getting outrageously high scores on at least one of the tests. Those outliers put them all above me. That just means I have to try for outliers on everything, even if it's impossible. Aizawa takes note of all the students' scores, trying to deduce what their individual strengths are. Midoriya has some of the best scores in the long jump, 100-meter dash, and an outstanding score on the grip test. Everything someone who hops from building to building would be good at. He waves the suspicion off. Anyone can be good at those things. The last test is the ball throw. Izuku already has an idea of how to get a decent score. He just doesn't know if he'll get in trouble for it. So far, Vomit Girl has the highest score, of infinity. It's impressive. Her quirk is definitely gravity-related. When he gets called up last for the toss, he meets Aizawa's eyes. That's 100% I know it's you, you little shit. I just need proof in his eyes. Fun. Do whatever you want to get it as far as you can. Just don't leave the circle. Izuku repeats Aizawa's words, just as he turns around and pegs the ball at Kaken. Pegging the ball at the blonde startles him into using his quirk. Everyone watches in stunned silence as the ball soars forward. Kaken's score was 702 meters. Izuku's score is 706 meters. It seems like Kaken is too shocked to do anything. Midoriya, what did you just do? Aizawa sounds furious, but has a manic smirk on his face. I just thought my best chance at a good score was to get someone else to put firepower behind it. You never said we couldn't use outside sources to help. Izuku's not exactly sure how to accurately stutter anymore. He used to have a horrible problem with it, but now he can't figure out how to do it on purpose. I technically threw the ball, so I thought it was okay. Fine, you got me. Aizawa nods his head to motion Izuku back to the students. Kaken glares at him, but doesn't move a muscle. Several students stare at Izuku, most likely wondering if he has some sort of death wish. Now for the other test. This one is an obstacle course. It'll allow me to observe more of your problem-solving skills. The class walks to a large building, shaped like a hangar. Inside of it is what he said, an obstacle course. What he didn't say is that the course looks like 12.5 courses shoved together into one. It's 12 courses in a trench coat. Do whatever you want to get across and hit the button on the other side. Aizawa explains. That's all I need to hear. His eyes scan what he can see of the course, searching for ways to cheat the system. Sir, can you explain what that pile of things is for? Ida asks, gesturing to a large pile of junk on the grass. Ida was trying to be polite. If you see anything in that pile you think can help you get across, you can use it. Oh my god, this is going to be fun. He sees wires, wheels, metal pipes, wooden planks. Izuku has an idea. It's not a foolproof one, but it's a start. The moment Aizawa says go, he sprints to the pile, snatching all he needs. No one else is going for the pile. They're too concerned with finishing first. Even Shinsu is gone. He spends time building a contraption inspired by the sight of the long support beam going straight across the ceiling of the building. I hope I look like a graceful acrobat. He creates a mix of a trapeze bar and a zipline mechanism. It only takes a few minutes or so, seeing as he had the idea as soon as he set eyes on them. Izuku sprints inside the building, climbing up the support beams. He has the contraption hooked around his neck, holding the bar with his mouth. Once on the main support beam, he sets it up. I'm really high up. Oh, most of the kids are already trapped by obstacles. They're not even a tenth of the way in. He wants to laugh at the sight of the kids flailing about. He spots Aizawa also in the support beams, sitting against the wall and watching with an aerial view. Smart. It's like Aizawa can feel eyes on him, because he turns and meets Izuku's gaze. You scared the fuck out of me. Izuku lowers himself down onto the bar, holding on with his hands. As soon as he kicks his legs forward, it should carry him to the finish. I'm lucky it's on a slight downward slope. He swings, and is rocketing forwards in seconds. Fast? Oh shit. Maybe it was too much of a slope. Quickly, he pulls his knees to his chest and over the bar. His hands are now free, allowing him to hang upside down like an acrobat. Oh, how he laughs at the classmates who take notice and start screaming at him. Everyone seems to have the same amount of trouble with them. Shinsu, grab on. Izuku sees him directly in the path. Shinsu stands on a wooden ramp, ready to face the next obstacle. If he jumps, he can hitch a ride. Are you crazy? Jump. Trust me. For a split second, Shinsu's face goes unreadable at the phrase trust me. Izuku holds his hands out to grab on as he passes, and Shinsu jumps. The effect of Shinsu's weight is immediate, because they gain speed. While Izuku screams in joy, Shinsu screams in terror. Isn't this foo? Shinsu stops screaming. Isn't this fun? Izuku laughs, tightening his hold on Shinsu's arms. In the distance, Aizawa watches two of his students at least 4 times further than the rest of the class. Both scream for different reasons, but he can't help the smirk. He's painfully aware of who the problem child is going to be this year. It's been quite a few years since he had to deal with one. This might be a nice change of pace for him. Probably not, though. We're reaching the end. Izuku warns, I'll let you go right before we stop so you don't get thrown. What about you? Right, he has to act like he can be hurt. I'll hold on for dear life. That seems to satisfy Shinsu. Towards the end, Izuku lets go of Shinsu, and he lands safely. Izuku, however, gets whipped off the bar and tucks and rolls into the grass. By the time he lands completely, Shinsu already pressed the button. He's the first one done. Are you alright? Shinsu asks, coming over to inspect. Very dizzy, otherwise I'm chipper. The world spins around as he gets up. There are 3 buttons now. Whoa. He hits the one in the middle. The dizziness settles and he sees that there's actually only one button. The 2 boys sit in companionable silence. Izuku sits in such a way that his hand is hidden from Aizawa's view. It seems like he's sitting normally. He has his Oni phone. Oni, UA is cool so far, but the opening ceremony is boring. Nedzu sure likes to talk. Izuku has mastered the art of texting without looking, and keeps his eyes on the students doing the test. He makes it a point not to stare at any one student for too long. Out the corner of his eye he sees Aizawa's head whip into his direction. You're not subtle, Eraserhead. You're playing a game, aren't you? In his hand, Izuku feels his phone vibrate in Morse code. It took him 2 weeks to figure out how to add that setting to it. He feels even more proud when he feels what Eraserhead sent back. Oni, I'm a kid. We play games. Eraserhead, you're a teen, and you're getting on my nerves. Oni, well you know I'm at UA. Why don't you just hunt me down? What are you doing? Shinsu's voice startles Izuku. Texting, he admits, with one hand behind your back. How can you even read the texts? Yes, because I don't want my phone taken away. You know how phones can vibrate when you get a text. I made it so it vibrates the message in Morse. Forget I asked anything. Eraserhead, I have a class, I can't leave them. Oni, you never told me you're a teacher. Oni, when do you sleep? Eraserhead, I don't. I hope I'm doing a good enough job at tripping him up. It takes another 15 minutes for the rest of the kids to start sprinkling through. A lot of them take turns yelling at the boys, but also talk about how creative the plan was. It's not like we really had a plan. Kaken glares again, giving Izuku the silent treatment. Joke's on you. I've been waiting for you to be quiet all my life, you fucknut. One glare he doesn't expect is from Todoroki. Did I accidentally hit him when I passed him? What did I do to piss of the peppermint prince? Aizawa hops down from the support beams of the building and joins the class as the invisible girl and sparkly boy finish last. Many of you had good strategies to combat the disadvantages your quirk has in situations like these. Midoriya, tell the class what your quirk is and how you used it to your advantage. Why me? Never mind. I really don't want to speak. My quirk is called analysis. It's not good for helping things like strength or speed. It's pretty much how it sounds. Intelligence boosting. Shit, I forgot to stutter. In a system designed to hold you back, what do? Aizawa asks. Cheated. Why is Aizawa giving such a creepy smile? Yes and no. As heroes, you all will have the odds against you at one time or another. You'll have to do as Midoriya and Shinsu did and cheated. A pause. I don't consider what these two did as cheating because I said to do whatever you guys wanted. Everyone else ignored the pile of tools I left because you were too worried to think rationally about your approach. We'll work on that. He tells the class to head back and change so we can get our syllabus. Midoriya, Izuku and Shinsu stop their conversation. He can't help but notice that Kaken and Todoroki stopped too, along with a few others. Yes, were you texting after you finished? What the fuck? He's totally going based on a gut feeling, isn't he? That's cheating. No, sir. He feels Shinsu's tired eyes on him. Where is your phone then? In my gym locker. Okay, let's go take a look. You're joking. Okay. Aizawa turns and walks. The moment his back faces them, Shinsu gives him a look of what's wrong with you. Once in the locker room, he leads Aizawa to his locker. Shinsu and Todoroki stand off to the side, waiting to get to their own. Izuku can almost feel the frustration seeping into the air when Aizawa sees that his phone is actually in his locker when he opens it. I apologize for my accusation, is all he says before leaving. The door closes, and Shinsu drops down onto the bench. My heart can't take this, he murmurs. Izuku pulls his second phone out of his pocket. You have two phones. While he doesn't seem to be, Izuku knows Todoroki is listening in. Yes, now hush. They change back into their uniforms. You have an intelligence-boosting quirk, and these are the things you do. At that, Izuku snorts. The syllabi are handed out once back in class, and Aizawa has yet to say who's expelled. Sir, I hate to remind you of such a disheartening topic, but you mentioned expulsion due to unsatisfactory results. Ida asks, please tell me his quirk makes him half robot, at least some part machine. Right. It was a logical ruse to ensure you all did your best. No one is getting expelled. Aizawa does that murderous grin again as the class utterly loses their shit. Izuku wonders if this is what school's actually going to be for him. He wouldn't mind if it was. It's prank time. What better way to unwind from a stressful first day of school is there? Izuku only likes messing with one hero, though. Endeavor. Every time Izuku sees this guy, he seems more and more like a jerk. What's his deal? At first he thought it was just a front Endeavor put up as part of his brand. But he was horribly wrong. Instead, this expired, crusty flaming hot Cheeto of a man is the worst person Izuku can think of, so he likes to fuck with him as a pastime. A hobby, one may call it. Last time I tried pouring gallons of ice on him, it all evaporated. I don't want to minorly inconvenience him, I want his day to be ruined. Such desires has led Izuku to camp out on a roof above an Endeavor meet and greet that's outside. He should have had bodyguards, but the idea damages his pride so much that the number 2 hero is his bodyguard. Everything is in place. I just have to wait until the civilians are far enough out of the way to avoid getting hit. Hidden in several places around the meet and greet area are either fire extinguisher guns or explosives full of the substance. Either way, Endeavor is going to forcibly cool his jets. What are you doing? Izuku feels his blood run still. He turns. Todoroki. Oh my fucking god, I'm so stupid. He's Endeavor's son. How did I not recognize him? Enjoying the view, Shadow walks around the alleyways, trying his best to ignore the sounds of his father's meetup. He was only told to stay nearby. Lucky for him, it was never specified how far he could go. He has more on his mind than usual. My class has a lot of powerful students, yet none of them came first in that course. I thought the blonde boy was who I would have to beat, but I was wrong. It's that green-haired kid. His name, what was it? Midoriya. He thinks back to the beginning of class. The angry one said he was dead. Then in the locker room he had a big scar that looked like an autopsy. That's not his quirk though. I don't get it. Shadow can perfectly recall the sound of the boy's arm snapping. If it really was his teeth that made the sound, he'd have to at least have one chipped tooth. Our scars almost match. Shadow's pulled out of his spiral of thoughts. He hears something beautiful. His feet move to follow and track down the sound, trying not to lose the melody he hears. It takes him back towards his father, more specifically, the roof of the main building for the meetup. Now that he's closer, he can tell that the person isn't humming, they're singing. A part of him wants to hear the words. Maybe I'm just bored. Climbing up the fire escape is an easy task. But he moves slowly to avoid alerting the person to his presence. If the man asks, I could say this was just stealth training, a part of Shadow justifies. for me now. And one day all the enemies I've made might get their own parade. But not today. Shadow stands behind the person in a black and green suit. A hero. No, my father wouldn't want someone else here. What are you doing? Shadow asks. The person turns around, caught off guard, enjoying the view. The person tries. They sound young, like my age. Shadow narrows his eyes. Above my father's meet and greet. Who are you? A hero. It startles a laugh out of them. Far from it, actually. Hold on, wait no, that makes me sound like a villain. The kid gets up and walks towards the Shadow, who drops into a fighting position. I'm a vigilante. You're a vigilante, he repeats. Shadow watches as the kid extends a hand. He shakes it reluctantly. I'm Oni. What? This is one of Japan's most wanted vigilantes. They made him sound a lot older in the news reports. I know that look. Yes, I'm young. About your age, actually. What are you doing? The question from earlier comes back up. You're Endeavor's son, right? Yes. It takes Shadow a lot of restraint to keep from adding unfortunately onto the end of his sentence. Are you particularly fond of him? What? Because I am not, and am acting on such feelings. What are you talking about? It's rare that Shadow finds someone who speaks ill of his father outside of the Todoroki family. He drops his fighting stance, moving closer to the boy. No offense, but your dad's an asshole. None taken, he is. That feels so good for Shadow to say to someone. At the response, the eyes on the boy's mask widen a bit, most likely mirroring his expression underneath. I also have a slight fear of fire quirks, and fire in general. The vigilante pauses, so finding out that the one fire hero I thought could help me get over that is actually a piece of shit really bummed me out. You're scared of fire. The vigilante nods. In this moment, Shadow sees him as another kid rather than a crime fighter. Do you have a fire quirk? Oni asks. Yes. Shadow hesitates to answer, not wanting a poor reaction. Fire and ice. Oni nods, silent. Are you not scared of me? No, you seem good. Your father is enemy-shaped, but your friend-shaped. Shadow blinks. What does that mean? I don't think you'll hurt me. It's like he knows what I'm thinking. So what did my father do to you? What did you see that made you realize what kind of monster he is? Shadow sits beside the Oni, ready to have a full conversation. He might as well, seeing as he'll be stuck here a while. I'd see him every now and then while patrolling, and every time he'd act like a jerk to everyone around him. I thought it was just part of his act, like how Present Mike is a radio host as part of his branding. So I got curious and looked into footage from cameras around the city. He's awful. Yes, he is. He also set me on fire once. Shadow can't help but tense. I startled him when he saw me in an alley. He remembered that I'm wanted in. I can't remember what happens after that. I only remember the burning, blinding pain he caused me. I'm sorry. He doesn't know what else he can say. You're not the Todoroki I want apologizing. He's been warm and kind while speaking to me, but what he just said was cold fury. Shadow notices the boy fidgeting a bit, touching something on his chest through his suit. What's that? Shadow asks. He almost reaches out to touch, but stops at the last second. Why did I almost do that? Oh, this. The boy reaches in his suit through the space between the mask and neck, and pulls a chain out. It's my mother's wedding ring. I tend to touch it when I'm nervous. His mother's wedding ring. Is she? The boy puts it back on. Sorry, I still never told you what I'm doing. I completely forgot. Right, so I once tried pouring buckets of ice water on him, but it turned to steam. That was you. The boy nods. So this time I thought, what if I point a bunch of fire extinguishers at him? To Shadow, it sounds like he's about to witness something amazing. Please tell me that's what you're planning. Oni nods excitedly. I have a bunch of them hidden. I'm just waiting for the right moment. I don't want to hit any civilians. I thought vigilantes only did things for themselves. Oh, that song. Is this why you were singing that song earlier? Shadow asks. Oni startles. I was singing. Shadow nods. Oh, I didn't realize. It sounded like it was about my father. He's the enemy here. It was nice. Shadow admits. You're so bluntly honest and straightforward. The boy blurts out. In a good way. It's nice. There's a moment of silence. Looks like the time for this. Out of a green utility belt, Oni pulls out a remote with a button. Pressing this will set off all the extinguishers. He's in the perfect spot. I want to see this. Shadow admits, leaning forward for a better view. Movement. Oni holds the remote out to him. Press it. I'll let you have the honor of pranking your shitbag of a father. Shadow hesitantly reaches out, hand hovering over the remote. He holds his breath and slams down on the button. Below on the ground, it sets off the entire trap, spraying Endeavor down in a cold cloud. He's shocked into stopping his flames altogether, stomping and yelling as the crowd laughs at him. Shadow breaks out into laughter, a wide smile on his face as he watches his father throw a tantrum. He turns to Oni, who's also laughing up a storm. I can't remember the last time I felt this happy. I can't remember the last time I smiled before now. Oni turns to him excitedly. Shadow can't see it, but he knows Oni's smiling too. Once the crowd settles down, Endeavor seems to be looking for the culprit. I have to go. Oni says. He sounds kind of sad. Somehow, witnessing this with someone who relates made it a lot more fun. Yeah, Shoudo breathes. Who is this kid? Oni starts getting up, and Shoudo feels something like pain, but not quite. Wait, yeah, can I talk to you again? He says after a moment of silence. In all his life, Shoudo can't remember a time where he's actively tried reaching out to someone. Before this, he's never wanted a friend before. He didn't know how it felt to want a friend before now. Oni nods. Can I have a name? I told you, it's Oni. No, a real name. There's a long stretch of time. Neither of them speak. Neither of them know what to say next. Izu, is that your real name? Partially, yes. It's all you get. What's with this kid and three-letter names? Shoudo's eyes are drawn towards the movement. He holds his hand out. Let me see your phone. It's not a question, but it's filled with the same kindness that one would have. Shoudo hands it over. He watches Oni tap away at the screen for a few minutes. Not once does he think to ask what he's doing. I downloaded a messenger app and added myself. You'll have to fix your profile. Why is my name Best Todoroki Boy? Shoudo asks. What does boy mean? Did he misspell boy? I don't know your name. Shoudo. At his quick answer, Oni snickers. The sound of sirens in the distance interrupts their peace. I have to really go now. Tsukachi is probably sending my assigned pro on me as we speak. Before Shoudo can respond, Oni waves and turns, running towards the edge of the building and jumping. Without a second thought, Shoudo races to where he jumped, and Oni is nowhere to be seen. Izu, hidden from sight. Izuku catches his breath. Did I just befriend Todoroki? What the actual fuck just happened? He smiles a bit, recalling the sight of Todoroki laughing. He did look like he could use a friend. I've never seen him without that poker face. Izuku feels light on his feet. The prank on Endeavor was a success. While going from alley to alley, he spots Endeavor talking with the police. He freezes, straining to hear what he might be saying. A few feet from them is Todoroki, who spots Izuku and softens his gaze. Izuku waves and keeps going. Once home, he yanks his mask and suit off and showers. If he agrees that his father's so awful, what did Endeavor do to him? His family. Izuku recognizes the feeling of needing to save someone, and he felt that when he heard Todoroki speak. I'll expose that soggy dick for the monster he is. Wow, what's with me in making enemies of people with fire quirks? If Eraser had a fire quirk, he could probably intimidate me into admitting. By time he gets to his room, he sees that he has two messages. Eraserhead. I didn't see you patrolling. School already taking a toll. Oni. 2 words. Pranking Endeavor. Eraserhead. That was you. It's taking the internet by storm. Oni. Meme. The word you're looking for is meme. It's a meme. Eraserhead. Shut it. Why Endeavor? You've never messed with any other hero, right? Oni. There are 2 heroes I have problems with. Endeavor is an asshole to everyone and I'm sick of it. Eraserhead. I can't disagree with that. Oni. I don't think you should tell me that. Eraserhead. Probably right. Izuku eats a bag of kettle corn and downs a bottle of chocolate milk for dinner. He really needs to go grocery shopping and get better food soon, or else he won't be able to keep up with physical training. In bed, he looks at the other message. Shoudo. It's all over the news. My father is so messed up by it that he forgot to turn his beard back on. Oni. Excuse me, what? His beard isn't a default setting for him. Shoudo. No, it's a display of power. Oni. That's so gross. Shoudo. Yes. Izuku takes this moment to send Todoroki a video of the prank. From a street camera, it has the best angle. Shoudo. Thank you. This will be a family heirloom. Did he just make a joke? He can do that. Shoudo. Izu, can I ask you something? Oni. Shoot. Shoudo. Why are you vigilante? I thought they only cared about themselves. But I don't see that in you. Oni. Vigilantes are vigilantes because we care too much about others. Too much to sit back and watch them die. Shoudo. Oh, Oni. I've never told anyone before the reason I have for doing this. All Might himself told me I can't be a hero. Shoudo. Are you sure it was All Might? That sounds out of character for him. Oni. He saved my life, watched me die, and told me no, you cannot be a hero when I asked about having a useless quirk or no quirk at all. Oni. A lot happened that day, and that was a breaking point. I just decided to be my own hero, made my own costume, but then your dad burned it. So I broke into his agency and got the things to make my current costume. Shoudo. You broke into my father's agency. Oni. It was so easy. He's so full of himself that he doesn't care for the top security measures that most other pros have. The buffoon. Shoudo. You're right, my father is a buffoon. Izuku's reminded of the time by the heaviness of his eyelids. Oni. Go to bed. You have school in the morning. Good night. He's not sure if he put his phone down or not, just that he promptly falls asleep. In homeroom today, Shoudo has directions written on the board. He wants his students to write down their biggest fears, not because it's entertaining, but because as heroes you can't let fear hold you back. A goal he has is to build his students' confidence and help them believe in their own abilities. He most likely would never admit out loud, but he loves teaching. His students are free to do what they want for the duration of homeroom as he looks over their answers. Most of them are rational thoughts, like loved ones dying. Some are more out there than others, like I'm scared bugs will lay eggs in my tape and hatch. That's irrational. Midoriya's answer is irrational too. Fire. More specifically, fire quirks. I honestly didn't expect an answer from Midoriya. Midoriya, he calls the boy. Shouda has been calling on students here and there to hear out their reasoning and determine a course of action to help. The boy sits in the chair beside his napping spot on the floor. There's an additional note written that no other student has included. Please do not say my fear out loud in class. Why did you request this? Midoriya fidgets a bit before mouthing the answer. I have family who died in fires, and Bakugo is scary. When he mouths Bakugo's name, he makes a gesture with his hands that Shouda can only interpret as explosions. It's still irrational, but there's a way for him to justify it. What about Endeavor? At that, the boy quickly shakes his head, eyes wide. Okay, this has to get fixed. A fear of fire might stop him from doing his best on rescue missions. Okay, that's all. For his own sake, Izuku found it best to answer honestly. He doesn't want to be near fire. There's no shame in it. His request to keep it quiet wasn't to keep Kaken from hearing it. It's Todoroki who can't hear it. I might have let out a bit too much personal information with him, I admit. I mean, he and I relate on his stance on Endeavor and my heart just started pouring out. I wish I hadn't said the name Mikumo yesterday morning. I could have given that name to him as Oni's name. Shit, my dramatic flair has ruined my chance. I was tempted to say my name was Suku, because he's like a budget Zuko. Something tells me that joke would be lost on him and he'd realize it's just Izuku without the eye. Not gonna lie, seeing his poker face compared to yesterday is kind of creepy now. Like a Canadian-themed porcelain doll. Once back in his seat, he goes through his current assignments. He can't let homework stop him from patrolling. He knows running into Todoroki yesterday could have been a fatal mistake. But he can't bring himself to regret it. I know what it feels like to be alone. This complicates things, for sure. He knows Aizawa suspects him. Based on what? His feelings. Stupid. He can't go based on a hunch. I want a battle of wits. Alright, homeroom is almost over. I'm leaving now because our next teacher is just too much. Aizawa yawns, walking out the door. Can he do that? Then again, he's made it a point to let the students know that he has the authority to do whatever he pleases. Izuku sleepily puts his laptop away, preparing for his next class. I am entering the room like a normal person. All Might booms, making an entrance so far from normal looking it's comedic. Behind Midoriya, Hitoshi sees a reaction no one else gave. Izuku flinched at the sight of All Might. He probably just startled him. I can see why Aizawa left. His eyes linger on Midoriya, waiting for him to settle down and realize how silly he's been. He doesn't settle. He's shaking. That's the face of someone who's scared. Why would he be scared of All Might? Less than a minute later, he witnesses Midoriya forcibly smooth out his features and copy the excited look that his classmates have. I know a fake smile when I see one. Should he pry into this? Not at all. It's none of his business. On the other hand, he's curious. All Might informs the class that their hero costumes are in and to get suited up. Yesterday, Shinsu and Midoriya walked together in a nice silence, only speaking up every once in a while. Now, Hitoshi can tell he's purposely lingering in the back of the group, as far from All Might as he can. He's not my friend, Hitoshi thinks, lingering behind the class as well. I'm using him to avoid unwanted social interaction. That's all. In the locker room, Midoriya crashes onto the bench in front of their lockers, hands covering his face. There's an obvious tremble in his hands, and they barely muffle the sound of his breathing. Oh, he's having an anxiety attack. Midoriya, he calls. Yeah, Midoriya's voice shakes, and Hitoshi snatches control of his mind away from him. You need to calm down. Follow my counting. Hitoshi instructs him to breathe, following the exercise he leads him through. I've been told my brainwashing is like a fog, where you can't really think. This should help. Sure enough, it does. When Hitoshi releases his hold, Midoriya appears calmer, his hands steadier. Thank you. Not used to outright gratitude from people, he only manages to nod in response. I know you don't like to hear it, but you have a great quirk. Midoriya didn't seem to expect an answer, because he changes into his suit without another word. What got him so worked up? What happened with All Might? He's the first person who hasn't acted negatively to me using my quirk on them. He thanked me for it. I can't tell if he's just pretending to not see me as the villain everyone else sees. Your hero costume is a green bunny. Hitoshi asks, seeing Midoriya. I'm not a bunny. He huffs. The way he pouts and bounces makes him look even more like a bunny. It's amusing. Hitoshi's costume is a practical black jumpsuit and combat boots, much like Aizawa's. A main difference is that Hitoshi has a cloak with his outfit, so he can hide his face when he needs to trick someone. The goal is for him to learn what equipment suits him best. Today is the first venture into figuring it out. Hitoshi doesn't realize he's waiting for Midoriya. To anyone else, it probably looks like he's calmed down. To me, all I see is a mask. When the rest of the class makes it outside, Hitoshi stands with Midoriya, yet again in the back. He's not just standing there. He's hiding in plain sight. Advantage of being short, I suppose. It's painfully obvious that Midoriya is looking everywhere except at All Might. Today will be your first combat exercise. Teams of 2 will play as heroes or villains. The villains must protect a bomb they want to detonate, while the heroes must stop them. Both teams receive capture tape, which can be used to trap them. Once a person is wrapped in capture tape, they are no longer allowed to battle. All Might continues explaining, telling that the teams will be drawn from lots. The words Hitoshi hears next doesn't surprise at him at all, but it does baffle him. Team B is Shinsu and Midoriya. How? He slowly turns to Midoriya and his shit-eating grin. Kill me, please. Hitoshi deadpans, getting a laugh from Midoriya. How do I keep getting stuck with you? It's not logical. Plot dictates, Midoriya says with a matter-of-factly tone. What the hell are you talking about? I'm so lost. The smaller boy waves him off, distracted. Once in the observation room, they sit against the back wall. There's no point in trying to escape Midoriya's presence now, seeing as they have to work together. It could be worse. Hitoshi very well could have been stuck with that blonde boy, who's been glaring at Midoriya quite a bit. There's also a good chance that he could have been paired with the noisier classmates, who seem to use friendship to get through school. No, thank you. There's no way to tell if Midoriya is staring into space with that sad expression or not. It's either that or he's staring at Todoroki. The former makes more sense to Hitoshi. Todoroki is another student he doesn't mind being near, because he doesn't talk to anyone. The first group to go is the loud square boy and the frog girl, against the boy with the bird head and the other boy who doesn't speak. Hitoshi should absolutely be learning his classmates' names. While the first match goes on, Present Mike comes into the observation room, standing in the doorway. Midoriya, he calls. When Midoriya looks up, Present Mike starts signing. Aizawa wants to know if your fear of fire is something you wish to work on outside of class. He told me that you specifically asked that your classmates don't find out, so he sent me to ask like this. He needs an answer soon, kiddo. Hitoshi translates and looks to Midoriya's answer. I don't know. I wouldn't consider it life-ruining fear. It's fire quirks that make it hard for me. Can you tell him that I'll think of an answer as soon as I can? He's scared of fire quirks. Why? Hitoshi was forced to learn sign language almost immediately after his quirk manifested. But it wasn't often he found someone else who used it. When he was a kid, he saw an interview with Present Mike. The first time he used his quirk, it was during a temper tantrum. His parents suffered massive hearing loss, so they learned sign language together as a family. To think Aizawa sent Mike out, right this second, to ask Midoriya a simple question. It's a bit suspicious. After Present Mike leaves, Hitoshi turns back to Midoriya. His expression is unreadable, calculating. And D is for our second round. We'll have Team B against Team Atima's, me and Bakugo. The gravity girl speaks. Her expression drops a bit when she meets Bakugo's eyes. We're the heroes. For once, I'm not called a villain. They're given 15 minutes to plan outside of the large building, expected to think of good strategies. Shinsu, I know you don't want to, but to think of a good strategy, I need to know about your quirk. Purple eyes land on Midoriya, taking in the sight of him shaking where he stands. Midoriya's eyes dart around the map of the building, not quite focusing on one spot. What do you think it is? Mind control. Brainwashing, close enough. If you respond to me verbally, I can brainwash you. It's not a very heroic quirk, I know. Are you fucking serious? You've got to be flimming my flams. Midoriya, are you buttering my toast right now? Brewing my coffee? Oh no, he snapped. Who the hell said your quirk isn't heroic? You literally pulled me out of an anxiety attack. What, was that out of villainy, then? Did you steal my wallet or some shit while you helped me? Enough. At the word, Midoriya snaps his teeth together. At least he respects when to stop. After a moment of utter quiet, Midoriya speaks up again. You'll have to get to the bomb by yourself. What are you going to do? Bakugo is going to come after me. There's no doubt. We can use that to buy you time. Uraraka doesn't know your quirk. Use it to your advantage. Are you sure you can handle Bakugo? Hitoshi asks, getting a head tilt in response. You're scared of fire quirks. I don't think you should have to deal with him alone. You know sign language, Midoriya says softly. Shit, I forgot that I'm not supposed to know that. Just let me deal with it. The cold tone of Midoriya's voice sends a chill down his spine. If I feel that I have to step in, I will. In a sense, their stubbornness is matched. Uraraka's quirk is zero gravity. Don't let her get all 5 fingers on you. I think she has a weight limit, and that's why she gets sick. So if you do get caught by her, just try to get away. Eventually, she'll have to let you go. And Bakugo, explosive sweat. It detonates from his hands. We'd need to lower his temperature if we wanted to stop him. Even then, there's little chance of us beating him. I thought you said. I said I would distract him. He doesn't see you as a threat. He doesn't even see me as a threat. He just wants an excuse to beat me up. With all that said, there's nothing for them to do besides wait for their timer to go off. Itoshi wants to ask why he's scared of All Might, but he doesn't want the man to hear through the earpieces. Right now, there are no cameras on them. Why are you scared of All Might? He signs to Midoriya. He looks like someone just kicked him in the throat. I'm not. Midoriya, you may have everyone fooled, but you were having a literal breakdown at the sight of him. The greenette doesn't respond. Midoriya, what did he do to you? Time's up. Heroes, begin. The sound of All Might's voice startles Midoriya, who slaps a hand over his mouth. It looked like he went on autopilot for a second. Without another word, they enter the building. Despite having heavy-looking boots, Midoriya doesn't make a sound. To Itoshi, it looks practiced. At the first corner, Midoriya holds a hand up, halting them. Deku, you better not be fucking with me. He hears from down the hall. The two boys stay still, waiting for the sound of Bakugo's footsteps to retreat. With a small wave of his hand, Midoriya gestures Itoshi to follow him down the hall. How do you know to go this way? Itoshi signs. He's stupid and probably walking back towards the bomb. I wouldn't underestimate him that much. I got you now, Deku. Dodge this. An aerial attack from around the corner shoots towards Midoriya. Not only does he dodge, but he grabs Bakugo's right hook and slams him down. Run, Midoriya yells at Hitoshi. Right, the stupid plan. Hitoshi goes ahead, losing sight on them. His feet skid to a halt of the sound of explosions. I can't just leave him. Even if I do make it to that Uraraka girl, I'm not good at hand-to-hand combat yet. Against Midoriya's desperate order, he stays, hiding around the corner. Bakugo is furious, putting his quirk behind every punch. I want to hurt you so badly, they have to stop the exercise. You fucking hear me, you damn nerd. What? Hitoshi steps out, seeing the two matching each other's punches almost evenly. Bakugo, why do you want to hurt Midoriya? All Hitoshi needs is an answer. They'll win. It never comes. Bakugo keeps his focus on Midoriya. He was right. He doesn't even know I'm here. Somehow, this hurts almost as much as getting called a villain. Midoriya kicks Bakugo back into the wall and runs, grabbing Hitoshi's wrist and pulling him along. I told you to go. Midoriya whines, dragging him up the stairs to the next floor. I couldn't leave you. I'm touched, really. But now's not the time for the revelation that I'm a friend, Shinsu. That's not why. Don't sass me. If my brainwash doesn't work, then I need you to help in hand-to-hand combat against that girl. That's my reason. Bakugo rockets himself up the stairs in front of them. Bakugo, you're a bitch. Midoriya yells at him. What did you just say? Bakugo sounds strangely calm. It's scarier. His eye twitches along with his hands. You're a greasy ass bitch. He's still trying to distract. I see what you're doing. You're buying the Einstein fucker time to run. Bakugo holds up the large grenade gauntlets on his hands. See these? They're made to store my sweat. If they were made right, they'll make a blast bigger than I can manage on my own. Bakugo, stop, you'll kill them. All Might warns. Bakugo viciously smiles, holding up a gauntlet and pulling the pin out. They'll be fine if they dodge. In that moment, Midoriya puts himself directly in front of Hitoshi and pushes him through the doorway behind them. Midoriya takes a direct hit from the blast, flying into the doorway as the rooms leading up to it get destroyed. If Bakugo were any closer, he'd have destroyed the room they were in. Shinsu, Midoriya All Might's voice cuts out of the earpiece. All Might wants me to tell you fucks that your earpieces were fried from the heat. The cameras in this hall are also damaged from the high temperature. The exercise will continue, seeing as no one's dead yet. Can you tell him something for me? Hitoshi calls. What I've won. Go wrap that girl in capture tape. And then yourself. Hitoshi hears the sound of Bakugo's footsteps retreating, and take the moment to look for Midoriya. He said he's scared of fire quirks, yet threw himself between us without a second thought. Behind some rubble, he sees Midoriya. The smaller boy's suit is singed off, except for most of the pants. That's not the worst part. His flesh and bone is showing. He's covered in burns and what looks like melted skin. Midoriya sits there, staring somewhere distant, completely awake, but not fully aware yet. Is it shock? What's wrong with him? In front of Hitoshi. He watches as the burns start disappearing. The skin and flesh rebuild itself, stringing together like a spiderweb. It's almost like it's sewing itself shut. The second Hitoshi takes another step towards him, Midoriya slowly looks up at him. Your Quirk. Midoriya shakes his head, not speaking. His lips and cheek are still messed up. There's a period of silence, allowing his face to heal a bit more. You see, my analysis quirk makes me so smart that I can order my cells to repair my body. Bullshit. Hitoshi hisses. He's acting weird. You don't have an analysis quirk, do you? The hero team wins. An announcement plays over the intercom. Still healing, Midoriya gets up and walks to where Hitoshi stands with wide eyes. The heat from his explosion fried both of our earpieces and the cameras. All Might should have called off the match. He must be burning up right now. Then why is his voice so cold? A minute passes, and the boy is completely healed. He looks at his tattered costume. An expression of dread watches over him. He doesn't want anyone seeing that scar. Without a second thought, Hitoshi takes his cloak off and hands it to the boy, who takes it gratefully. Thank you. I expect answers. Not now. Not here. He's so closed off right now. It's like I'm speaking to another person. Why did he lie about his quirk? Come on, then. 6-degree burns. That's a new record for him. What? When you get burned, and it goes through to the bone, and begins charring the bone, it's classified as a 6-degree burn. Oh, back in the observation room, All Might goes on about how dangerous Bakugo's stunt could have been. He says that someone could have been gravely hurt. They were. Hitoshi joins Midoriya, who's clutching the cloak around himself, unaware of what's going on. Maybe he's dissociating. Either way, Hitoshi was going to get answers as soon as possible. The battle exercises end, but Izuku can't remember most of them. He remembers his own, of course, but little after that. In the locker room, he sits himself down on the bench, forgetting what comes next. Midoriya, Shinsu calls, a hand gently shaking him. I need my cloak back. He trails. Before Izuku can respond, he feels the heavy, grounding fabric taken off of him. Oh, sorry. That's right. He has to change back into his uniform. Are you okay? Shinsu asks after a moment. Yeah, fine. I meant mentally. You seem really out of it. He's quick to reiterate what he meant. Oh, I think I'm just overwhelmed a bit. There's a knowing look of understanding that flashes in Shinsu's eyes. He nods. Alter they change. They go to English class. Present Mike excuses Izuku to speak to Aizawa. In the teacher's lounge, he feels suddenly out of place. I see all you heroes on the streets on a daily basis, but now it feels weird to see you also. Tame, over here. Aizawa calls from a couch in the corner of the room. There's a small sign on the table saying Shouda's sofa. Hi. Izuku greets, sitting down where Aizawa pats. On the table, there are files on various students scattered about. Upon closer inspection, Izuku's heart speeds. There are files on every single student with healing quirks. Did you think about what Hisashi asked you? Hisashi. Oh, Mike. He nods. And, I was going to ask you for help, but I think I'll be okay. I was just fighting Bakugo, and he fired an explosion at me. It was eventful. If you're sure you don't need my help, what's with your face? I can't remember a lot after battle ended. I think I dissociated for a while. Is that what that is? I thought you had an analysis quirk. Shouldn't you know the answer? Sir, it's for analyzing things, not Google. He slaps his hand over his mouth. I didn't mean to get snarky. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'll be frank with you. Your fear isn't why I called you here. What? You have just the quirk I need for my latest project. Aizawa sits up, grabbing a pile of even more files off the couch. Am I interning under you or something? Yes, you're going to help me catch a criminal I'm chasing. Oh no, he's got me good. The criminal is suspected to be a UA student, having a healing quirk. He wants me to start analyzing right away. Is this his first year here? He nods. So he's either a freshman or exchange student. Izuku goes through every file. Healing quirks are actually considered rare, so it's not many. After a few minutes, there are 3 piles. One for freshmen, one for exchange students, and one for people who have healing quirks but aren't in the previous categories. What do you think? I know what he's waiting for me to say. The criminal could be faking his quirk while in school. Aizawa smiles widely. He was definitely waiting for that answer. It's settled, Midoriya. I'll give you papers that have to be signed by your parents and then you're free to intern with me. Yes, sir. Say, what do you think of faking a quirk? Generally speaking, I think it'd be easy enough. Well, I don't know about registrations. Someone could say they have to pee in a public drinking fountain in order to activate their quirk, and people would probably buy it. Izuku can tell that Aizawa is trying not to laugh. As long as you say it's because of my quirk, people can get away with whatever they want. Most of the time. Izuku repeats. You can erase people's quirks, but you can't see what you're erasing. Right. I can see whether or not a person has a quirk factor. And I can flip that switch, but I can't see what exactly is being turned off. That's a bummer. Izuku huffs. I'm forgetting to stutter. I agree. Who is it? Excuse me. The criminal. I have to know who it is so I can get started on analyzing. If that's okay with you, of course. Right. It's Oni. I'm sure you've heard of him. Now, then, it's time for you to go to lunch. Aizawa gets up, shooing Izuku down the hall. A few meters away, Aizawa calls his name again. Midoriya, I will be very clear about this. You are my main suspect. He's trying to trap me. Izuku purposely widens his eyes, a deer caught in headlights. Sir, Aizawa's already back into the teacher's lounge. Izuku runs his hands through his hair, taking a moment to breathe. He hits a wall when he turns back around. No, it's not a wall. What did he mean by that? Shinsu asks, looming over the boy. Izuku slaps a hand over Shinsu's mouth, pulling him around the corner. Hush, I need answers for a lot of questions, Midoriya. Were you following me? Izuku asks. Not really, no. We got dismissed for lunch and I got curious, so I didn't follow you. Oh, but you hunted me down. They glare at each other a moment, but there's no real malice from either side. We should go. Falling back into a comfortable silence, they walk. Every joint in Izuku's body locks up the minute they walk into the cafeteria. Not a fan of crowds, Shinsu asks. I've been homeschooled the past few years and forgot how awful cafeterias are. Shinsu chuckles, leading the way to the lunch line. Thank the fucking Lord he's tall. He's a perfect human shield. I feel like I have an invisibility quirk. They get their food and sit at the smallest table they can find. It's a table for 4. I need one more person here. Then there's no chance of a pair of loud people to crash. Oh, perfect. Izuku points, and sure enough the boy comes over. Todoroki places his lunch down next to Shinsu and sits. Why did you call me over? Todoroki asks. I don't want people bothering me. Neither does Shinsu, and you don't talk to people. It's an ideal scenario. He explains. What, did you deduce that with your quirk? Shinsu jokes, earning a kick in the shin. Uncalled for. They eat in silence, until Shinsu speaks up again. Are you going to take action over what Bakugo did to you? No, he answers firmly. Why not? You could have died. But I didn't. I'm okay, and that's why I won't act against him. I don't have time to deal with him. Anyways, Shinsu obviously doesn't like the answer, but he drops the discussion. The food is amazing. That's lunch rush all right. He can't remember the last time he's eating something so good, or so close to homemade. It reminds him of how he misses his mother's katsudon. You're crying. Shinsu hands Izuku a napkin and says no more. Oh, it seems like I am. Izuku wipes at his eyes. Sorry, this food is just really good. That response gets a shocked chuckle out of Shinsu. What? He laughs back. Midoriya, I am so rolling my eyes at you. Mentally, God, Eraser, I want the game to go on just as much as you do. But interrupting my time to eat is a line you shouldn't cross. Yes, Aizawa drops down into the empty seat. Here, this is your homework for tonight. I want detailed reports on every case in here. You don't necessarily have a deadline, but for obvious reasons sooner is better. You bitch. Giving me more homework is just so you can cut down on my patrol time. You think if you see less Oni as soon as this starts, you'll have evidence to raise suspicion against me. On top are the permission slips. They have to each be read and signed by both of your parents. My contact information is in there for you to ask questions, and for your parents to reach if they need. My dad isn't in the picture. Is it okay if I just get my mom's signatures? Technically a half-truth. No parents. It's easier if I have to only forge on signature, seeing as they can compare both and conclude that they were done by the same person. That's fine. Aizawa's already walking away. He's popping up randomly in order to catch me off guard. Smart. Are you interning under Aizawa? Todoroki asks, not breaking eye contact. Yeah, he thinks my quirk would be good to catch a certain criminal he's after. What criminal? Shinsu asks, intrigued for different reasons than Todoroki. Well, Eraser never said I had to keep things confidential. Oni, Todoroki barely tenses, but to someone who knows how emotionless he is, it feels more like he dramatically threw himself onto the ground in pain. Why? Todoroki is too quick to ask. They think I can deduce who he is. After that, Todoroki stays quiet for the rest of lunch, deep in thought. For the duration of the school day, Izuku feels Shinsu staring at the back of his head, as if he could see his actual thoughts. When school ends, they walk to the train station with a tense air between them. I know he wants to ask, but why hasn't he yet? The train ride is quiet too. I'll see you tomorrow. Shinsu waves goodbye, walking away. What? That's it. A few blocks into his walk home, he realizes he's being followed. Shinsu, you overly curious cabbage. No matter what choice he makes, it all leads to Shinsu finding out too much. He turns into an upcoming alley, hoping he can just shake Shinsu off his trail. Shinsu follows into the alley, slowly. Izuku hides behind a dumpster, knowing he wouldn't have had enough time to climb up the buildings. Mido, hey kid, you got any change on you? Who's that? Izuku hears another voice in the alley. I don't. Shinsu replies steadily, like he's used to being indirectly threatened. I don't believe him. Another voice answers. There's at least 2. Look at this pretty UA uniform. He must have money to spare. Come on, kid. Mommy and Daddy paid your way into that school. You can give us a few bucks. 3. Really? The world couldn't just let me have 2 people to worry about. I could have just comedically knocked their heads together. MMN Shinsu tries speaking, but a sound doesn't come out. My quirk is called silencer. I can stop any noise I please. That includes your speech. That means Shinsu can't use his quirk. Mind if we just search you for cash? Oh, I'll take your silence as a yes. God damn it. 3 against 1 sounds a little unfair, doesn't it? Izuku asks, stepping out from behind the dumpster. Looks like we got ourselves a hero. They're 30 seconds to 40 seconds. It looks like their health isn't the best. No physical manifestations of their quirks showing. Let's trade. You let him go, and I beat the collective shit out of you. Why hasn't my voice been silenced? What, can he only do one noise at a time? Two of them grin, ready for a challenge. The third looks like he has common sense. Wary of Izuku. He doesn't let them finish. Izuku charges and rams one in the shoulder, bringing him to the ground. What a convenient place for a rock. He picks a stone off the ground and knocks the man out, and immediately pegs another man with it. They're both charging towards me at once. Now is my time to shine. Izuku makes it appear as if he's dashing towards them, but leaps right towards the wall, kicking off it and back at them. More than happy to. Izuku comedically knocks their heads together and watches as they drop. He slowly turns to Shinsu, who's on the ground in shock. It gives Izuku time to whip out his phone and make a call. Hello, yo, Tsuki. How's my favorite whittle detective? Izuku teases. What do you want? A kid was getting mugged by 3 trash people. I knocked them out. I'm calling you for cleanup. Izuku explains, but only gets a tired sigh in response. Oni, what about the kid? I'll make sure he gets home. At that, Izuku points a glare towards Shinsu. Sending you location. Just because you have my number and sometimes do good things doesn't mean I approve of you. Face it, you like me. Okay, Dad. The result of his statement makes Izuku hold the phone away from his ear. I didn't expect him to yell so loud. When he finds the strength to put the phone back up to his ear, he gasps. He hung up on me. Midoriya, who are you? Shinsu asks, staring at the 3 grown men on the ground. I'm very disappointed in you. At that, Shinsu looks down. Good, as long as you feel some regret, I can forgive you. Are you hurt? He shakes his head. Come on. Without seeing if Shinsu is actually following, he walks out the ally. Where are we going? Home. I know I should be furious with Shinsu, but I can't actually find it in me to be mad. Halfway to his apartment, his Oni phone rings. Hello, Izu, did you know people are trying to capture you? Todoroki, you'd really warn me. Yeah, I know. Eraserhead and I go way back. You're not scared. Not as much as you appear to be. No, alright, I'll talk to you later. Todoroki's quick to hang up. I heard Endeavor's voice in the background. Must be why he ended the call so soon. So, Aizawa's your dad, right? Izuku is so taken aback at Shinsu's question that he outright stares at him with an open mouth. I can't. I don't. Why did he sputters? Just shut up and follow me, please. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. He was serious. Alright. At his apartment, he tells Shinsu what number to go up to. In the meantime, Izuku climbs up the fire escape and in through a window. He tends to only enter through the window because there's less witnesses than just waltzing through the door. When Izuku opens the front door for Shinsu, the boy stands there, hand up to knock. Izuku lets Shinsu in and promptly locks the door and deadbolt. I thought you said we were going to your house, Shinsu asks, setting his bag down and looking around. That's what I said, yeah. You mean this is it? Shinsu blinks at him. The apartment is a good example of house flippers who gave up halfway through. They realized it was too damaged to save. The support beam that killed him is still there, along with the outline of his body in the center of the floor. Yes, I live here. Before Shinsu can fire off questions, Izuku decides to get everything over with. Aizawa isn't my dad. He's my enemy. An enemy I am unfortunately fond of. Are you saying you're Oni? Izuku nods. You understand that if you breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll have to deal with you. It's not a question. Not even a real statement. It's a threat. Understood. He gulps, running a nervous hand through his hair. So that's what Aizawa meant when he said he suspects you. Izuku nods. That's insane. To everyone else, it's simply a hero trying to catch his target. To us, it's a game. Why are you in UA? To be a hero. What kind of question is that? Shinsu opens his mouth to defend, but Izuku cuts him off. Relax, I'm kidding. At this point, Shinsu is up and looking around the apartment, going over Izuku's various tools and gadgets. He even looks in the boy's fridge. How are you not starving? There's like nothing in here. At that, Izuku smirks at Shinsu, pulling 3 wallets out his pocket. You robbed them. They tried mugging a child, 3 against 1. And you look at me like I'm the one who's wrong here. I have to get money somehow. I don't feel bad taking the wallets of villains or pieces of shit. I guess not. Seeing as you're too nervous to ask the questions eating you alive, I'll answer. No, I don't have an analysis quirk. Then how did you think of all those things? With my big boy brain, Shinsu. Izuku gets some peach sodas and chips and sits down, giving some to Shinsu. How does your real quirk work? Regeneration. My body basically sews itself back together when I'm injured. Depending on my emotional state, the time can vary. Today, what you saw was very slow. You were in shock. Izuku nods. Thank you, by the way. His eyes snap up to Shinsu. I didn't do anything. Shut up. But Midoriya, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. You saved me twice today, even after I followed you. You knew I was following you, didn't you? He nods. Yesterday you helped me score first in the course. Hell, without you I wouldn't have gotten into the hero course. What do you mean? At the exam, you called me to help your Araka, and it gave me enough points to almost pass. Almost, Izuku points out. I didn't help you. I was put into the hero course after someone's acceptance got revoked. I was told Oni caught a student doing something worth expelling. They couldn't have. They told you that. My privacy. They said I was only told to explain why I was getting put into the hero course. They wanted to be transparent about it. So, thank you, Midoriya. Izuku watches Shinsu's eyes looking around the apartment, landing on one spot. It's the outline of Izuku's body. I died there, he says, a bit too happily. Shinsu spits out his soda, and Izuku has to pat his back to keep him from actually choking. What do you mean you died there? Shinsu asks, wiping his mouth with a napkin. My house was set on fire. When I came home from school it was already too far gone. But my mom was in here. I tried finding her. He trails. And when I decided I had to get out, that support beam over there fell. He points to the scar over his left eye. That's how I got this. Wait, why do you have scars if you heal? I have a theory that if there's emotional trauma tied to an injury, it scars. A lot of emotional trauma though. Shinsu studies Izuku's face before his eyes widen in realization. You're the cousin, aren't you? Bakugo was right. Izuku nods. That's why you have autopsy scars. Wait, did they do an autopsy on you? I think so. I don't remember what happened between when I died and woke up. At this point, Shinsu is pacing around the room and sipping his soda. He must love conspiracies. Do you get sick? Or is it only physical stuff? I can get sick, just not as bad or as long as normal people. That's what's on his mind. Really? Back up a second. Why does Bakugo hate you so much? Oh, let's spill the drama. Until the day of this accident, I was believed to be quirkless. Shinsu tenses. Yeah, people tell you that you have a villain's quirk, but there's still nothing worse than being quirkless. For whatever reason, he always thought I was looking down on him. We both wanted to be heroes. Always. He thought with a great quirk like his, he's destined for greatness. According to that logic, I must have been the worst. Nothing but a stepping stone in his path. If he knows you have a quirk, wouldn't he hate you less? Izuku shakes his head at the notion. Mikumo Midoriya is dead. Legally speaking, I no longer exist. Mikumo, my name wasn't always Izuku, Shinsu. I had to change it. This entire identity you see before you is fake. I'm not real. It's true. All he ever was is Mikumo, who's long dead. Since dying, I've been Oni almost exclusively for the past few years. So, it's like you're Oni. And Izuku Midoriya is the secret identity. Izuku laughs at that. I suppose you're right. I have work to do later, so I have to get my homework done now. You can stay as long as you want. Midoriya sits back down at his kitchen table, pulling out the stacks of files Aizawa gave him. He pulls out his laptop and gets to work. Eraser gave me all this shit on purpose. He angrily mumbles. Why's that? He thinks that if I get more work, I can't patrol as often. So despite that greasy fuck, I'm going to finish this tonight and patrol. Shinsu laughs. What? You two really are fond of each other, aren't you? I'll pretend he didn't say that. You can't blame me for thinking he's your dad, right? No, I can. I will blame you, actually. They both laugh and settle into a quiet study period. Shinsu takes the time to do his homework as well. Most of the time, Izuku and Todoroki text, making small talk. It's only when Todoroki tries to video chat him does it throw him off. Shit. He makes a dash for his bedroom and gets his Oni mask, putting it on and racing back out to the kitchen. Your UA uniform would still show. Shit. Izuku panics, taking his shirt off entirely. Shinsu laughs, covering his mouth with his hands, aware that Izuku is trying to pick up the call. Your scars are pretty identifiable too. God damn it. The call sends Todoroki to voicemail. Now I have to call back, or I'll feel bad. He grabs a plain black t-shirt out of his room. Better. Hello? Izuku asks, when Todoroki picks up again. Hello, Izu. I hope I'm not calling it a bad time. Shinsu perks his head up, no doubt recognizing the voice. No, you're good. I just had to put some clothes on. Meaning your mask. Izuku nods. I see. I want to know why you're not scared of being caught. It's kind of weird to hear him talk with actual emotion. I have nothing to lose, really. He thinks a moment. I know everyone who's investigating me, so I can BS my way out of it. Todoroki tilts his head. BS. Bullshit, Todoroki. I mean I can weasel my way out. Todoroki nods with understanding. I don't think you do know everyone on the team. My classmate was added today, interning under Eraserhead. Should you be telling me this? Izuku asks. Imagine if he were to befriend someone else the law's against. No, but pause. I want to, though. I feel like you can be a friend. I haven't had one before, and I don't know what lengths they would go to each other. Oh my god. I think I need a moment. That was too precious. Holy shit. Izuku laughs. He only laughs harder upon seeing Todoroki's lost expression. Oh my god. I really appreciate you trying to help. but I don't want you getting involved. I don't understand, Todoroki says after a moment. Shinsu is respectfully being quiet, but intensely listening off-screen. You're training to be a hero. I can't let you. That's not what I mean. He cut me off, rude. I don't understand how a vigilante like you can be so close to being a hero, yet get treated like a villain. Both Izuku and Shinsu stare at the phone with odd expressions. He's genuine. Oh, is all Izuku can say for a moment. Is your dad home? Are you actually safe talking to me like this? Oh, yeah. My father gives me complete privacy with two things, my room and my phone. He thinks it makes his harsh, abusive training all right to do. The moment I could, I soundproofed my room to help me feel like I actually have something of my own. Oh, my heart. Your father's a dick. Yes. For a split second, Todoroki almost smiles. That's why seeing you prank him yesterday made me happy. I'm happy that someone else sees him for the monster he is. Send me pictures of Endeavor. What? I've decided. I'm doing an anti-Endeavor campaign. I don't want him being any sort of authority figure, or a father figure, for that matter. Thank you, Izu. Stop, before my heart melts with all this power of friendship shit. Okay, I'm starting to learn that Todoroki carries all emotions in his eyes. I have to go, I have work to do. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Sounds good. And Izu, stay safe, please. Todoroki's the one to hang up first. Shinsu immediately speaks up. Todoroki knows. No, he doesn't know I'm Oni. He knows Oni and has befriended Oni, but doesn't know that you, Izuku, are Izu. He doesn't realize he's just calling you a cutie's pet name. Aw, you said it's cute. Izuku teases, getting an eye roll from Shinsu. But yeah, during the Endeavor thing yesterday, he caught me on the roof. Turns out we bonded over our mutual hatred of his father. You were the one who did that yesterday. Oh my god, that's amazing. He gives a tired chuckle. Shinsu always seems like he's running on empty. Insomnia, maybe. So Endeavor's really a bad guy. Izuku solemnly nods. He's a trash monster. Damn. Well, okay, I'll help. Izuku does a mental double take. What are you talking about? You're not the only one with a secret identity, Oni. Shinsu gestures for Izuku to come over, and he types something on his laptop. It's a YouTube channel. Are you telling me that you're Catspiracy? Oh my god. I've been subscribed to him for years. He makes conspiracy theory videos about anything and everything. Shinsu nods, a grin pulling at his lips. You a fan? Izuku nods like the fanboy he is. I didn't recognize him without his purple cat mask, but it still feels like I should have known. He has millions of subscribers. With one series, he could get a following against Endeavor. Shinsu, you sly fuck. Upstaging the main character. Doing a series against the number 2 hero could ruin you. Izuku realizes. I'm willing to go down for a cause if it's good enough. Oh my god, we could win. Give me enough proof and there'll be no need for the conspiracy warning at the start of my next series. Have I told you that you're a great friend? I wasn't aware that we were friends. Izuku rolls his eyes. I told you my trademark tragic backstory, and you revealed that you're a decently famous YouTuber and you don't think we're friends yet. I saved your life. You said so. What, do we have to go skinny dipping together or go on a mystical adventure Toj? I get it. Fine, you're my friend. Happy. Izuku nods. I'm going to suit up. You can stay here if you want. If you leave, make sure you lock the door. Okay, don't open the door for anyone. Period. I never come through the front door, so if someone knocks, don't answer it. Shinsu visibly swallows and nods. Once in his Oni costume, he grabs the supplies for a long-awaited project he's been planning. He makes sure to give Shinsu his Oni contact information, just in case something happens. Midoriya, what are you doing with all that paint? Shinsu warily asks. I'm advertising. The ominous tone he uses doesn't seem to sit well with Shinsu. He's using his bow staff to hold paint buckets on either end of the stick, resting on his shoulders. He has a backpack on as well, carrying his brushes and rollers. Without another word to Shinsu, he leaves the house. It's surprisingly easy to walk around town carrying paint like this. No one seems fazed by it. As long as he doesn't actually run into villains tonight, he'll be okay. There are 2 billboards he's been eyeing for this project. He walks an hour on foot to the first location, often taking breaks for the sake of not overworking himself. It takes him a few trips, but he gets all the paint buckets onto the walkway. He has 4 paints, yellow, red, blue, and white. In his backpack are quite a few mixing trays and other supplies. It takes him 2 hours to create a masterpiece. Borderline abstract paintings of Detective Tsukachi and Eraserhead in a heart, reading I love my dads. Oni in big green lettering. Oh, I can't wait to see their reaction. You want to catch me? I want an uproar. Maybe Izuku just likes to fuck with them. Either way, he likes to feel it's justified. Next is the more important billboard. Not too far from Endeavor's office. It's actually an Endeavor billboard. I just want to spice it up. Catspiracy. Are you doing something anti-Endeavor RN? His username. Oni, about to, why? Conspiracy. Can you take a video of your process? It'll be great footage. He's a nerd. He's totally a geek. Oni, say no more. Izuku places his phone on a tree branch a good distance from the billboard. Once the camera starts rolling, he makes a mad dash to the billboard and turns to the camera. So, in case you haven't realized it yet, I'm Oni. Should I speak to the camera? The following video is a message to the number 2 hero, Endeavor. I don't mean number 2 because of his ranking. I just mean he's a piece of shit. With that, Izuku starts painting. It takes considerably less time, because the image of Endeavor is already here. In the end, he paints a bikini over the man's image, devil horns and other accessories, along with a note. Izuku turns to the camera to read it aloud. This is war against Endeavor and his villainous ways. I am Oni, and I will strike you down. He hops down from the billboard without another word, sending it to Shinsu immediately. He gets a text message. Eraserhead, I really hate you. Oni, ouch. Eraserhead, I'm an underground hero. I can't be up on a billboard for the media to catch wind of. And stop telling people I'm your father. Oni, you are though long lost, be sad. Eraserhead, there are several reasons why I couldn't be your father, and all of them are valid, unlike you. Oh my god, he really likes me. At home, Shouda mourns over the apparent news that he now has a son. I'm glad Hisashi takes these jokes for what they are, illogical jokes. He's looking over all the video and audio for each battle exercise. But there's one major error that's sure to create a headache for him. Unfortunately, he has to pick up the phone to solve it. Young Aizawa, how are you? The voice booms over the phone. It takes him a bit of courage not to hang up right away. I'm reviewing the battle exercise that Shinsu, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Uraraka did. About 35% of the exercise is all corrupted data. There's a small chuckle on the other end of the phone. Bakugo made a large blast with his gauntlet, and the heat ruined a good portion of the cameras and earpieces. Shinsu and Midoriya won the exercise, but stayed in the area without cameras for the duration of the exercise. All Might, you goddamned fool. And you let the battle go on after losing both visual and audio of them. Shouda asks venomously. Yes, All Might. With either visual or audio intact, you can assume they are okay and let the battle continue. With neither, you assume they are nothing but splatters on the wall and you call off the round to ensure they are not. I understand. But young Bakugo was nearby and he didn't speak up if they were injured by the blast. I just assumed they were all right. You mean you let Bakugo, the one who tried to murder Midoriya within minutes of meeting him, be the ultimate decider of the match continuing? Shouda tries hard to keep the poison out of his voice, but he is furious. Yes, he sounds sorry, good. But sorry doesn't cut it as a hero. All Might, are you aware that Midoriya is terrified of fire quirks? He could have frozen up at the sight of Bakugo and died on impact. All Might, I don't even want to know why you let that matchup start in the first place. There's silence from All Might. He must be thinking it over. I'm sore. I am not the one you owe apologies to. I suppose you're right. At this point, Hisashi snickers at the sight of Shouda's hair angrily lifting up, and how his eyes flicker into red as he can barely contain his fury. All Might, I know you're new to teaching and all, but remember they're children. I know you're distracted trying to find a successor or whatever the hell I hear you talking about, but that's no excuse. If you do something this stupid like this again and hurt one of my students, I will single-handedly take you down myself. While I mean every word of that threat, I didn't want to say it so directly. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes, sir. Sir. Good. Aizawa hangs up on the symbol of peace, glaring when Hisashi starts laughing out loud. If Midoriya was Oni, we could have had evidence that he healed himself if hurt. But no, All Might had to be a noob. I was really hoping you'd call them your kids, not your students. You crazy mother hen. Shouda throws his pen at Hisashi. Opening the window to his apartment, Izuku's hit by the smell of food, and it makes him realize just how hungry he's been. In the kitchen, there's a few bags of takeout, and Shinsu is still there, eating and working at a computer. Hey, Shinsu greets. I'm actually surprised you're still here, he admits. Shinsu just shifted uncomfortably. Maybe he doesn't want to go home. What's all this? I'm editing, and I got hungry. I went out and got some food, and I'm going to make you eat some. Going to make me? Huh, why's that? Because you have almost nothing here and it genuinely scares me. If you kick ass like that on empty, imagine what you'd do at full power. Izuku snorts at the statement of full power and looks at what Shinsu got. I know I have nothing here. I need to go grocery shopping. Shinsu laughs at the sound of Izuku's whiny, shrill voice. He grabs a takeout container and starts eating. His eyes widen a bit at the food itself, forgetting how good it could be. When was the last time you had a homemade meal? The purple-haired boy must have noticed his reaction. I was 12, he says simply. Izuku notes the sadness that takes over Shinsu's eyes for a split second as he thoughtfully hums. You're crazy, calling out the two investigating you, as well as calling out someone you're going to investigate. You're insane. Shinsu laughs. That I am. You're chaotic. Just pure, chaotic lawlessness. And it's great. That's what you have to say next. The two eat for a while, just enjoying each other's company. Shinsu speaks up, not meeting Izuku's eyes. Why did you become a vigilante? Well, his ass is already dragged into my life. Might as well finish my backstory and get a completion achievement or some shit. The day I died, I woke up in the morgue. Shinsu immediately puts his chopstick down. I was attacked on the way home. I don't think I really knew what was happening. He killed me again. All Might saved me, thinking I just got a cut on the neck. I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. He said yes, right. If he had, I wouldn't be this. I asked if I could do it with a regeneration quirk. He said no. He said he didn't see how it could help others. It's like he said my quirk is selfish. Izuku barks out a bitter laugh. I think I snapped that day. I decided that I'd be my own hero. One that can help people by doing whatever is necessary, even if the law's against me. Shinsu listens intensely, before his eyebrows scrunch up in confusion. Is that why you're scared of All Might? I'm not scared of All Might. He protests. I think seeing him just reminds me too much of literally the most traumatic experience of my life. Hell, that day could be called Trauma, the musical, and he'd be a starring role. Stop holding in that laugh. Come on, laugh at my pain. Oh God, his face just went into conspiracy mode. Why doesn't he know about your quirk then? Shouldn't he know your analysis quirk is fake? Izuku shrugs. He's the symbol of peace. He saves countless lives every day. I don't expect him to remember a nobody like me. That's what you're doing. You're forcing the world to remember you, carving your name into history itself. Pump the brakes. This isn't some superhero manga. Who knows? They continue their chat, making small talk here and there. Shinsu has made Izuku realize just how lonely he's been the past few years, and he gets the feeling that Shinsu needs this just as much as he does. Silently, Izuku swears to keep him out of the dangers that come with his lifestyle for as long as possible. He's not a hero yet. He should have the rest of his childhood. Shinsu spends the night, both of them doing their respective projects. As it turns out, two insomniacs in a room together combine into one large insomniac, creating a brutal all-nighter. The next morning in homeroom, Shouda calls Midoriya up to his sleeping bag. Did you get those papers signed? Midoriya nods, going through his backpack. The kid pulls out almost thrice as many papers as he was given. Yes, sir. I got the reports done. All of them. Midoriya, I told you there was no deadline. You little shit, trying to make me think that if you did this, you couldn't have done those billboards. Well played, problem child. I got excited, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. Shouda starts, as long as this is good work, it's alright. I don't want you overworking yourself for the sake of progress, got it? Sleep is important. Midoriya guiltily looks down. I understand. Good, now go sit down. I have to address some stuff with you guys. Midoriya nods, leaving Shouda. The man goes up to the podium, calling the attention of his class. They immediately fall into silence. Good. Shinsu, Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka. The reports on your battle simulation is lacking. Because information was lacking. Uraraka, you are the only one with a full report, seeing as you could be both heard and seen the whole time. The girl nods. You three. From what I understand, Bakugo set off a blast, against All Might's orders, and almost killed you. Shouda looks at Bakugo. Is that correct? I didn't. Did you? Or did you not set off a potentially lethal blast that ruined our surveillance equipment? Shouda repeats, stepping closer to the blonde. He feels the weight of his hair slowly lifting from his shoulders. I did. Bakugo huffs. Did All Might tell you not to? He nods. Then I expect you to listen the first time. Shouda seethes. This goes for all of you. Listen up. He takes a moment to calm down, walking back to the center of the front. If you defy a teacher's orders, consider yourself gone. Yes, sir. The kids pipe up here and there. If you do something you know could kill your classmate, consider yourself gone. Yes, there is fighting in this school. We are heroes, not murderers. Yes, sir. Lastly, if any of you become aware that you no longer have visual on a classmate, or can no longer hear them, use your common sense. Is there a chance of them being hurt? Dead? I expect you all to look out for each other. Yes, sir. Now, back to the incomplete file. Shinsu, tell me what happened when the CCTV cut. Shinsu seems to be the most indifferent of the three. I can trust what he says happened. Bakugo said we'd live if we dodged, and pulled the pin. I was in front, and I froze. He's admitting his shortcomings. That's a good sign. Midoriya jumped between us and tackled me out of the way. He got us out of the direct path. Our costumes got a bit burnt, but both of us only got a few bruises. Nothing about Midoriya actually getting hurt. Huh. Well, Shinsu said they both have bruises. Alright then. That's all for now. Oh, right. Midoriya, Shinsu, All Might wants to speak with you in his office. He wants to personally apologize for his boneheadedness. As soon as I said it, Midoriya looked a bit sick. He looks like he suppressed it well enough. The boys nod and leave the room. I really hope All Might knows how to correctly apologize. As soon as the two are a bit down the hall, Hitoshi stops Midoriya. Breathe, he instructs, aware that his friend is about to have an anxiety attack. They take a few moments to try and calm Midoriya down, but they don't work. You're not going to be alone. I'll be there with you, remember? Midoriya nods, but doesn't actually seem to process what Hitoshi says. He's starting to hyperventilate a bit. Midoriya, can you answer me? He asks, hoping to help him calm down by force. He can't calm down enough to verbally respond. He said he wasn't scared of All Might. Hitoshi feels eyes on him. Down the hall, Aizawa watches the situation intently. He looks concerned for Midoriya. The shorter boy stumbles back, letting himself crash onto the floor, starting to outright panic. He risks his life every day without showing fear, yet this is what gets him. At this point, Aizawa is already racing towards them, worried for his student. I guess even if he knows Midoriya is Oni, he's still his student. What happened? Aizawa asks Hitoshi. I don't think I should say, to be honest. What else would I say? Shinsu, Aizawa says in such a tone that Hitoshi feels forced to answer. Midoriya is scared of All Might. He denies it, but the mere sight of him gets him like this. Aizawa furrows his brows, calculating. You mean this hero fanboy is scared of the hero to fanboy? Shinsu nods, realizing how ridiculous it sounds. Any idea why? Did you see All Might say anything to him? No, are you sure? His eyes flickered red. He knows that I know something. Sorry, Midoriya. Fine. He said that he met All Might once, and he told him that he could never be a hero. It messed him up pretty badly. Holy shit, I've never seen Aizawa look so angry before. He said what? The man yells, picking Midoriya up and walking to the teacher's lounge. Not knowing what else to do, Hitoshi follows. It's sort of funny, the way Aizawa stomps forward while gently carrying the boy. He is so parental. Midoriya gets set down on what is apparently Aizawa's couch. Shinsu, stay with him please. Hitoshi nods immediately. In the corner of the room, present Mike is seen watching Aizawa with concern. Is this not a common occurrence? Aizawa storms off, presumably to go murder All Might. Hitoshi puts his focus into trying to calm Midoriya down. How did my life end up like this? I'm going to kill him. That's it. His days as the symbol of peace are over. Shouta is reasonably furious, walking around the office to find All Might. The tired man can very clearly see Hisashi watching his every move. If I told you, you'd probably join me on my murder journey. At the sight of the man's blonde bunny hair, Aizawa pounces. All Might, Shouta growls, grabbing the grown man by the ear, dragging him out of the room and into a private office. Young Aizawa, what is this about? I haven't apologized to your students yet. He's scared. Good. Sit. To anyone else, it may seem like Shouta's the older of the two here. Honestly, all the shit Shouta has to deal with makes him feel 4 times his actual age. Are you alright, Yaun? Listen, All Might. I just received some news that you told my student something you very well should not have. Deep breathing, Shouta. Have you met Midoriya before UA? All Might does look like he's really thinking it over. I may have. He looked very familiar to me, yes. You don't even remember traumatizing the poor kid. Shinsu just informed me that you once outright told Midoriya that he could not be a hero. I really hate the fact that recognition sparked in his eyes. Tell me what you remember. I admit my memory of it is fuzzy, so please bear with me. A few years ago I saved the boy from a villain attack. He asked me if he could be a hero without using a quirk, or with his weak quirk. Weak quirk? What quirk did he say? This could be the lead I need. I believe it was an analysis quirk, he said. Or this new information is fucking up your old man brain and its previous memories. And you said, I think I said that I don't see how that quirk could help others. There's no offense to it. I couldn't think of how using other weapons could level the playing field for him. So you said no. Shouta concludes, barely able to contain the rage he feels. All Might, I have a quirk that can't be used for offense. I'm a pro. Why the fuck did you tell a child that he couldn't be a hero? That's what training is for. Even worse, if Midoriya is Oni, you could be the reason for a chaotic vigilante. The number 1 hero looks like he's still trying to remember what happened. I think it was my time limit that distracted me. I felt the transformation coming on and I was eager to get out of sight. Oh my gosh, I shattered a young boy's dreams for my sake. I'm pathetic. Yes, you are. Now instead of apologizing to the boy, this is a direct order, stay away from Midoriya. I feel like a restraining order would be the best apology he could get. Without waiting to hear the man's dumb and overly noble response, he leaves. Back in the teacher's lounge, Shouta walks in to find Hisashi talking to the boys, who are both noticeably calmer. Now who's the mother hen? Hisashi. Another step towards them brings Midoriya's eyes to Shouta, a hardened expression in them. It drops almost immediately, and Midoriya mouths words Shouta didn't expect. Thank you. It's been 2 weeks since Izuku's literal breakdown in front of Aizawa, but the man's never mentioned it. Every other day the two work for the internship. To outsiders, they seem like a mentor and student, happily working together for the sake of good. To them, they dance warily around one another, always finding out more yet never getting a step closer to their respective goals. Izuku is acutely aware that All Might watches him from time to time, but hasn't said a word to him. He's also noticed that it may have something to do with the way Aizawa glares at All Might every time he's in the same room as them. Everyone, change into your costumes and wait for the bus, Aizawa instructs, watching the students go to the locker room and get ready for today's field trip. What do you think we'll be doing? Shinsu asks Izuku, hoping that the internship might allow insider knowledge. It doesn't, seeing as we've only been doing basic combat training. Aizawa might want us to start with basic rescue training. Over the last 2 weeks, Shinsu and Izuku have become good friends, aiding each other with their secret identity. The speed paint of Oni vandalizing Endeavor's billboard has drawn massive attention to the Catspiracy channel. Everyone is on their toes, waiting for Shinsu to post something else about Oni. As a direct result, the media has been talking about Oni more often, and Izuku has decided he doesn't really like the media. His plan has gotten one result that he was hoping for, and by all means, counting on. Fake honest. There are copycat vigilantes running around acting like Izuku. So while Izuku is stuck being a fake sidekick to Eraserhead, he can watch the look on the man's face when he sees Oni run by them with Izuku sitting right there. Eraserhead was, of course, quick to figure out that they're fakes, but it still makes things more complicated for the hero. Where's your costume? Shinsu asks, watching Midoriya put on one of the gym uniforms. The only thing he could really bring was his utility belt. Our match with Bakugo really did a number on it. It's still getting repaired. For a second, Izuku sees anger wash over Shinsu at the mention of Kaken. Shinsu still believes that Izuku ought to press charges against Kaken. I see, is all he says. They join the rest of the class outside, being forced into lines of 2 by Ida. Is someone going to tell the poor guy that this bus doesn't have normal rows? No, this'll be a fun meltdown to watch. He likes his classmates, and every once in a while joins in on discussions with them, but it's still a bit overwhelming to Izuku. They're also cheery, batshit bubblegum and stuff. This class makes me feel like I'd get a cavity if surrounded by them for too long. Izuku bursts into laughter at the sight of Ida actually dying when he realizes the bus isn't the standard kind. You're a cruel person, Midoriya. Shinsu chuckles. He just looks so defeated. The boy wheezes, waddling onto the bus and dropping into one of the middle rows. Shinsu sits next to him, rolling his eyes. Todoroki passes them with a cold air, sitting further into the back. A part of Izuku's heart hurts for him. Yeah, I know that technically it's Oni who's Todoroki's friend, but it still kind of hurts to be so ignored by him. It's almost like he hates me for trying to catch Oni, but likes me for being Oni. Oh god, what if he found out? He'd die. As the bus starts moving, the class breaks into smaller discussions. Shinsu, I tend to say what's on my mind. Suyu starts, and you and Aizawa act a lot alike. Both Shinsu and Izuku tilt their head at her. You both have quirks dependent on human targets, and both of your hair always stands up. You guys have similar eyes and deadpan expressions. The same tired personalities. Kiro, I've made this joke before, it's all true. Is that all? Shinsu asks, narrowing his eyes a bit. You two are also weirdly protective of Midoriya, dude. Kirishima pipes up, laughing as Izuku, Shinsu and Aizawa tense at the statement. Shinsu and Izuku exchange looks before breaking into laughter. The laughter is rehearsed for this exact kind of scenario. I'm serious, Kirishima whines, now getting brushed off by more classmates. The two boys let out a relieved sigh when the class moves on to other topics. At the destination, the students get out and are ushered into the dome-shaped building. Inside is 13, the rescue hero. They let out an excited sound and wave their hands, no doubt to help express their feelings without a face to show. Hello students, I am 13, the rescue hero. Izuku turns and sees Uraraka basically vibrating in place with happiness. Must be her favorite. Aizawa and 13 exchange a few hushed words, and Izuku locks onto the 3 fingers that 13 holds up. They're talking about All Might. His time is up for the day. Izuku almost feels bad for knowing the man's top secret, but it's not like he found out on purpose. Oftentimes, Izuku would see All Might on security footage shifting in between his 2 forms. Assuming that the skinnier form is something the public shouldn't know, Izuku has yet to tell anyone. I don't like him, but that doesn't mean I can do something so disrespectful. It could be All Might trying to maintain a secret identity, just as I am. What are they saying? Shinsu signs. All Might's not coming. They're careful not to be obvious that they're signing, because Kuda knows sign as well. Shinsu gives a solemn nod and drops his hands. Shinsu doesn't dislike All Might, he's just lost a bit of respect for the man. As some of you may know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It's a very destructive power that I have. It can very easily be used to ruin lives. To kill. Shinsu just tensed up. But, I am a hero, able to wield this power to help other. I use something people think is for destruction, and clear a path to safety for people. Izuku zones out, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. He feels like he's being watched. No, he knows he's being watched. It's obvious that Aizawa feels the same. Izuku's dropped a bit lower, ready to fight yet not in a fighting stance. Midoriya, Ida asks, interrupting 13. Aizawa meets Izuku's eyes. The boy opens his mouth to speak, but snaps his teeth shut and looks the center of the plaza. Eraserhead, Izuku says in a low voice, nodding behind him. I really hoped that using his hero name would tip him off without letting the villains know. It's clear that Aizawa understands, because his goggles are already on. Black mist seeps into existence in the middle of the main plaza. One by one, dozens of villains start pouring out. Whether he wants to or not, Izuku feels himself slipping into vigilante mode. Is the exercise starting? Zero takes a step forward, getting stopped by Aizawa. No, stay back. These are real villains. The students move back. Whatever you guys do, do not engage. Aizawa pleads, his eyes settling on Izuku's longer than the others. Like hell I won't. You can't expect me not to fight. Before Izuku can speak up, Aizawa turns and launches towards them. That's not your fighting style. You're an underground hero who specializes in ambush and capture methods. God damn it, Eraser. You'll die. A distant part of Izuku realizes that Eraserhead is fully aware of his chances, that he'd be more than willing to die for his students. Izuku's body moves before his mind catches up. The only thing stopping him are the grounding hands wrapped around his arm. He meets Shinsu's desperate eyes and falls back. Even then, Shinsu doesn't let go of his arm. He knows that moment he lets go, I'll be gone. It seems that you all became aware of the situation sooner than we hoped. The class turns around, meeting a face made of the black mist. Which one of you brats was it? No one speaks up, but Izuku sees his classmates giving him looks. My, this is very telling body language you all have. I'll just have to get rid of this brat first. If I move, he could move the portal. It might take other classmates instead of me. Damn it, 13 moves to act, but is too late. The ground beneath Izuku softens into nothingness and he feels himself falling. He realizes that as the portal swallows him, he feels a pull. Shinsu never let go of him. The mist drops the two boys, throwing them towards the ground harshly. Izuku's the first back on his feet, already checking for enemies. We're still in the facility, he observes, helping Shinsu to his feet. Why? That guy could have dropped us anywhere. He must either need to see a location or need exact coordinates. That was not pleasant. Shinsu pats dirt of himself, also looking around. They're in the ruins zone, full of partially destroyed buildings, probably from an earthquake. There's an odd shuffling sound nearby. Shinsu, get behind me. The taller boy does so without question. It's probably not much cover, seeing as I'm short as fuck and you're lanky as all hell. Villains start coming into the room. Only a few. Stay cautious of their quirks. Izuku fights off as many as he can manage, making sure Shinsu doesn't have to engage in combat. What are you here for? Shinsu asks. You're a genius. Do you really think we'd just take out your comrades? The villain's quirk appear to be controllable fingernails. That's pretty gross, and it looks painful. Izuku and Shinsu watch as fingernails extend and tie up the villains, slamming them onto the ceiling and floor. How much keratin is in your diet? Midoriya. Izuku turns and wants to do a happy dance when Shinsu hands him a metal pipe, a DIY bow staff. A gift. You shouldn't have. He pretends to giggle, smacking the brainwashed villain over the head. Wait, does it hurt you if I forcibly end the brainwashing like that? No, it just feels like I've had my puppet strings cut. That sounds so badass. They make their way out of the remaining floors of the building using the same strategy. I can see the main villains from here. More importantly, I can see Eraserhead. We have to. It's too dangerous. You'll expose yourself as Oni. Shinsu doesn't give Izuku the chance to even voice his idea. I have to. I can't watch them die. His body keeps pumping out adrenaline, making him jittery, restless. I can't watch you die. I can't die. I won't. He should know this. But what if they find a way? For once, Shinsu's eyes no longer seem tired. They're wider, filled with panic and fear. I'm going. I can bring you back to the main entrance if you want to be safe, but I'm not staying. There's a subtle shift in the air. Izuku looks around and swings down hard right above Shinsu's shoulder. A formerly invisible man stands behind Shinsu, ready to bite down on his neck with razor-sharp teeth. He falls to the ground and Izuku takes a moment to kick his ribs as hard as he can. Midoriya, I'm not running away. His feet are already going towards the main plaza. He knows Shinsu is following. I won't let you get hurt. I won't let anyone get hurt. They both freeze at the sight of a large bird creature snapping Eraserhead's arm like a twig, twisting it around for good measure. Izuku's already sprinting, his feet moving before he can think about it. I'm the only one who can defeat Eraserhead, not you guys. Please be okay. The bird fucker slams his head into the concrete. His breath catches, but his feet keep moving. Namu, hit him with something big. I want to splatter. He must be the main villain. The creature, Namu, moves to the center fountain, ripping off a piece of the statue. Shit, even if I can't stop it, I can lessen the damage. I can take the direct hit. By time the Namu throws the statue, Izuku is in front of Eraserhead. I feel like I'm dying. Stupidly, Izuku puts his arms up to brace. I can catch it. I have to. I will. Miraculously enough, he does. The force of impact sends him sliding back on the concrete, struggling to get his footing. He holds up the statue that's too large for someone his size to actually lift. Izuku fights off the urge to yell. He can feel his muscles tearing and immediately repairing themselves as he holds the statue up, moving it away from Eraserhead. He doesn't feel as much pain as he should, but that's due to his system flooding with adrenaline. I think I've read about this. In life or death situations, people can have something called hysterical strength. When the body pumps adrenaline, it also makes your body release stored up sugar, allowing it to fuel the muscles for things like this. Oh, fuck. I can feel my muscles ripping into ribbons. He tosses the statue down with a large crash. He also sees Shinsu near the fountain, out of the villain's sight. I don't think I could do that again even if I wanted to. Kurogiri, is this the brat that gave us away earlier? A man covered in hands wanders closer to Izuku. His voice scratches the air. What? Some kid with a little strength quirk is going to stop us. What? That means they don't know our quirks. Out the corner of his eye, he sees movement. Shinsu, you idiot, stay back. Yes, Shigaraki. Though I doubt he will be troublesome for you to deal with. Why are you here? Izuku cuts to the chase. We brought a friend for All Might to play with. This is Namu, a being made to kill All Might. Kill All Might. It's not impossible, but... Nope. Excuse me. The handyman, Shigaraki, asks. I said no. You're not killing All Might. Do you want that in another language? Hitoshi watches on as his friend is consumed by his vigilante mode, taunting the villains and sassing them to hell and back. He creeps around them, out of their line of sight. If he can get Eraserhead out of there, they can all fall back. There'd be no need for Midoriya to stay and fight. Yes, he could intervene and brainwash one, but there'd be no winning. It looks like that Namu thing is too brain-dead for Hitoshi to take over. And if he goes for the main monologuer, he could get warped away. If he goes for the Misty guy, he's at the mercy of whatever quirk that guy used to get those hands. Eraserhead won't wake up, so there's no chance of him erasing the mystery quirk. His heart stopped when Midoriya threw himself in front of that statue, idly remembering stories of mothers finding the strength to lift cars off of their children. I don't want another scare like that. Midoriya is distracting the villains, buying time for pros to arrive. He could very well be buying time for Hitoshi to do what he needs to. An idea pops into Hitoshi's head. Hey, he calls to the handyman. You really think you can kill All Might? Yeah, stop the mist man. The command takes hold of him as he lunges for his partner. The theory that the Namu is brain-dead must be correct, because it just stands there, idle. The two main villains fight, giving Hitoshi time to get closer to Eraserhead. You know, Shigaraki here has a quirk that relies on all 5 fingers touching something. It doesn't work on things like air, water, sand, and me. He pushes Shigaraki back, and Hitoshi feels the mental weight of the puppet lifted away from him. Shigaraki starts screaming incoherently, viciously scratching Hit neck. Damn it, what, are you throwing a tantrum? Midoriya snorts boo fucking who. Go suck on a tit. I'd say he's no longer Midoriya right now. He's Oni. Hitoshi doesn't know if it's a good thing Eraserhead hasn't woken up yet or not. What did you say to me? The man drops his hands, slowly staggering towards Midoriya. You dumb brat. You haven't done anything. I haven't. There's something animalistic in Midoriya's eyes. Hitoshi wonders if that's the reason he wears a mask. If I had to say what animal Midoriya looked like right now, I'd say he's a chimera. There's so many vicious traits stuffed into one person. He's never felt scared of Midoriya, but he absolutely fears for the safety of those who make enemies of him. No, Shigaraki, you have the Namu at your disposal. You can kill this child with it. Kurogiri reminds. No, I want to hurt this brat myself. Though, he laughs with a strained voice. Did you scratch through straight to your vocal cords? I want to do something that it actually hurt him. Hitoshi sees Midoriya tense. I just have a feeling it's not him I have to hurt to do that. Shigaraki looks Hitoshi in the eyes and lunges. He crosses his arms over his face and waits for the pain. It never comes. Hitoshi opens his eyes when a blood-curdling scream threatens to burst his eardrums. Midoriya, he screams, seeing his friend in his place. As you can feel, my quirk is called disintegration. The villain laughs. The villain has his hand on Midoriya's chest, turning it to dust and ash. Midoriya screams as his body rapidly rebuilds what's lost around the villain's hand. Hitoshi stands frozen. Isn't this fun? Oh, I want you as a new toy. Shigaraki coos, smiling at the boy. So first you're literally inside me. Then you say I'm a toy. Man, you are fucked up on a mental and sexual level. Midoriya grits his teeth and sasses. At least put on some chapstick if you're gonna go for a smooch. He wants me to go. I can't. I want a trophy. Shigaraki grabs Midoriya's wrist with his free hand and disintegrates it. The boy goes back to screaming. There's no doubt that it's echoing through the plaza. We need to go before classmates start showing up. There's blood spray all over Hitoshi and Midoriya. Yes, his body turns to ash, but the sudden rupture of his organs repeatedly cause outward sprays of blood. He took Midoriya's hand. He watches on, frozen in terror, as his friend kicks a leg up and knees the villain in the crotch. Bingo. He sounds so tired. The villain falls back a bit but doesn't stop turning Midoriya to ash. By making him mad, it keeps the villain's attention drawn on him instead. Why don't the other two villains do something? The Namu must have to take direct orders, and it seems like Kurogiri isn't allowed to act on his own. Shigaraki is the main villain, there's no doubt. You're boring me. Shigaraki hisses in Midoriya's ear, removing his hand. It looks like after being in too much pain, Midoriya couldn't regenerate as fast as he was falling apart. Hey, pick on someone your own size. Shit. Hitoshi sees Kirishima off to the right of them, yelling to the main villains. Bakugo and Todoroki are also there. Their eyes settle on Midoriya's missing hand and how he's missing most of his chest and stomach. Their expressions drop into different ones. Kirishima is scared, Bakugo is furious, and Todoroki is blank. Shigaraki turns to them, no longer interested in Midoriya. Hitoshi takes his cloak off and catches Midoriya in it as he falls back. Being in too much pain can make someone pass out. Now's my chance. Shigaraki doesn't want us anymore. Midoriya is unfortunately easy to carry. He doesn't know if it's from missing organs or just his naturally small figure. Where are you going? Todoroki asks, eyes on the unconscious boy. What would Midoriya say? My quirk isn't effective here. Midoriya is dying. I saw a villain earlier with a healing quirk. I'll make him heal Midoriya. Todoroki nods, satisfied. His quirk is disintegration. All 5 fingers on you activates it. Hitoshi sees some eyes widen, settling back on Midoriya. He took off his hand. Kirishima breathes, looking at the hand Shigaraki carries. With permission, Hitoshi runs to the pile of villains, setting Midoriya down. It'll look like I'm making a villain heal him. They'll repeat the story to the cops. He unwraps his cloak, checking if Midoriya is healing. He takes the necklace off of the boy, putting it in his pocket. Losing this would hurt far more than any injury. He's healing, but much slower than he's seen in the past few weeks. All he needed to do was wait. He's going to keep his best friend safe. The doors to the facility bust open, showing All Might. I've never seen him without that smile. He's furious. Hitoshi watches on as All Might fights the Namu, matching each other's movements exactly. If that manchild sent that thing after us, we'd be dead. Or at least I would be. The sight of the Namu regenerating sends chills down Hitoshi's spine. The 3 boys left by the plaza are helping out All Might. But it looks like All Might wants them anywhere but there. They're in the way. Midoriya stirs a bit, straining to sit up. Stop moving. Hitoshi orders, you need to rest. What I need is to make sure everyone's safe. Midoriya tries to sit up to see the damage. Hitoshi moves the cloak a bit. He's hardly healed at all. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the disintegration is still eating away at him. That can't be possible, right? In a large blast, All Might knocks the Namu out of the dome. It's hard to hear what words are being exchanged. Shigaraki makes a final move to kill a student, but his hand is shot. Hitoshi visibly relaxes at the sight of the pro-heroes arriving, taking care of the students. Midoriya has his eyes fixated on something. When Hitoshi turns his head to see what he's looking at, Midoriya mutters, "Don't look. I'm going to scream as loud as I can. And I need you to trust me." What is he talking about? Midoriya takes a deep breath, and Hitoshi can feel something rattling in Midoriya's ribs. He screams. It's almost like a banshee. The boys at the plaza turn to Midoriya, coming over immediately. All attention is drawn to their location. Why? He'd only do this if he wanted to distract from something else. He can't be seen like this. He has to be protecting someone right now by doing this. Midoriya's banshee screech is cut short by him dozing out of consciousness again. Hitoshi picks Midoriya up and keeps him tightly wrapped in the cloak. It's more red than purple now. Izuku wakes up, bolting upright. Calm down. His eyes snap up to Shinsu, recognizing the hands on his shoulders. They're still at USJ, sitting along the wall outside. Cop cars are everywhere, as well as a few ambulances. I passed out. Every memory of pain rushes back to him as he moves to check his wounds. Hitoshi holds the cloak shut. You're healed. Don't show off your scars. Just calm down. Thank you, Izuku says after a moment. That was the most unbearable pain I've ever felt. And I've been set on fucking fire. Is everyone alright? At that, Shinsu snorts. Worry about yourself. A pause. Yeah. 13 and Eraserhead are both hospitalized but expected to live. They wanted you brought to the hospital too. Why didn't they? It would have been awfully confusing if they realized my identity wasn't real. Or sent me into surgery only to find no wounds. I took care of it. Oh my fucking god. That's the vigilante tone of voice. Shinsu broke the law. Did you fucking brainwash the paramedics? There's a small, embarrassed nod from Shinsu. I'm so proud of you. I don't like your shit-eating grin, Midoriya. This is like baby's first steps. Thanks. You didn't have to though. I know you don't like using your quirk. I could have handled it myself. You shouldn't have to. Shinsu doesn't meet his eyes. You saved me, I owed you. Anything else happened between then and now? Izuku asks, trying to catch up. I met Dad number 2. You talked to Tsukachi. He whispers aggressively. Shinsu nods. I told him about Tsukachi's quirk, and possibly ways to get around it. What do you say? He questioned me, because we were with the main villains the longest. I pretty much alternated between telling the truth on what I could, saying it all happened so fast, or saying a vague answer that technically couldn't be a lie. He didn't call me out. Izuku hums thoughtfully. I was going on the mantra of what would Midoriya do. Izuku laughs. I am not the role model you should be following. Ah, Izuku Midoriya, right? I see you're awake. Dad. Detective Tsukachi comes over, softly shaking Izuku's hand as he nods. Don't snark. Don't snark. Don't snark. How are you feeling? He always asks this first to tell if we're willing to lie right off the bat. Awful. Exhausted. Suki nods, understanding. Would you like to come with me to answer some questions? If you're feeling up to it. I can answer the questions, but I'd rather stay here with my friend. I feel like I don't know how to talk to him like an actual person. Suki sits down across from Izuku, ready to talk. Tell me what you remember. I am Izuku right now. I can do this. I knew villains were here before they showed themselves. Like people watching me. He's already writing down information. The villain didn't like that I ruined the surprise and warped me and Shinsu away. We took out the villains who attacked, but were never first to engage. What next? Shinsu said he went with stuff I'd come up with. So what would I say, if Shinsu were saying it? You two made it to the main fight. Why? I saw Aizawa. That's it. Not to take on the bad guys yourself. I went because I couldn't watch him die. I couldn't stand the sight of him being hurt. Something flickers in Tsukachi's eyes. Shinsu told me that the Namu creature threw a large statue at Eraserhead. What happened next? He's trying to trip me up. Did Eraser tell him that I'm a suspect? I stood in the way. Don't say any more than necessary. Were you willing to die for your teacher? There's genuine concern in the question. I was willing to die for him, yes. Not that I could. The sentiment is still there, though. I hope you know your teacher would not be pleased to hear that, especially if it's me saying it. The gaze set on Izuku feels like Tsukachi is analyzing him. Izuku nods in acknowledgement. The main villain, Shigaraki, touched you for an extended time. He nods again. It disintegrated a lot. I passed out. He admits, not sure what else he could have said. I want to tell you how I sassed him. It was lovely. Splendid. May I see the damage? Seeing as paramedics said you're fine. Izuku moves the cloak, exposing his healed skin. The scars are from something else. There's no scarring from today. I was told there was someone with a healing quirk. Elaborate. This is where it counts. I passed out. Shinsu brought me to the villains. There was someone with a healing quirk over there. Them being me. I can bullshit my way through this. I woke up again at some point, screamed, and passed back out. Can you describe the person that healed you? God damn it. You and your reasonably sound questions. Short, plain looking. It all happened so fast. Basically describing myself and providing excuses. All right, so far everything is correct. Izuku tilts his head, feigning confusion. My quirk is called Human Lie Detector, making me just that. That's so cool. He pretends to fanboy. Can you tell if someone's lying just through speech or through body language? As much as I love questions like that, I can't answer them. It might hinder my work someday. Izuku nods in understanding. It's not like I needed an answer anyways. Suki writes something on his notepad and hands over for Izuku to read. He must not want Shinsu hearing. All Might said you screamed loud enough to get everyone's attention. Did you do that on purpose? Izuku looks at Suki. Yes. Why? I had to save him. Tsukachi's eyes go wide before he offers thanks and runs off. Exhausted, he leans his head on Shinsu's shoulder. How are you feeling? Like shit. Izuku chuckles, wholeheartedly agreeing. You caught that statue like it was nothing. I think I'm going to call that super move hysterical strength. It takes a lot out of me. I'm dying. Absent-mindedly, Izuku reaches up to touch his necklace, ready to explode when he doesn't feel it. I have it, Shinsu says, handing him the necklace. I took it in case it got ruined. He cleaned the blood off of it and everything. Are you sure your quirk isn't mind-reading? Who knows? There's a small moment of silence. By the way, your story was almost perfectly aligned with what I told him. Did you ask yourself what I would say? Pretty much. With each interaction, the silence stretches longer. What are going to do after this? You know me so well. We'll go home. Then I'll go visit Eraser. Then probably Todoroki. Shinsu hums. After the students get the clearance to leave, they go take showers in the locker room. No one could stand the feeling of USJ on them, even if they faced no action. Izuku notices Shinsu hasn't mentioned going to his own home. Aren't you going to go home and let your parents know you're all right? They're probably worried sick. Izuku asks, walking to the train station together. It's fine. The next words Shinsu says break Izuku's heart into microscopic pieces. He's made 2 more enemies in life. They don't love me. In his office, Naomasa looks over all the papers regarding the attack at USJ. Some things aren't lining up with him, despite all of the student testimonies ringing in as truthful. Confused, he picks up the phone. It's Tsukachi. I hope you're all right, Eraserhead. He starts leaving a message. If it were any other pro, I'd wait until a full recovery is made to get back to the case. Unfortunately, I know how you prefer to operate. I questioned your intern, Izuku Midoriya, with the thought that he's suspected as being Oni and mine. When asked if he was Izuku Midoriya, my Quirk registered his affirmation as false. Excuse me, Izuku asks on the walk home from the train station. They don't love you. Is this what motherly rage feels like? I'm adopted. I was adopted when I was thought to be quirkless. What? Like it was a charity project for them. It'd make them look good. I can remember a few times people have said things like bless your soul when mom told people I was quirkless. Turns out, I was just a late bloomer. You didn't know how to activate your quirk. Shinsu nods. I can imagine how hard it'd be to learn his quirk. I didn't use it until I was 7 or 8. It was on accident. My parents acted like it was okay when it happened, but I could hear them through their door, talking about if it'd be best to put me up for adoption again because of my villainous quirk. Izuku feels his breathing stop, heart aching. They decided to keep me. My father brought up a point that I could kill them in a sick act of revenge when I wanted to. Not if, when. I have so many things to say, but the words won't come out. My throat burns. They just decided it best to interact with me as little as possible. I tried being so nice to them, going out of my way to help them. It didn't work, did it? No, they just saw it as another form of manipulation. Give me your address. The words are out of his mouth before he realizes it. No, I know that look. That's the I'm a vigilante and I'll take the law into my own tiny hands kind of look. Hey, tiny hands. You think that I have tiny hands? They break into laughter, lightening the mood a bit. Itty bitty baby hands, Midoriya. To further demonstrate his point, Shinsu holds his hands up in a cat paw position. He waves one hand per word. Now I need your address for 2 reasons. I'll get revenge on you. Izuku thinks a moment. Is that why you sleep over so much? Yeah, they asked if I made a friend. I said yes. All they said was to make sure everyone in the house knew about my quirk. Like it's a requirement to be friends with me. They want you to come with a warning label? Izuku all but snarls. I guess. Fuck them, live with me. I have room. I practically do. Shinsu shrugs. They get to Izuku's apartment. Shinsu has officially gotten into the habit of climbing through the window as well. You know, we don't seem as shaken up as we should be. That's true. Don't worry, this'll probably resurface years from now in therapy. Great, thanks. He deadpans. You know, you really are a good friend. You were my voice of reason today. Izuku comments absent-mindedly, getting snacks for the 2. Someone has to be. They both eat, and Izuku starts getting ready to leave. Are you sure you should be up and moving right now? Yeah, if I disappear for the day, it could be tied to USJ. Besides, I'm fully healed. Shinsu makes a noise in response, his face showing he's utterly unconvinced. When Izuku walks out of his bedroom, Shinsu stares a moment. What is wrong with you? He laughs. Izuku wears his Oni costume, except there's a white t-shirt over it with the name Oni on it in large black lettering. I think it's funny. Izuku defends. You would. Shinsu is undeniably the most fashionable of the 2, but Izuku would never give him the satisfaction of admitting it. The purple-haired boy works on his computer, not looking back up at Izuku. You're really going to see your boyfriend dressed like that? Whom's the fuck are you talking about? Izuku sputters. I'm going to see both Eraserhead and Todoroki, and this conversation could take a very dark, gross turn. You and Todoroki talk nonstop. I'd say you talk more than we do and I basically live with you. Not true. Either way, shut up. He glares at Shinsu, who laughs behind the safety of his laptop. I'm going to see Todoroki to see how he's doing. Also because he asked to see me. Wonder why. Fuck you. I'll slap that look off your face with my tiny hands. Izuku hisses with no actual malice. If you're going to his house, might as well get footage of you ruining Endeavor's life. Honestly, marrying his son would do the trick. Oh my god. If I had known this was your sick sense of humor, I would have never befriended you. Shinsu raises an eyebrow in response. Yes, you would have. Izuku leaves the apartment, forcing what Shinsu said out of his mind. It's weird walking the streets like this. They see that I'm Oni, yet no one alerts the authorities. Do people actually think that I do good for the world? The intern in Izuku takes over, and before he realizes it, he's walking into Eraserhead's favorite coffee shop. The working barista stares at him. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Well, I might as well. Hi, can I get 1 large caramel iced coffee? And a large hot black coffee with a teensy bit of cinnamon in it. Izuku starts getting his wallet out, but the barista shakes her head. There's no need. You can keep your money. Is she scared of me? She quickly turns and makes the drinks. Fuck you, I'm the nicest fucker to ever. Fuck. Izuku keeps the money out anyways, waiting for his drinks. When she brings them back to the counter, he waves a hand to get her attention. Here, he puts all of the money into the tip jar on the counter. Oh, thank you. I win. He thanks her and leaves with the drinks. Now that Shouda's gotten his Ashi out of the hospital, he can relax, or settle down as much as someone can in this situation. He's been awake for the past hour or so, alarming all of the doctors. Hell, even Recovery Girl is baffled over his alertness. She warned that he'd be asleep for a while, considering how much she had to heal him. Shouda's only awake because he's used to being so tired. The damn doctors won't let me have coffee. Why can't he? It's not like he's in critical condition anymore. He's listened to Tsukacha's voicemail, feeling another headache coming on. Does that mean someone's pretending to be Midoriya? It's much more likely that Izuku Midoriya just isn't his real name. Shouda's worried that the kid's in deeper than he realizes. Stupid brat saved my life. The audacity. A part of Shouda is very much so aware that without Midoriya, there may have actually been casualties today. Shouda feels haunted by the sound of him screaming in agony. He hates that he was just conscious enough to hear, yet not enough to do anything. He was helpless. A knock at the door causes an eye roll before he even knows who it is. Hey, Dad. For fuck's sake. He turns, seeing Oni out of some of his bandages. What do you want? Oni crosses the room quietly, sitting down beside his bed. He hands Shouda one of the coffees in his hand. I'm not thanking you. He huffs, taking it. How are you feeling? I heard about what happened. Yeah, heard. They're calling themselves the League of Villains. Ever heard of them? Oni shakes his head. So they're a group that an underground hero and a weasel of a vigilante have never encountered. Shouldn't you be resting? I could ask you the same thing. Shouda snarks back. What do you think of the situation? As much as I can't stand the kid, it's good to have the perspective from his side of the board. They're either very secretive or very new. I heard that all of the captured villains were only known for severely petty crimes. They weren't gathered for strength. Why's that? The masses won't care if 4 super strong villains attacked a high school. They care if dozens of them do, no matter what their abilities amount to. He's right. That means they did it for attention. Shouda freezes when he takes a sip of the coffee. Black coffee with a dash of cinnamon. Something only Hazashi and Midoriya knows I drink. Coffee's good, thanks little intern. Oni laughs. He did it on purpose. He knows that I know, but knows that I can't do anything without proof. I thought you weren't thanking little Almi. The doctors won't let me have coffee. This is called a public service. There's a small moment of silence. So, how do you get into the hospital while wearing that dumbass shirt? First of all, this shirt is great. It's my civilian look. Second, I looped the feed on the camera and set it to revert after a few minutes. The doctors were unfazed. You didn't hurt them. I'm not a villain. He actually sounds his age with the way he whines. Oni is on his phone, watching something. The eyes on his mask widen a bit before he starts typing away. Shouda feels his phone buzz and has to hold back a chuckle when he opens it. It's security footage of Endeavor picking a wedgie, taken from his own home. You hacked his cameras. Shouda raises an eyebrow at Oni. Why? It looks like he was just waiting to catch Endeavor doing something gross. He's an awful person. Legally, I have to say that what you're doing is against the law and you should stop. Why does he hate Endeavor so much? Is it because of his fear of fire quirks? No, he'd just avoid the man. On the other hand, I want to know what's with your grudge against him. Have you ever heard the story of Talia Todoroki? No, I think hearing that case will answer the most questions. He switched from story to case. I'll remember the name. Have you ever thought about how this affects his kids? You go to school with his son. You know, I have considered it. It's why I'm doing this. Is Todoroki glad his father is being attacked? Is that why he has that burn scar? The thought makes Shouda nauseous. Oni sticks the straw of his coffee under his mask, taking a sip without revealing anything. I wish I was healthy enough to apprehend this freak. I'll settle to comprehend him instead. Why are you doing this? Any of this? Oni hums a bit, no doubt pondering if he can truthfully answer. I have goals I need to meet, is all he says. Wow, thanks for the insightful answer. How do your parents feel about this? Shouda can't help but feel a bit angry. Parents have to know that their kid goes missing almost every day. I don't have any. You told me that. Why did you give me a real answer? Why do you sound so tired? Oni, do you want to be caught? Eventually, just not right now. I have a few more things to do. Shouda thinks it over. Is that why you purposely leave hints? He nods, like getting me this specific coffee from my favorite place. Call it a good guess. You're telling me the truth, yet deflecting small things like this. Are you doing this just for yourself? Oni is so quick to shake his head that it appears he gave himself whiplash. I'd never do this if it were just for myself. What am I, Endeavor? He snorts. Would you ever kill someone? Shouda asks, curious. Oni narrows his eyes a bit, getting up. One specific person, yes. I don't like that answer. I could have done with a simple yes or no. He has a target. Where are you going? You're not the only one I had to make sure is okay. With that, Oni waves and opens the window, promptly jumping out. He wanted to make sure I was all right. Dumb kid. After thinking over all of the things the kid said, Shouto decides to call Midoriya's mother. Oni said he didn't have parents. Where does he live? How does he afford to survive? Why can't he just give up? The most concerning information, strangely enough, is how Oni is indirectly admitting to being Midoriya. He's only trying to buy time. For what? There's something bigger than Endeavor going on. Sighing, he dials the on-file number for the Midoriya household. Hello, a woman's voice answers. She sounds frantic. Hi, Ms. Midoriya. That's me, yes. Is something wrong? Do you need to speak to Izuku? He's available to speak. Yes, please. It's regarding schoolwork. Shouto hears Ms. Midoriya calling her son. Hey, Aizawa. I didn't think you'd be awake right now. Are you okay? That's Midoriya's voice. What the fuck? Shouto sits in his room, listening to music playing from his speakers. He initially turned it on to mask the noise of his father's screaming, and his own laughter upon seeing the viral video of his father picking at himself. It really does cheer Shouto up after the day he's had. Quiet knocking on his window makes his night. Soba delivery service. Izu sings as the window opens. I'm happy to see you, Shouto admits, taking the food when it's handed to him. I thought I'd come and see how you're feeling. The two have become good friends in the past few weeks, but Shouto rarely ever gets to hear about his vigilante work. Izu's been adamant about keeping him out of it. I'm doing fine. Did you leak that video of my father just to get him out of the house? Izu nods. Thank you. He wanted to train me, even after a villain attack. Now he's off to see some officials about his public image or something. I don't really care enough to ask. The two sit on Shouto's futon, ready to chat and eat for a while. You can dig in. I got some snacks for some snacks. What? Shouto blinks at Izu, who starts howling with laughter. What does that mean? I called you a snack. Yes, but what does that mean? I'm missing something, aren't I? Never mind. For whatever reason, Izu has decided against telling Shouto what that phrase means. Something on your mind. Actually, there has been something he's wondering about. One of the villains had a quirk that disintegrated whatever he touched with all 5 fingers. He tensed a bit. What do you think would happen if he used it on you? Izu has explained the basics of his quirk to Shouto before, and he keeps coming up with scenarios. It depends on who's faster. I'd have to regenerate faster than he can tear me apart if I wanted to escape. I'd feel all of it, though. Shouto's reminded of the way his classmates screamed in pain. It echoed through the facility, chilling him more than his own ice could. Izu has his mask pulled up just above his lips, so he can eat. I see. Is there any training you want to do involving your quirk? In a situation like that? Not in that situation, but the opposite. I want to be able to turn off my quirk, or at least control the rate at which I heal. Say someone actually arrested me, or saw me hurt without my mask on. If I healed in front of them, my life is pretty much over. I don't think that's true. Other people have similar quirks. I'm sure you wouldn't be tried as an adult, Izu. You don't know what I've done. There's something sad in the voice. I've tried my best to do good, but the ways I get my results aren't the best. Shouto mentally stores the comment away for later. Izu snickers a bit, confusing Shouto. Are you staring at my lips for a reason? Oh, I have been staring. I want your face. Wait, I want to see your face. Shouto loses his composure a moment at his horrendous slip-up. Izu's rolling, laughing his heart out. Shouto almost mistakes the sound for the music playing in the background. Smooth, Todoroki, smooth. That's sarcasm. Fine, I'll show him I can be smooth without the need for that tone. Please, Todoroki is my father. Call me Shouto. At that, Izu freezes. Oh my god, my heart can't thank this. He's still giggling. I want to hear that sound more often. Anyways, I know you want to see what's under the mask, but I can't reveal my identity to anyone. He knows this, yet still feels strangely saddened by it. Does Catspiracy know who you are? Izu nods, and Shouto feels an emotion he's never felt before. It's not anger or sadness. It's like his heart is shouting it's not fair from the rooftops. He knows her identity because they're dating, right? In shock, Izu inhales the soba and promptly chokes on it. We're not dating, he yells after his breath returns to him. Oh, his heart skips a beat. I'm glad. At the admission, Izu drops his chopsticks and doesn't speak. Oh, the only sound in the room are the speakers playing some music. Someone tell me how I got here, the voice on the station sings. Shouto notices Izu nervously humming along. I'll have to listen to this song later. He's fallen into a habit of listening to the songs that he hears Izu absent-mindedly singing. When Izu goes back to eating, he looks at the song. It's from the Zankaio No Terror soundtrack. Shouto hits the button that stores the song into his playlist titled Izu's Music. After the confused silence from both parties, they turn on a movie. The two like to watch a new one every time they meet up. The last one was too weird for them both, and they had to change it. The slogan about ultraviolence made them think of UAS motto. As it turns out, it's further from heroics as can be. Izu picks the movie tonight, settling in next to Shouto on the futon. Lilo and Stitch, another American movie. Izu nods. You'll like this, I promise. When the movies start, Shadow finds himself captivated by the themes of what it means to really be a family. It's not about genetics or DNA at all. This one focuses more on being able to decide for yourself what family is. It makes Shadow smiles a bit as he watches. Towards the end of the movie, Shadow feels a weight drop on him. He looks down, seeing Izu with his arm wrapped around his waist, face against his stomach. Izu, Shadow quietly calls. He's asleep. He hears the soothing sound of Izu's steady breathing. Izu never pulled his mask back over his mouth when he finished eating. Shadow so desperately wants to pull the mask off and see the face of his first friend, his savior. He reaches down, gently grabbing the mask. He pulls it back over his lips, fully covering Izu's face again. He'll show me when he's ready. I trust him. Sweet dreams, Izu. Izuku wakes up feeling warm. He moves to get up, but the feeling of air on his neck makes him freeze. It takes all of 3 seconds to realize that he fell asleep on Todoroki's futon, and that he's the little spoon. Gently, he tries to climb out of the boy's arms without waking him, but it doesn't work. Leaving, Todoroki yawns. It's 3 a.m. You don't seem very fazed by this. Yeah, before your dad finds me. He doesn't come into my room. The most he'll do is hit the door. Izuku chuckles, messing up Todoroki's hair a bit. Izuku's already getting up, but Todoroki doesn't move from his spot at all. What woke me up? The feeling of him breathing. He checks his phone, seeing several missed messages. Conspiracy. Aizawa called the house phone. I managed to pull off that I was your mother with the voice changer you got me. Conspiracy. Are you coming home tonight? Conspiracy. Please tell me you're safe. Conspiracy. In your boyfriend's arms, no doubt. Next conversation it is. Eraserhead. What the fuck? You've done it. You've stumped me. Is it clones? Oni. No, not clones. Eraserhead. We need to talk soon. Replying right away. Go to bed. What are you laughing at? Todoroki yawns again. Texting Eraserhead. He's being stupid as always. The boy's eyes go wide a moment. He's awake. He's been awake since 5 yesterday. Aizawa's a mess, is how this particular conversation ends. Izuku's still exhausted, which is a new feeling for him. My quirk also keeps me from getting too tired, treating a lack of sleep as an injury of sorts. I've never felt this run down before. It dawns on him just how much he overused his quirk at USJ. Between that show of strength and trying to avoid being the result of a Thanos snap, I could have overworked myself. That implies I actually have a limit, in all honesty. He doesn't know what to do with this information. I'm the main character. I thought I was supposed to be Opus or some shit. I have to go. Izuku moves to leave through the window, but Todoroki grabs his wrist. Stay safe. Those 2 words cause his heart to melt. He can't remember the last time so many people have cared about his well-being, and he isn't sure how to take it. I promise I will. With that, Izuku leaves. At his own apartment, he rolls his eyes at the fact that the lights are still on. Shinsu, you need sleep. Izuku calls. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I can help with that, you sassy child. He yanks off his mask, forgetting how nice it feels to actually see and breathe normally. Although, Izuku's not fond of how it makes his ears cold when he removes it. You said Aizawa called. It looks like Shinsu hasn't moved from that spot since he's left. Yeah, I managed to impersonate both you and your fake mother. No, she's not fake, just dead. Shinsu rolls his eyes. Anyways, he heard your voice and said we have tomorrow off from school, but we already knew that. It sounded like he was so thrown off he forgot what to say. He gives a dry chuckle. Wish I could have heard it. I told him that I don't have parents, so he probably wanted to check. The boy narrows his eyes at Izuku. Why did you tell him you're an orphan? Realization dawns on Shinsu. You either want to get caught, or are dropping hints that get him nowhere just to frustrate him. Both. Why? The laptop in front of Shinsu is partially closed, giving Izuku full attention. I should be honest with him. I'm tired of living like this. I want my revenge, and I want to save people. I want things to be okay, but I'm so tired. Izuku doesn't know why Shinsu's out of his seat, rushing towards him. The taller boy pulls Izuku into a tight hug, holding his weight entirely. Izuku didn't realize he was crying until a sob shakes his body, calming when Shinsu rubs his back. I knew you were close to breaking. I think what you went through today jump-started it. It's okay. He's right. Since USJ I've been fucked up. I was so scared of losing you guys. You didn't. I'm here. You saved my life. Izuku, you're my hero. Did he just call me Izuku? This fluff is going to kill me. I have some news. Oh no. He said that you might want to sit down for this kind of voice. They get moved to the couch in the living room, sitting. You found him, didn't you? Izuku asks. This is the only thing I'd have to sit down for. Yeah, he breathes, nervously rubbing the back of his neck. 72 villains attacked USJ. Among those named, Hisashi Midoriya had one of the most extensive records. All tears stop. Izuku feels emptier than he thought he would have. It sounds like he memorized the file he read it from. Where are they keeping him? They won't name places this early on. I got it straight from the station's database. Give me a few days. I can work with this. Stay calm. Don't do anything rash with your dumb monkey brain. Izuku. Okay. Shinsu snaps his eyes to Izuku with an odd look. What? Just okay. He dramatically throws himself back against the couch. That's all you have to say to finding out your father is still alive and ripe for an ass-kicking. Right now. Yes, I am trying really hard to stay calm and think rationally. Oh, that makes more sense. Also because I'm dead inside. They laugh a bit, changing the subject onto something lighter. Everyone was given a day off in addition to the weekend to recover both mentally and physically from USJ. Which each passing day, Shouta just becomes more annoyed. The doctors know he's awake and aware enough to speak and think is normal, but won't let him leave. Worst of all, staying here will ruin his perfect attendance as a teacher. That simply won't do. Bored, he scrolls through news on his phone. The main story isn't even about a hero. It's Oni. Apparently, Oni and Catspiracy went grocery shopping in their masks, with t-shirts saying their respective names on it. The media thought they were the same person, seeing as they've never been in a video together. Now, all of the news is about this anti-media, anti-endeavor couple. Eraserhead. What is wrong with you? Oni. Loaded question. Generally speaking, I hate him. Eraserhead. Got enough media attention yet? I can't image you're a fan of that attention. Oni. It's gross, but when the time comes, they'll plaster my story everywhere. Eraserhead. If you want to take Endeavor down, do you know how his loss will affect the country? The government will be disrupted at the loss of a powerful hero. Oni. If the country can't handle the loss of that dumpster monster, then it deserves to fall to begin with. Besides, Hawks is much better and more capable. Shouta feels restless. He wants to be in homeroom this morning to assure his students that he's okay, that it's all going to work out. Without him there, it seems more like an empty promise. He hates what he's about to do. Eraserhead. Disable the cameras. I have a class to teach. There's a moment where Shouta doesn't get a response. Oni, you're good to go. He has enough time to sneak out, get dressed, and make it to UA before school starts. He sits on his couch in the corner of the teacher's lounge, glaring through his bandages at anyone who looks at him. Young Aizawa. All Might greets, sitting down on the other end of the couch. I know you're still angry with me, but I need to ask something. Shoot. He deadpans. Did you tell Midoriya about my time limit? What? Does that little brat know? No? Why? Tell me what happened. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was debating whether or not to actually tell me. At USJ, I defeated the Namu, but my time was up. I was forced to transform into this. He vaguely gestures at his skinnier appearance. Midoriya was gravely injured, and our eyes met. He wasn't surprised. He recognized me right away, turned around, and screamed. When asked by Tsukachi, he admitted he did it because he had to save me. Save you? A man that utterly traumatized him? Shouta repeats. All Might sadly nods. With your permission, I'd like to speak to him. And you've lost me. No, I'll thank him for you, and I'll ask how he knew. There's no need for you to speak to him. He's got enough on his plate as is. But, no buts. I don't need you strolling up and asking that thing to be your successor. No, I'm not paid enough to deal with that shit. I wasn't going to offer anything to him yet, Aizawa. Yet. All Might repeats, sounding a bit more distant than before. I'm serious. Stay away from the kid. He's a time bomb, and he's ready to take down anyone who's near when he detonates. For a moment, All Might's eyes widen before his face settle into a soft smile. He does have an explosive personality, doesn't he? Jesus, All Might. I mean, he's going snap one day and probably kill someone. Not that he's a spunky teenager. No, he's a vigilante, and I'm not going to let you speak to my kid. Are we clear? Shouta cedes, glaring more when All Might starts laughing. I'll worry about the vigilante comment later. You called him your kid, young Aizawa. I did not. With that, Aizawa leaves for his class. For once, he's bit earlier. The only students in there are Midoriya and Shinsu. Ada started a habit of studying in the library before school rather than being first and sitting idle for an hour. I refuse to look at those two brats. Shouta realizes he has to look into Izuku Midoriya not being his real name. But it's become a matter of how to approach the topic. I'm dying. I can't do this. Midoriya groans into his desk, getting a chuckle from Shinsu. I've been trying to tell you. It's about time you felt some human emotion, you freak. Do I even want to know? Help me. I can't. Rather, I just don't want to. Aizawa, tell Toshi to stop bullying me. Let me have peace, damn it. Shinsu, don't bully Midoriya if it's not worth it. Oh, it is. Someone has a crush on him and he's losing his mind over it. I don't know feelings. Midoriya whines, covering his face, embarrassing the brat. I can get behind this noble cause. So, what's the issue here? You don't know a lot of things, Midoriya. It hasn't stopped you from making a fool of yourself before. Analysis. It's not the same as feelings. I don't know morals. He's got a point there. Toshi, Aizawa, please, tell me the first thing that comes to mind for you guys. I'm Ace, Shouta and Shinsu say simultaneously, causing Midoriya to collapse on the floor in fetal position, screaming into his elbow. Shouta can't help but chuckle, seeing this vigilante finally suffering. All Might stands in the hallway, pleading eyes on Shouta. Fine, Shouta nods, shooing All Might away. Midoriya, I'm being morally obligated to speak with you on All Might's behalf. Come on. He doesn't wait for Midoriya, he just walks out into the hallway. Shouta almost considers turning to check if the boy follows. He's not gonna talk to me himself. Midoriya asks. He can move silently. That's not good. He's scared too. I suppose I have you to thank for that. In the private office, they sit down. All Might is curious as to how you know about his time limit. That. I've seen him transform on some. He pauses, looking for the right words. I've seen him transform before. Midoriya probably saw from cameras. You didn't tell anyone. Not even Shinsu. The boy shakes his head. Why not? I have a grudge, sure, but that secret is beyond me and my own feelings. Say I was a vigilante, really. Say, it's still a hypothetical. I'd be pretty annoyed if someone revealed who I was as a civilian. For the symbol of peace, that could literally be his downfall. What do you say that? As mad as I am at him, I still find it impressive that he carries the world on his back. All it takes is the wrong person finding out a weakness, and the world begins to crumble. Shouta stares a moment, distantly thankful that this kid didn't turn out to be a villain. That was surprisingly wise of you, kid, Shouta admits, earning a glare from Midoriya. So, going on the assumption that you're not a vigilante, give me some more wisdom regarding your view on it. Midoriya hums. If I were a vigilante, I'd have a certain mentality. No matter that I do, people will hate me. It just becomes a matter of how many. I wish I had a stupid kid to catch. Not this evil genius bullshit. For the past week, the students have been training for the upcoming sports festival. Many of the kids show improvement, others not so much. Not that he's showing favoritism, but Shouta can tell which of his students will advance to the final rounds. Bakugo will go far if he doesn't get disqualified for his personality. Todoroki will, but for whatever reason, he doesn't use his fire. Ida and Uraraka have potential if they work on their combat a bit more, rather than relying on quirks. Shinsu could probably win if he can manage to avoid people finding out what his quirk is. Lastly, as much as he wishes it weren't true, Midoriya might actually win. I'm not playing favorites. He just has the most experience when it comes to being on the field. He's not my favorite in the slightest. I can't stand the pest. Shouta has felt someone blowing up his phone for the past hour. Now that he has free time, he checks it. 7 missed calls from Detective Tsukachi. Shouta calls back. Sorry, I have a class right now. He greets. Something wrong. You know your problem, kid. Izuku Midoriya. There's a headache coming on already. He never showed up for class. It's his first mark on his record. He's not here. Shouta hears a distressed sigh. Let me ask if his whereabouts are known. Shinsu, any idea where Midoriya is? Shinsu shakes his head, a concerned look his face. Classmates don't know where he is. The class has noticed Shouta asking. Eyes on him. No one speaks up. When he meets Shinsu's eyes again, the boy mouths. Can I go to the bathroom, please? Ugh, I thought it'd be useful information. Shouta nods. God damn it. Tsukachi hisses. What happened? Do you have him? I haven't heard him that worried in a while. One of the villains from USJ has been identified as Hisashi Midoriya. Midoriya. Is that his father? No, he's the father of Izuku's cousin, Mikumo. I remember that name. The reason Bakugo and Midoriya got into a fight on the first day of class. The thought of the kid's uncle being a villain doesn't sit well with him. Did the name get put in a publicly accessible file? No, it was kept quiet in case Oni made a move. Only in our systems. It was going well until the villain's name was plastered all over police scanners this morning. Why? I know the answer. Please let it be false. He escaped. That stupid kid tried so fucking hard to keep us from getting evidence against him. But at the mention of his uncle pulls a stunt like this. Did you catch Oni? You caught him. Please give me something to work with. In the corner of the now silent room, Shouta sees Todoroki go stiff, face paling a bit. We did. We got a good dose of quirk suppressants in him, too. What if his quirk treats the drug as an illness and cures himself of it before it kicks in? Don't worry, the dosage was high enough to kick in almost immediately. If you caught him, why do you sound so sad? An idea dawns on Shouta. Hold on, let me call the boy's mother and see if she knows what he's up to. He quickly hangs up, dialing Ms. Midoriya. Hello. I'm afraid I can't talk much right now. Little Zuko is sick. The woman's voice sounds as anxious as ever. He's running such a high fever. Is he awake? Yes, but I don't think you should talk to him right now. Do you wish to? Just for a moment, ma'am. There's a moment of silence, then the sound of a door being knocked on. Zuko, it's your teacher. He wants to speak with you. Okay, just a moment, Mom. Shouta feels his blood run still. That's his voice. What am I missing? You know what? I'll speak with him when he comes back. Thanks. He hangs up and promptly calls Tsukachi back. You said you caught him. We did. Oh, fuck. Shouta watches Shinsu return to his seat from the bathroom, wondering if he'd have better luck tracking the boy down. You're telling me he escaped with Quirk suppressants in his system? Tsukachi hums in response. He got cuffed and dragged to the car, and managed to knock one officer out. When he was being put into the car, the remaining officer tried taking off his mask to finally reveal his identity. The officer has a broken nose from Oni biting it. Animalistic tendencies when desperate, noted. They decided to wait until bringing him in to get his mask off. He didn't make it to the station, did he? No. The footage from the cop car shows Oni blowing a kiss at the camera before escaping. How did he escape? Quirk suppressants are no joke. He should have been too drowsy to fight. He bit off a finger. Shouta tenses at the thought, knowing he wouldn't have healed. The officer didn't notice. He chewed the finger in such a way that he whittled some of the bone into a lockpick. That's disgusting. He quietly took off the cuffs. I have a feeling this gets worse. He managed to unscrew the barrier off the seat and got to the driving officer, causing them to forcibly stop the car on the bridge by Night Eye's office. He jumped over the bridge and my officer shot at him. We lost sight once he hit the water. What he's saying is we don't know if we have a dead child on our hands. How long has it been since Oni escaped? Little over an hour ago. He's yet to be seen by officers. We only saw red in the water and nothing else. Shit, I have to go, don't I? With Quirk suppressants, an injury, and possible bullet wounds, there's no way he can manage to stay above water long enough. He's going to drown if he hasn't made it out yet. If he hasn't already drowned, to be more accurate. He texts Hisashi to take over for him and leaves school without a single word to his students. Izuku wakes up, coughing water out of his lungs. That's not where that goes. The sudden realization that he's both upside down and moving makes him incredibly nauseous. Stop moving. A voice demands. He's never heard it before. I can't trust them. I have to get away. The man has Izuku slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Very soggy ones at that. Izuku absolutely would get away if he were able to move. I'm drugged up and beyond tired. I don't know what his quirk is. I wouldn't get very far in this condition. Izuku may lack all self-preservation, but he's no idiot. Are you a cop? The first question should have been to ask if he's a villain, but he has bigger things to worry about. The man moves inside of a warehouse, connected to an alleyway. If you don't want them to see your face, cover it. He instructs. Holy shit, my mask. Where is it? He does as told. Once in a secure room, the man sets Izuku down on a bed. His head is pounding, threatening to beat right out of his skull. Did you save me? In the poor lighting, he gets a look at the person. They have black spiky hair, reminiscent of Kakin, and they're covered in large sections of charred flesh. The only thing holding him together are surgical staples, although some are clearly piercings. Aesthetic. I didn't save you, so much as I just dragged your body here. The man tosses Izuku's mask to him. I had to take it off, or else you would have probably choked on the water again. He's already seen my face. I don't really feel like putting it back on. Izuku pulls his phone out, seeing if it's fine. Fuck. It most certainly is not fine. It works, yeah, but for how long? Blue, pink, and yellow hues blink on and off of the display. The man leaves, coming back a few minutes later with a first aid kit, some orange juice, and cookies. Here, you can do the first aid yourself if you know how. If I know how. Juice, cookies, you're not my fucking babysitter. But I'll be damned if these aren't some bomb-ass cookies. Thanks, I'm going by Dabai right now. Vague, call me Oni. I know who you are. If you were anyone else I'd probably would have let you drown. Gee, thanks. Wait a second. Are you a villain? I prefer the term anti-hero, but sure. That's not what an anti-hero is. I'm more of an anti-hero than anyone in this story. The hell are you talking about? Never mind. Call me what you want to, I don't care. Ooh, edgy hair flip. You're saying you saved me because I'm Oni. Yeah, you're the one behind the suspicion surrounding Endeavor right now. I can get behind that cause. Dabai stares at Izuku a moment. Why are you doing this anyways? He's a shitbag. A child abuser. I can go on for days. How'd you find out about his abuse? He doesn't seem shocked at all. Well, he's always been a dick to me. Then he set me on fire. Then I befriended his son and everything went from there. I have access to all the cameras in his house. Izuku can't help the devilish smirk on his face as he thinks about ruining Endeavor's life. I also saved you because you're a kid. Boy, was I shocked to find that out. Izuku doesn't answer. Don't you have a family? Don't you? The man freezes. My family was ruined by my fuckface of a father, who's on the loose as we speak. Sounds like we got some things in common. Dabai takes a seat on the bed beside Izuku, studying the boy's face. Your scar reminds me of my little brother. You're probably around his age too. Well then, I was right about something. Shouto's doing well. Dabai's eyes widen at the boy, before settling into a ghost of a smile. He didn't expect me to know Todoroki. Ha, what was it? Your hatred of Endeavor, mentioning the scar, not seeming shocked. Also, you have an overall daddy issues vibe going on. Dabai hums, chuckling a bit. What time is it? Almost noon. Why? Izuku jumps to his feet, only to fall back down onto the bed in dizziness. I'm late for school. Stupid. I could have had him. What school? Is it nearby? Izuku groans into his hands, tired. I'd rather not say. It's a prestigious school. Oh my god, you're totally training to be a hero. Dabai laughs, and Izuku feels oddly mesmerized at the way his expression pulls at the staples. Shut it. It's easier to save lives without people trying to end mine. There's a long stretch of silence between them. If I were to bring your case forward like I planned on, would you testify? I should ask if he'd stop me in general. I can't say I won't try and kill him if I see him. That's not what I'm asking. Yeah, I'd probably testify. Good. Something good will come out of this. I just have to find a way to explain this to Todoroki. I can get Aizawa to cancel whatever quirk this guy has if the court needs it. Izuku gets up, ready to stumble out and find his way home. Just so you know, kid, if you're in a hero school, the next time we meet it may be on opposite sides. What does that mean? Is there going to be another attack? It doesn't mean anything yet. It might one day. I saved you because Stain doesn't believe in killing innocent children. A day may come where he decides he believes in it, or believes that you're no longer innocent. He's a Stain follower. Kinda gross, dude. I think you'd be spared. He only lets true heroes live. How the fuck did we start talking about Stain? God, don't tell me this is an upcoming arc in my life. Thanks. Izuku puts his mask back on, stumbling out of the room Dabai brought him to. All eyes settle on him, recognizing who he is. No one makes a move. They must be under Dabai's control. On the way out of the door, he accidentally bumps into someone who's entering. Sorry, he meets the eyes to apologize. Watch where you're going. Shigaraki hisses, but keeps moving, like he has important business to attend to. Izuku forces himself to leave, knowing he'd be killed if he stayed to spy. Fucking Quirk's a presence. On his own, Izuku makes it to the front steps of his destination, collapsing. Shouter races to the place Oni was last seen. If the stupid brat allowed GPS tracking, he might have been able to be found already. At the scene, he speaks to the officers involved. He escaped and jumped into the water. What happened after that? He asks the officers, not hiding his distress. We shot at him, and we never saw him resurface. The officer doesn't seem too bothered by the situation, which infuriates Shouta. Did you guys have a search team check the water? They nod. Nothing was found. We even got some water breathers to check the floor of the river. Nothing was found. Oni either escaped, or someone took him. Shouta hopes that the former is the case. Escaping would mean he's healthy enough to move on his own. Who's to say someone didn't just drag out his body? Did you shoot him? Can you confirm if he was hit? He was. Grazed in the shoulder, shot in the abdomen. Shit. Okay, let's switch gears a moment. Does anyone have a lead on Hisashi Midoriya? They both stare at Shouta a second. What, do you not know that these two are connected? Slowly, they shake their heads. Idiots. The kid is probably still pursuing him. After concluding the borderline interrogation of the officers, Shouta looks at the scene himself. Under the bridge, there's a small blood trail. Following it, he finds himself in an alley. The pattern of dropping blood, rather than smears, suggests that someone carried him. The splatter of each blood drop is a bit further from the epicenter than normal. Higher downward acceleration of the blood. Oni wasn't carried bridal style. It looks like he was sack carried, mostly likely from someone tall. The blood is almost brown in color, meaning it's been a while since he's been through the alley. The trail leads Shouta to the side door of a warehouse. For a moment, he almost considers going in blind. But that's not rational. There's another trail of blood, going further down the alley. Oni was inside this building for an unknown amount of time, then walked out by himself. The blood splatter is closer than before, hinting that he was bleeding from a lower height. Shouta notices the new path is redder than before, appearing much more recent. A weight lifts that Shouta didn't know was there. He's alive. The drops are bigger. His wound either opened up more, or he was stressed out by something. What happened in there? Shouta follows the blood trail, slowly getting closer to wherever Oni went. Every few blocks, Shouta encounters someone being annoying, and has to take them out. There is no need to rob a store right now. Bigger fish. The man can't seem to avoid finding villains on the way. If he was shot, those quirk suppressants might actually kill him. A part of Shouta hopes that he'll bleed enough of the chemicals out, allowing his quirk to kick in before it's too late. His phone buzzes in his pocket. After fumbling it out, he quickly looks at the message. They're coordinates from Oni. When Shouta looks up address it leads to, he takes off running. He went to my fucking house. Hitoshi goes most of the school day with his classmates' eyes on him. Stare all you want, you're not getting answers. In English class, he starts getting worried for his friend. Izuku's never missed school, and has never gone this long without a status update during a mission. The sinking feeling in his gut tells him something's gone wrong. Todoroki seems stressed out, compared to usual. Hitoshi knows Todoroki probably linked Izuku's absence to Oni and Aizawa. Hell, most of the class probably put it together. Seeing as Aizawa never excused himself for the phone calls, it's obvious. He silently listens on his classmates discuss what's going on. Poor Midoriya. Oni probably took him to get to Aizawa. Uraraka speaks up. The conspiracy theorist and Hitoshi cringes. What kind of broke theory is that? Come on, go the whole mile. Wasn't Midoriya like Aizawa's assistant or something? Kaminari asks. If I were a vigilante, I'd probably do the same thing. That means you'd have to actually be smart. Jiru counters, pointing at him with an earphone jack. Is it not obvious that Izuku is Oni? Bakugo, you were friends with Midoriya, right? Ajiro asks. Bakugo stiffens at the accusation, slowly turning. The fuck did you just say to me? You saw me in shit for brains the first day of class and you wonder if we were friends. There's no way in hell I'd befriend that fucking cabbage. He huffs, glaring at Kirishima when he comes over to calm him. Besides, he's made it real clear to me that he's not the person I think he is. The shit's trying to pull a fast one on me. Not the person you think he is. Fuck off. I owe you skanks no kind of explanation. Now, little listeners, we need to get back to the assignment before Aizawa gets back and attacks us. Present Mike jokes. The class settles back into silence. Hitoshi's phone buzzes, showing a notification that someone is in their apartment. After Hitoshi got into the habit of also getting in through the window, they rigged the door. If someone opens it from the outside, their phones get notification. He takes his laptop out, accessing the cameras they set up. Is that Izuku's dad? A man with curly black hair creeps into the apartment, looking over their things. The man's face doesn't seem pleased at the realization that people live there. He grabs one of the backpacks sitting by the door and dumps the contents on the floor. The backpack gets filled up with food from their cabinets and fridges. Why would he come back to that apartment? To see if they lived. He would have known if they were pronounced dead. Shinsu, laptop has to be put away right now. Mike starts, getting utterly ignored. Shinsu, Hitoshi's eyes land on him, clearly wide with panic. Emergency. Hold on. He quickly signs to Mike, not taking his eyes off the screen again. His teacher doesn't badger him again. Izuku would have gotten a notification too. He should text me soon. Soon is a major understatement, because his phone buzzes immediately, as if he spoke it into existence himself. It's the coordinates to Izuku's location. Without thinking, he bolts up into a standing position, startling his classmates. He never uses his location. It's an emergency. He could be dying right now. Shinsu, I have to go. He manages, shoving his laptop into his bag and running to the door. I'm afraid I'm not allowed to let you leave. Present Mike blocks the door, sad expression on his face. I know where Izuku is. At that, he hears whispers behind him. He doesn't care. He has to find his friend. Please, I can't panic. Hitoshi takes a hold of Present Mike. Let me go find my friend. Present Mike moves out of the way, letting him go. Hitoshi sprints as hard as his body allows. Even then, he pushes a bit more. The sound of his classmates yelling after him do nothing to discourage him. He looks over his shoulder before turning the corner, seeing Present Mike staring back at him. There's a smile on Present Mike's face, as if he's proud of Shinsu for doing what he thinks is right. Kid, Izuku tries turning his head a bit, bracing himself as Aizawa practically throws himself beside him. Hold on, I've never heard him speak like this. He's so awake. Vaguely, he feels himself getting scooped up into Aizawa's arms, being brought inside the house. His body is set down on something soft. A couch, his mind registers. Thanks, Dad. He manages, before coughing roughly and grabbing his stomach in pain at the tensing of his muscles. Oh, stop talking, stop moving, just stop. Aizawa hisses, briefly leaving the room. It's not a first aid kit he comes back with, it's more of a first aid suitcase. The sound it makes smacking Aizawa's living room table is kind of amusing, like someone smacking a countertop with a raw ham. Take off the mask. Huh, take off the what now? Okay, fine. It all started when I was 4, my moth. Not your metaphorical mask, you pest. Take off your actual mask. The sight of Aizawa pinching his nose in frustration is oddly comforting. I'd do it myself, but I heard you broke an officer's nose with your teeth. I can't. Eraser. This mask comes off, and it's all over. It doesn't matter if you know who I am underneath. If you can confirm my identity, that's it. I'm ready for it to end, just not now. Not yet. Before Izuku can speak up about the matter, he starts another coughing fit. He puts a hand to his mouth to cover it, only to get it snatched away from Aizawa. Look, you're coughing up so much blood that it's going through your mask. Aizawa moves to take the mask off by force, getting his hand bitten. You little, leave it on. Izuku hisses. Let me die if you have to. I can't let a kid die. Why not? What's stopping you? Huh, if I were just a few years older, would you? I'm not taking off this mask. There's more than just myself to worry about. I won't let anyone die. That's not what a hero does. All Might let me die. Shouta stares at the kid, bleeding out all over his couch. When Oni speaks, his heart fills with both rage and a new kind of sorrow he's yet to feel before. What do you mean All Might let you die? Just by talking about it, he's confirming that Midoriya and Oni are the same person, yet he can't take off the mask. The first time I met All Might, it was the worst day of my life already. It was a hostage situation, and All Might's presence scared the guy into slitting my throat. I can imagine that. Overly tense muscles could contract the moment someone thinks something's about to happen. He gave this sorry I was too late spiel to my corpse. Had I been anyone else, that's a corpse, a dead child. Oni gives a bitter laugh. He won't let me do first aid. So I thought that with the shit day it's already been, why not ask him something? What no one has ever told me in my life. Oni continues. What was it? Shouta finds himself asking, slowly grabbing the supplies for first aid. Upon seeing Shouta's movements, Oni strains to sit up and unzips the upper portion of his suit, getting enough of it off so Shouta can help. What the fuck is that? Shouta's eyes linger on Oni's scar. That I could be a hero. I remember Shinsu telling me. I can't remember the last time I was that angry at one person. I can't remember the last time I felt angry on someone's behalf. Oni takes his phone out, typing away at something. He lays back down so Shouta can work. There, Oni abruptly takes off his mask. I thought you weren't going to. I knew it was Midoriya all along, but this still somehow feels weird. Too easy. I won't let you get proof that I'm Oni. I disabled your cameras. You did what? I wasn't thinking about proof, you dumbass. I was thinking about saving your stupid life. Shouta explains he has to dig out the bullet and do the stitches himself. Oni only nods. I'm guessing you used the same methods as you did finding my home address. Yeah, sorry. I'm digging through this kid's guts to find a bullet. And he hasn't even flinched. Now that I think about it. He glances at one of his hands, seeing Oni is missing most of a finger. Why'd you come here? Why not go to a hospital? What kind of tomfoolery? I'm a wanted vigilante. Well, there are more important reasons I can't go. So you showed up at the steps of the person trying to arrest you. Why not go to your own home? A look of oh shit that reminds me washes of Oni's face, and he types away at his phone again. Turn your TV on. Oni coughs. Curious, Shouta listens. Oni connects his phone to the TV, putting a video feed up. It's camera footage from some sort of run-down building. Clearly the result of a fire and a lack of motivation to renovate. There's a man in the house, raiding supplies. God damn it, he yells, moving to get up. Shouta practically has to tackle the kid to keep him from moving. Who's that? Where is that footage from? That snarl on his face tells me exactly who it is. Asashi, why's the kid so angry? What's so special about that place? It's just some burned-up apartment. What does it matter to you? Oni locks eyes with Shouta, overcome with something close to grief. That's my home. Oh, that hurts. This kid was living in those conditions for how many years? Shouta watches the man dumping all of his groceries into bags to steal. I just got those. Oni whines, still trying to get up. Stop moving. Shouta yells. I have to get the bullet out, and the fact that you're wiggling around like a goddamn caterpillar doesn't help. Oni listens, mumbling stuff under his breath. You said you lived there. Oni nods. It does look like it's fairly lived in for its condition. It seems like more than one person was living there. I have to call your mom. If his mom is in the picture, it doesn't make sense. It's not logical for them to live somewhere like that. Oni snorts. Go ahead. I don't like your tone. With one hand, Shouta dials her number and puts it on speaker so he can work. Hello. His mom answers. Hi, Ms. Midoriya. I'm calling on behalf of your son. He's fairly injured and I need you to pick him up. Oh dear. I wonder how he escaped. She sounds worried. Should I tell her to come fast? We can discuss all this. I'll send you my address. You should hurry. Thank you. Thank you. I really do think in that case, the woman trails, her voice changing into one much lower. It sounds slower, less energetic. You should open your front door right now. As much as he hates to admit it, a chill goes down Shouta's spine. He jumps to his feet and goes to his front door, not seeing the smug look on Oni's face. When he opens the door, he's greeted by a person in a black shirt and jeans, wearing a purple cat mask. Catspiracy, he greets, eyeing the small device in the person's hands. They bring it up to the front of their mask, and with great annoyance, Shouta notices it's modeled after a kazoo. Please, call me Ms. Midoriya. It's the woman's voice. How did they fit that technology into something so small? Reluctantly, he lets the person inside his private home. I'm going to have to move after this, aren't I? When leading the boy to the living room, Shouta feels his blood freezing a bit. Izuku, the person rushes over to his friend, who's taken the liberty of cutting off their own hand. I didn't hear it. He didn't make a sound. The fact that this child has such a high pain tolerance at such a young age disturbs him. Hey, buddy, Oni greets, grabbing his friend's shoulder with the hand he has left. Your mask. All cameras in here have been taken out. It can't convict me just by saying, hey, that kid's Oni. Should I take mine off? Why aren't they discussing his lack of a hand? Oni sighs, thinking it over. Listen up, Eraserhead. His tone just got very serious. Aizawa nods in acknowledgement. seeing that Oni's letting his stump of a hand bleed into a container from his utility belt. At least he has the decency not to bleed on my furniture. Hazashi would kill me. I'm, unfortunately, all ears. He's not an accomplice. He's a victim. I threatened him into helping me with my crimes. He's innocent. Judging by Catspiracy's reaction, I'd say Oni's lying for his friend right now. Izuku, he's innocent. Oni cuts a glare at his friend. Take off the mask. Catspiracy does as told. I'm both shocked and not at all shocked that it was Shinsu under the mask. This means that Shinsu left school. Shinsu, why aren't you in school? Shouta uses his teacher voice, feeling joy at the sight of his student cowering back a bit. My friend is bleeding out on your sofa, sir. Fair point. I can feel my hair going gray. Shouta mumbles, continuing the first aid. Care to tell me why your hand is on my floor? It's called bloodletting. People would make cuts on themselves in order to bleed out their demons. There's a moment of silence, creating an awkward air. Get it? Because the Quirk suppressants are like tiny little demons. Izuku wakes up, vaguely remembering talking about demons in his blood before passing out. The sound of people quietly talking pull him out of his sleep fully. Rubbing at his eyes, he feels that his hands are back. On the living room table, he sees the bullet in a small metal tray, along with bloodied gauze. With little regard to how dizzy he'll feel when he gets up, he hops to his feet. I'm dizzy. Is this what regret feels like? The talking stops, and eyes watch Izuku waddle towards the table. Sit down, Aizawa instructs. In a sec, I need to take the stitching out. Kid, you're lucky you bled the suppressants out faster than you could bleed to death. You shouldn't even be up right now. I know, the fever is well on its way. I have to do this before I'm stuck in bed. He grabs the surgical scissors, cutting the stitching out. How you feeling, champ? Izuku meets present Mike's soft expression with a smile. How did you get stuck with Aizawa? Toshi sits at the table, patiently waiting for Izuku to come over to him. I'll be back in peak condition in a day or so. It's the fever that's going to kick my ass. You deserve it. He hears Aizawa mumble. Go wash up and come eat dinner. Izuku almost does a double take at Mike's words. I intruded their home, disabled their cameras, and bled on their couch. They want me to stay for dinner. Stunned, he simply lets Mike lead him to the bathroom, handing him some clothes to change into. He looks in the mirror, seeing how red his face is from the oncoming fever. His hair is already plastered to his forehead, but that may just be from the river water. When he changes into the clothes, he scowls at how baggy they are on him. These are Aizawa's. Mike's probably too tall for me to fit into at all. Toshi laughs at his appearance the moment he shuffles into the kitchen. I feel like a trash bag. Aizawa glares at him. You are a trash bag. To that, he sticks his tongue out. Don't fight, you two. Go sit down and wait. Mike ushers them out of the room and into the dining room. Izuku sits between Shinsu and Aizawa, waiting for Mike to come back with the food. Toshi, he took our groceries. Izuku complains to his friend, who looks equally upset about it. I know, we literally just got them. It looks like Toshi is mentally recalling what he took. He didn't touch the freezer, so the ice cream is still there. It's chocolate. You're the only who eats that shit. Toshi rolls his eyes. He took my kettle corn. My lifeline. I can't go on in these conditions. You'll have to kill me. What kind of sicko is he? Yeah, go ahead and kill my mother and I, but I have to travel all the way across town for the kettle corn. It's premium. I'll get you more. Calm down. Sure, Toshi, like it's that easy. The feeling of a hand on his forehead startles him into grabbing the arm and twisting. Relax. As soon as Aizawa speaks up, he lets go. I'm trying to see if you're running a fever yet. He puts his hand back and takes Izuku's temperature. HM, you're a little warm. Unlike my ice-cold heart. Shut up. They stop bickering when Mike starts bringing out the bowls of food and setting the table. The moment the scent of food hits his nose, Izuku remembers he hasn't eaten at all that day. Izuku, you're drooling. Toshi teases, offering a napkin. Well, excuse me, but I can't remember the last time I had a meal. He quips back, almost feeling bad at the concerned look the adults give him. Toshi and Izuku thank present Mike for preparing dinner and make their plates. They eat in a somewhat comfortable silence until Toshi holds a napkin out to Izuku again. Do I have food on my face? You're crying, kiddo. Present Mike explains. Quickly, he wipes his tears away. Do you not like the food? I can get you something else, you know. He's so nice. Aizawa, what did you do to get someone so good? No, it's good. Katsuden's actually my favorite food. I haven't had it since. Izuku feels his breath catch, sucking in a hiccup. Am I crying? Who said I could do that? I'm sorry. Don't be. Mike defends. Cry as much as you want, so long as you drink water to make up for it. We love a self-care guru. You can tell them, Toshi. I need a moment. Toshi nods, starting to explain. Besides the food I've made for him, he hasn't had a home-cooked meal since he was 12. Izuku once mentioned Katsuden was the last meal his mother made before they were separated. Out the corner of his tear-filled eyes, he sees the adults tense. When he looks up, he sees Mike watching him with sympathy. and Aizawa looking on with a slightly colder look. He's trying to reconstruct my life story. This is very good, thank you. My voice must have startled them. I did say I only needed a moment to shove down whatever emotion was trying to gurgle its way up. No need to thank us, kiddo. Shouda's been trying to take you in for a while now. I guess it'll just be a different kind of custody now. At the joke, both Aizawa and Izuku chokes on their food. Kidding. Geez, listeners, you're too tense. Izuku glares at Toshi when he starts snickering at them. Never mind. You're my accomplice. The phone in Izuku's pocket startles him when it rings, halting the table's chatter. You can take the call, but you can't leave the table, Aizawa states firmly. You think I take vigilante orders or some shit? I'm not a delivery service. It's Todoroki. Put it on speaker. Oh god. He gives one last glare at Aizawa before doing as told. Hey Shoudo, he greets, not missing the collective eyebrow raise of everyone else in the room. Are you okay? His words sound rushed, like he has to know right this second or else he'll burst into flames. Well, he might, actually. Yeah, I'm good. Healing from a few bad wounds, fever. Not anything I haven't gone through before. That doesn't mean you should go through it again. Whoa, where did that tone come from? I know, I'm sorry if I worried you. I'm guessing you didn't get caught. Please tell me you're safe. Izuku sighs, knowing he'll have to lie. I made it away. I'm good. Aizawa gives him an odd look. My classmates were talking about you kidnapping this kid named Midoriya. They said what? You're telling me that 18 kids were left to come up with theories and not one could guess we're the same person? Come on, my act isn't that good. That green-haired freak. I didn't see him today. Shoudo hums. Izuku only called him Shoudo so there was a smaller chance of them knowing it's Todoroki. It was worth a shot. I see. He goes quiet a moment. Are you coming over tonight? Mike spits out his water at the question, and Aizawa stares at the phone with wide eyes. Not tonight. I'll let you know when I can. Oh, okay. Don't sound so sad. You're in charge of picking the next movie, then? You're in charge of food, then? Fine. Shoudo chuckles, pretending to sound mad. I gotta go. Let me guess, going back to work. Don't you ever rest? No, I'll sleep when I'm dead. Wait, I can't die. Fuck. The next time you come over I'm going to force you to stay put and relax, Izu. I'm a workaholic. Say hi to your expired coupon of a father for me. He snickers. I will not. Have a good night, Izu. Sweet dreams. As usual, Todoroki hangs up first, not needing any more words from Izuku. It's nice, seeing as Izuku hates goodbyes. Hey Shoudo. Toshi mimics in Izuku's voice using the voice changer. Izuku quickly snatches away, mumbling about abuse of power. So, is seducing the man's son part of your grand scheme? Aizawa jabs, raising an eyebrow at Izuku's increasingly red face. No, it just happened. Hold it, I'm not seducing anyone. It sounds like you were. I didn't know the kid could actually emote. Eraser, I have a fork and knife with your name on it if you don't shut it. I will end you, I swear. Not with my good silverware, kiddo. I can get you something else. The table laughs a bit. Toshi waves a hand to Izuku, signaling he has to sign something. Tired dad and loud dad. Immediately after he signs it, Izuku and present Mike starts laughing. What did you say? Aizawa narrows his eyes. He didn't say anything, dad. Before he even finishes the word dad, Aizawa bitch slaps him with his scarf. So, Shinsu, would you like to call your parents and explain why you're going home late? No. If I'm staying here, he is too. I'm not staying alone, and I won't let him go back to his shitty parents. Why's that? Aizawa deadpans, leaning towards Izuku in an attempt to intimidate him. He's not going home. He lives with me. That was our apartment that was raided. Izuku, it's fine. I can go home. Toshi, you know damn well what I'm thinking right now, and it's not that. You're not leaving. Toshi looks like he doesn't want to leave, but he doesn't want to be a burden. You're not a burden to them, I promise. He's right. If you don't feel safe at home, for whatever reason, you can stay the night. Aizawa speaks up. While he says Toshi can stay the night, it feels more like you're staying and that's final. Okay, I'll stay. You don't really sound like it took much convincing. We have 2 spare bedrooms. You two can decide which you want. For tonight, no hero or vigilante talk. I don't have the energy to sort through all this shit today. I'll call Tsukachi first thing in the morning. Yeah, if you called Tsuki now he'd probably be up all night. Izuku agrees. Hey, Eraser, if you live a life by rationality, why don't you two just live in a 1-bedroom apartment instead of a house like this? Apartments don't offer as much privacy, for one. As Ashi was in charge of almost all of the choices involving the house. He pauses. He probably predicted that we'd get stuck with a brat and his sidekick for the night. Why am I the only brat? Look at Toshi, that's a brat. After dinner, they take turns showering, and Izuku and Toshi check the rooms. They're fairly large for guest bedrooms, mostly blank. There's dressers and beds in each, as well as a desk. The windows look like they're hard to open. Izuku can't help but mentally plan ways out of the building. Not that he's going to escape. It's a precautionary measure, if anything. Actually, kid, you'll be in this room. Huh, why can't I choose? Yeah, I wanted this room, but having you say I have no choice makes me want the other one. If you start to be yourself and try to weasel out of our house, this is closest to our bedroom. I won't hesitate to tackle a tiny child. Okay, why the fuck does everyone refer to me as tiny? Literally any other adjective would do. Fine. Him and Toshi say their goodnights, already being ushered to their rooms with a declaration of bedtime. There's school in the morning. The bed feels soft, much better than the one he has at his apartment. The way the air no longer smells like burnt wood and ash is both comforting and unnerving to the boy. Slowly, he dreams. Most of his dreams are vigilante related. When something occupies your thoughts constantly, it inevitably leaks into your dreams. It's a sick distortion of reality that Izuku is all too familiar with. In this dream, he finds himself fighting for his life. Be it cops, heroes, villains, or monsters, all he can process is that no one is his ally. Toshi and Shouto are nowhere to be seen. He's alone. It's fine. I can shake these crusty fucks. I can win. Everything is going well. He is winning. That is, until something approaches him, hiding in his blind spots. He doesn't see them at all. He only hears a crackly laughter, flooding all of his senses. Following that, he's met with blinding pain. It's hot, searing, burning. Izuku's falling apart at the seams. Only then does he realize his limbs aren't flesh. No, they're stuffed. Izuku screams, watching his stuffing worm its way out of his stitching as he deflates into the hollow shell He looks up, trying to find the source of the static and incessant scratching. I love my new toy, is all Izuku hears before he wakes up screaming and thrashing at his sheets. After the shitstorm of a day Shouto's had, he wants nothing but to be able to sleep. He's agreed to take the night off from his patrol, making Hisashi look happier than the day Shouto said yes. Restlessness plagues him, making him want to toss and turn, knowing his body doesn't naturally fall asleep this time of night anymore. Taking in the scent of Hisashi's passion fruit conditioner, he forces himself to remain still. Lying down without moving a muscle can force him into sleep. It's working very slowly. Drowsiness starts coming on. He starts drifting into sleep. Then he hears screaming. His body's moving before he can register who it is and where it's coming from. Shouto knows Hisashi is following closely behind, and he sees Shinsu coming out of his room and darting towards Midoriya. The kid sitting against the headboard of the bed, screaming and scratching at his chest and abdomen, as if desperately trying to get something off of him. Shouto hears Hisashi trying to wake the boy up, attempting to capture the attention of Midoriya's unseeing eyes. When Shouto moves to restrain Midoriya's arms, Shinsu steps in the way. Don't. He won't stop. He'll just attack you instead. He's on autopilot right now. It sounds like this isn't the first time it's happened. He did this a day or two after USJ. The adults watch on as Shinsu tries to get a verbal response out of his friend. With his brainwashing, he can force Midoriya to settle down. The kid's still too asleep to notice he's being spoken to. What did you do last time? Shouto finds his voice. I had to cover him in blankets until he settled. Afterwards we went out and got him a weighted blanket for things like this. Shinsu seems distressed, but is keeping calm for his friend's sake. He doesn't listen to me. I can't use my quirk when he's like this. To think that a student who hated even mentioning their quirk not long ago now feels sad that he can't use it. You've come far, Shinsu. Shouto nods, using his capture weapon and binding Midoriya's arms. He looks over his wounds, stomach sinking a bit. Why isn't he healing from his injuries? If he's in shock, his quirk doesn't work. Oh great. Shouto leaves the room, going to one of the storage closets downstairs. He's tried weighted blankets before, didn't suit him. He'll just give the thing to Midoriya. He needs it more. When back in the kid's room, he hands the blanket to Shinsu, trusting him to do the work. Shouto watches on carefully, feeling that he might have to do this himself one day. Shinsu moves behind Midoriya, putting the blanket between the headboard and Midoriya, wrapping the boy up like a burrito and making him lay back down. Within seconds, his eyes close. He's out. Shinsu and the two other adults move out to the hall, closing the door. Is this a common occurrence? Shouto speaks up, feeling that Hisashi won't be able to speak up a while. Shinsu hums as if he needs to think it over. After USJ, he also said the night after we fought Bakugo. He doesn't know this, but I hear him waking up from nightmares every so often. It keeps his bedroom door cracked open. Izuku didn't know he's awful at hiding the sound of himself crying. Shinsu pauses. He offhandedly mentioned that he still dreams about he cut himself off. Anyways, it's obvious he has a nightmare when he randomly takes cold showers. Who knew this problem child was problem child? Thanks, I'll have a chat with him tomorrow. Go back to bed. Shinsu does as told. I know what you're thinking, Shouto. When he meets Hisashi's eyes, he feels grateful. Shouto grabs one of his sleeping bags out their room, gets a goodnight kiss on the cheek, and goes into Midoriya's room. He sets up a spot in the corner of the room on the floor and lays down. He'll be there to restrain the kid if he tries to hurt himself again. Midoriya's breathing sounds steady enough. Maybe he'll actually sleep the night. Shouto dozes off again. A few hours pass, and he finds himself waking back up. He hasn't had a full night's sleep in years, just hours of back-to-back naps. Might as well make sure that freak is still here. He sits up a bit, seeing Midoriya more clearly. He's curled into a ball, knees halfway to his chest. With one hand, he holds his necklace, still soundly asleep. It's a ring, isn't it? Izuku is both annoyed and not at all shocked to find Eraser tucked in the corner of his room when he wakes up. His breath catches a bit when he sees the weighted blanket at the foot of the bed. Aw shit. With the slightest shift, he sees Aizawa's eye open. I'm sorry, I meant to say good morning, or hello, or even what the hell are you doing? But no, shut up. I'm not dealing with this shit yet. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. What time is it? Izuku reaches for his phone off the nightstand, yawning. He really needs to fix his phone soon. It doesn't have much left in it. School started half an hour ago. Izuku bolts out of bed, rushing to get ready, only to be restrained by Cloth. Stop it. Right, not actually at my apartment. This is weird. Wait, why wouldn't we go to school? Oh god, this is the end for me, isn't it? Is Toshi still here? Aizawa gives a tired nod. If he's here, I think I can deal with your bullshit a little longer. What's going to happen? Public execution. If so, it's about damn time. I thought I said to go back to bed. Did I not say that? Izuku sits back down, holding his head a bit. I feel awful. Now that he's focusing on how he feels right now, he notices the disgusting body aches, the coldness of the room. Izuku doesn't miss Aizawa's dumb smirk when he climbs back into the blankets. That's one reason why you're staying home today. Did you forget you're not actually invincible? Aren't I though? If I wasn't, that'd defeat half the purpose in making this story, don't you think? No, you have a quirk. You're still human, so don't act like whatever demon possesses you when you're Oni. At that, Izuku snorts. Yeah, as if I need an extra kick to lose my marbles. I didn't know you were funny, Dad. He laughs harder at the sight of Aizawa's hair floating up. Don't call me that. I'm not your father. Aizawa's glare only sharpens when Izuku rolls off the bed laughing. We're going to see Tsukachi. Oh, Dad number 2. Aizawa sighs. You're probably going to wear more of my clothes, seeing as you came in costume. Wait, no. I'm not turning myself in. I'm not giving up vigilante work, Izuku states with a matter-of-factly tone. I'm not going anywhere near a police station without my mask on. You're being outed as Oni whether you like or not. Not if I can help it, you overgrown turnip. Izuku fakes a defeated sigh. We'll try to minimize consequence, seeing as your vigilante work is coming to an end. Aizawa gets up, leaving the room and coming back with clean clothes. Go wash up. You can use Hisashi's hair stylers if you want. Travel toothbrushes are in the second drawer on the left. Thanks. This is weird. You can get breakfast when you come down. It should be ready soon enough. With that, Aizawa leaves the room. Shinsu, I'm going to trust you to trust me. Izuku gets into the bathroom, smuggling his mask under his shirt. He can always make a new costume. I can break into Endeavor's agency as much as I want. In the shower, he makes sure to scrub extra hard, working the feeling of guilt off of himself. Last night was awful, that dream was. Shit, I forgot to mention I saw Shigaraki. When Izuku gets out the shower, he quickly finishes getting ready and looks around for things to write with. Sorry, Mike, you might be the most mad at this one. Izuku finds eyeliner in one of the drawers and moves to write a note on the mirror. Eraser, buddy, Dad. You should have thought a little harder about telling me my vigilante days are up. I told you, I have goals. Speaking of which, yesterday my body was brought into a warehouse, and I bumped into Shigaraki on the way out. It looked like he had business. I'll still make sure my schoolwork is taken care of, but for the next week, I'm a ghost. There, dramatic but not over the top. Now for the fun part. He looks around the window to the bathroom. Second floor, making some scratches and hurt ankles. On his Oni phone, he yet again disables their cameras. He ends up using a pair of hair scissors to unscrew enough of the window to get it open. You're on the second floor. There is no need for this many locks on a fucking window. Well, I'm a reason for them. He shimmies out the window, holding onto the ledge. The moment he drops to the ground, he stays crouched. He slips his mask back on and prepares to run. Their house is totally fenced in, with fucking barbed wire. Really, Eraser, it's a bit much. Izuku sneaks his way to the front of the house. When he gets ready to climb the main gate, he turns to see if the coast is still clear. It very much so is not clear. Through the window of the living room, Izuku can see straight into the dining room. Straight into the eyes of Satan himself as Aizawa drops whatever he's doing and starts sprinting to get to Izuku. He scrambles over the gate and runs as fast as he can. This is like sneaking out of a one-night stand, except instead of sex I was given parental guidance. Freaky. He turns down the second road he finds and takes as many random turns he can, hoping Aizawa isn't warmed up enough to roof hop so early into the day. Thank God there's a shopping street coming up. Izuku barrels down the road. Weaving in between people, he knows Eraser is gaining. The hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and he feels eyes on him. Oh my God. He sees a small table on the sidewalk to advertise a shop's fresh groceries. He runs by and snags 2 bags of flour and turns to face Eraser. Before the man can throw out his capture weapon, Izuku slams the flour onto the ground, blinding Aizawa with a cloud of it. By time the dust clears, he's gone. He stops in an alleyway, catching his breath. Something almost resembling a plan comes to him. It's just a matter of if he can pull it off. If I stay hidden until the sports festival, then show up on field, they can't take me out of it. It'd have to be explained publicly. UA can't have it going public that Oni is one of their top first-year hero students. Toshi is probably going to be stressed out. He'll make sure to get in contact as soon as he can. Thirsty, Izuku goes to a cafe, only getting his usual iced coffee. A sandwich sounds good. As much as he hates it, that katsudon he ate yesterday can probably hold him over for a few days, so long as he has a snack here and there. Izuku wanders around the streets a while, figuring out his first priority. New phone, new costume. I don't even know if it's safe to return to my apartment. Aizawa never got the address, and there's no way Hisashi would be back again so soon. The first order of business is to fix his gear, so he moseys over to Endeavor's agency. The dickwad must be on a patrol. The fact that the agency looks like it's empty unnerves Izuku. What if he were a villain? What if he had some sort of horrible grudge against Endeavor? Wait, he does. Izuku can't help smiling when he starts thinking of how he can redecorate the man's office. Costume first, fun later. He goes to Endeavor's computer, frowning at the sight of a password entry. Ho ho, what's this I see? It's an option for security questions in case he forgot his password. The question is, what does Endeavor hate most? While Izuku has an answer that's probably right, he feels gross considering the pettiness of it all. All Might no space, because Endeavor looks like the kind of sicko who doesn't know a space counts as a character on these computers. He clicks and clacks away at the keys, snooping through Endeavor's files in the hopes of finding something juicy to leak. Nothing. He has less personality than a wheat thin. He managed to find an old phone in a storage closet in Endeavor's main office. 2 birds, 1 stone. Izuku factory resets, and goes through the phone and reprograms it to be like the last. That process takes an hour. I don't feel like making the costume here. I can take a duffel bag of materials. Izuku decides that in case he has to sleep on the street, he'll steal some blankets. Food is needed too, now that he thinks about it. I'm about to Robin Hood the fuck out of this place. Izuku's trying to keep track of his growing fever, feeling the chills getting a bit worse. Now that he has a few duffel bags worth of supplies set aside, it's time for the fun part. I really want to broadcast my painting process, but they'd know where to find me. While the idea of being tackled on camera sounds amusing, it's not as much fun when he's the one getting tackled. I want more paint. Ooh, streamers. Let's make his office rainbow. Or green. Green can be both symbolic of me. And because it's the opposite of Endeavor's red. He thinks over the deeper meaning a moment. No, let's go with rainbow. After rummaging around Endeavor's supply closets, he finds paint. Not as much as he wanted, but enough to wreak havoc. Yet again he creates a borderline abstract portrait. Only this time it's himself. Izuku takes it upon himself to coat every inch of the room in paint. If he didn't know any better, he'd say he's actually having fun. Until he hears a door close. That is, he drops down into a low stance, holding 2 metal paint scrapers in his hands as weapons. Father, I don't know how I feel about this turn of events. Hello? He must have heard me moving before I heard him. The sound of footsteps approaching startles him. Izuku can't decide whether or not to hide or to greet his friend. He's torn. The knocking at the door tells him time is up. I'm opening the door. Todoroki opens the door and blinks in surprise. Almost immediately after, he throws open the door and runs at Izuku, hugging him tightly. Whoa, you know how to hug. Izuku fails to notice how much he leans into the hug, reciprocating it. I was so worried about you. Todoroki mutters into Izuku's ear. His heart hurts at the sound of how distressed his friend truly is. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Todoroki doesn't lessen his hold. Todoroki, you're gonna get paint on yourself. Intrigued, Todoroki pulls away. He must have been too caught up in the sight of Izuku. He never saw the paint all over the office. Thank God he's in workout clothes and not his uniform. Shoudo. Yesterday you called me Shoudo. I don't see why you should switch back and forth between the two. He's so straightforward it throws me off sometimes. Izuku nods, not knowing what else to say. What are you doing? Shoudo asks, moving to examine Izuku's art. Ruining your father's day. He hums, moving to hand Shoudo a paintbrush. Shoudo gives a small smile, accepting the brush and moving to paint a section of a blank wall. Where is he, anyways? Press conference in Hasu. He'll be gone a while. That's why I was confused as to who was in the building. Shoudo trails. I was very happy to find you here today. Or generally speaking. Oh, why the fuck can't I speak? I am one eloquent fuck, so why won't my jaw move? Aizawa never showed up today. And neither did 2 of my classmates. I was starting to worry that it had to do with you, but here you are, painting genitalia on my father's furniture. Izuku snickers at the nonchalant comment. Shadow types something on his phone, putting it away and painting some more. I was thinking of getting industrial-sized bags of glitter. There's no bouncing back from that. If you assaulted my father's agency with glitter, it'd get on me, and I'd go the rest of my life being all sparkly. Is that supposed to be a bad thing? I don't see a downside here. Shadow huffs a bit, pretending to ignore Izuku. When Izuku purposely moves into Shadow's line of sight, the latter turns his head more. Two can play this game, you dork. Izuku keeps moving towards Shadow, and when he moves to finally confront Izuku, he swipes a line of pink paint across Shadow's cheek. As a safety measure, Izuku darts back out of reach. Excuse me, Shadow scoffs, getting ready to retaliate. I'm probably faster than you, you know. The foot Izuku tries to raise doesn't follow his command. It's frozen to the ground. That's cheating. The ice crawls up his legs, cementing him in place. Shadow comes over with a brush of blue paint and grabs Izuku's arm, making zebra stripes all over his it. As if declaring himself the winner, he unfreezes Izuku and turns back. Izuku moves to get the last laugh, but falls to the ground when he gets hit with a strong body ache. Shit. Shadow turns in time to see Izuku staggering forward. Did I hurt you? He sounds so scared. No, I have a fever and I'm really, really cold. Holy shit, I'm freezing. Is this hypothermia? Shivering. You're shivering, Izu. He finishes. Shadow looks conflicted over something. Hold on a second. He leaves the room for a few moments, giving Izuku time to wrap himself up inside one of the blankets he stole from Endeavor. When Shadow returns, his hands are full. What's all this? I ordered us food, and I grabbed a blanket because we covered the carpet in paint. Izuku gets a watered-down glare from Shadow when he tries to get up. He must want me to stay put. Shadow sets the blanket flat on the ground, then sets up the food. Thank you. Izuku gets a soft smile in response. You mentioned a fever last night. He speaks after they each take a few bites of food. Izuku's mask is pulled up past his lips again, stopping right where his scar starts. I got shot a few times. I had Quirk suppressants in while it happened, so it wasn't much fun. Why'd you get shot? Who shot you? He says it like he's about to go apeshit and hunt them down himself. The police tried to take me into custody. I wasn't having it, so I escaped. Shadow goes quiet, staring at the ground. You're staying with me tonight. What? You clearly have no regard for your own life and don't have any desire to take care of yourself. Well, I do. You do what? I'm lost. Want to take care of you. There it is again. My mouth feels like it's sewn shut. My stomach feels like static. My face feels hot as fuck, too. Shadow stares at Izuku's lips again, before abruptly grabbing the sides of his face and pulling him closer. He lays the back of his hand on the exposed part of Izuku's cheek. You're hot. I know he's talking about my temperature, but he's really setting himself up here. No, you. What? Shadow stares at his friend, trying to figure out what he just said. Why am I hot if you're the one who's sick? Are you trying to say you'll get me sick? I don't get fevers, Izu. I'm happy that you worry for me, though. Never mind, Shadow. Izu laughs, and Shadow watches how his shoulders lightly bounce. When he stops laughing, his shoulders still move. You're still cold. He can't decide if he wants to help with his father's quirk. It won't be fire, but it's close enough to fire that he's scared to risk it. What's wrong? I was wondering about whether or not to use my quirk to warm you up, he admits. Izu hums, wondering the same. It can be a space heater, or an AC. He witnesses Izu's lips quirk into a smile, moving a bit closer to Shadow. That sounds perfect for someone with a fever. Think you can keep up? While my training focused more on all-out quirk usage, I think this is easy enough. Shadow gives a small nod, before activating his father's quirk. The soft boiling under his skin is uncomfortable at first, most likely due to his dislike of using it. The blanket they eat on is against one of the office walls, and the moment Shadow warms up the air around them, Izu leans back against the wall, relaxing. Better? You're perfect. Izu hums, unaware of how his words make Shadow's face red. If he wasn't careful, he'd probably set himself on fire. Thank you, he manages. They eat, enjoying each other's presence without need for words. I've seen people interact with friends before. I've seen the shows and movies. So why does it feel like this? It doesn't feel like what I've seen. While Shadow remains confused as to why he feels so much peace with Izu, he absolutely wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. A soft thud on the wall grabs his attention, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turns and finds Izu asleep, breathing steady. He still has food on his face. Without thinking too much about it, he reaches up with his left hand, wiping some of the food off Izu's chin and some of his bottom lip. He freezes when Izu leans into the touch, probably because he's cold. Trying not to wake him, he wraps the blanket around his friend more securely, upping the output of his quirk. He moves too fast for his own good. He needs rest. Shouta is not happy. In fact, he's furious. So angry that he might become a wrathful god and strike Oni down himself. To make matters worse, he returned home covered in flour. Kazashi won't let him delete the pictures, saying that his floating hair and red eyes make him look even more like an evil spirit. I'm going to haunt that brat. Back home, Shinsu doesn't seem shocked at all that his friend jumped out the window. Let me guess, you told Izuku that his vigilante days are numbered or something. Okay, I can see how that was a mistake. Shouta nods, interested on any insight his friend may have. We still have to go to Tsukachi today, to speak with him. It would have been nice if the actual criminal was present, but you'll do. He flashes a manic grin as panic takes over Shinsu's eyes. Regardless of whether or not you know his plans, we'll question is normal. So it seems you've picked up some of Midoriya's analytical skills. That's not all. Your combat has greatly improved since befriending him in class. There's no doubt he's training you. He can't be upset at a student's progress, but the reason for it annoys him nonetheless. Besides Tsukachi, I'm in charge of the investigation. Heroes are allowed to work for or with the police. In my case, I gather intel, discuss with them, and act accordingly. Did they assign you because he's a child? I feel like everything would have gone much differently if I knew his age right off the bat. If I had one more hint, I could have prevented this mess. No, they assigned me because I can erase his quirk. Shinsu tenses, rightfully so. They knew it was a healing quirk, and assumed that without it, he'd stop pulling reckless stunts in order to escape. That's kind of funny. Shouta glares at the kid. We didn't know his pain tolerance was already so high that he no longer cared about his quirk working. Now I can't use my quirk on him. He'll just keep going. I can't let a child do that. He has a high pain tolerance, but he has an incredibly low pain threshold. What do you mean by that? That might make this more distressing than we realized. At this point, Shouta makes himself a cup of coffee and sits at the table beside Shinsu. It sounds like Midoriya has trusted Shinsu with a lot of information about himself. He has a theory that when he heals, his nerves are new. Or at least, newer. They're sensitive, and he registers most touch as pain. Dear Lord, he just has a high tolerance to it, and will break himself in order to accomplish something, meaning his goal of getting to Hisashi Midoriya. Shouta waits until Shinsu finishes breakfast, and goes to start the car. Shinsu fidgets in the passenger seat, looking anywhere but at Shouta. I'm starting the questioning now. Might as well ask about the more important things before seeing Tsukachi. Shouldn't the detective be present? Nice try. It's not about Midoriya. It's about you. Shouta sees Shinsu flinch out the corner of his eye. He pretends he didn't see it. Why were you living with Midoriya? The longer the silence stretches, the worse Shouta feels the answer will be. My parents don't love me. Excuse me, I'm adopted. When we found out my quirk, they stopped loving me. Talked about putting me up for adoption again. I'll have a chat with them. When I tried being nice or passive, they thought it was manipulation. I can see why Midoriya started getting feral over having you stay. Shinsu nods in response, not speaking. You two were the first friends you've had in a long time, correct? I was a late bloomer. My paperwork all said quirkless, so did Izuku's. We didn't have friends. Society didn't allow for it. Midoriya was registered as quirkless. Until when? Maybe this can help get a lead on who he actually is. When I got my quirk, not only did I not have friends, but people went out of their way to avoid me. I didn't exist. Let's try leading him on. And why didn't Midoriya make friends when his quirk manifested? He didn't have friends because Shinsu abruptly snaps his teeth shut. It's not my place to tell you. Goddamn, stupid friendship. Because he what, Shinsu? I can't tell you. You know that. I know you're trying to be a good friend, but if you expose me, I'll have to deal with you. When I found out he was Oni, he threatened me. You two are inseparable now. What's the problem? I know what you're going to say. I'm not scared of him or anything, but I get the feeling that interfering with his work could cost me my life. I'm not stupid. Stupid enough to befriend the vigilante, though. Shouta pulls into the station lot, parking. Listen up, we're going to question you, and you're going to answer. Silence isn't an option. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. The Amasa sits in the interrogation room, waiting for the kid's Eraserhead mention to be brought in. Here I thought this vigilante would be easy to take down when he first appeared. At this point, he'd say Oni owes him some boxes of hair dye from the amount of grays he has coming in. This is the kid Toshinori has taken interest in, and he has no idea why that's such a bad idea. Apparently Eraserhead made an offhanded comment to him about Midoriya being a vigilante, but Toshinori assumed it was a he once stopped a purse snatcher kind of situation. He has a straitjacket set aside for Midoriya. He doubts Shinsu will do much harm on his own. A knock at the door causes him to do a quick breathing exercise, preparing for the headache of a child about to walk into the room. The door opens, and in walks an angry Eraserhead, a tired-looking Shinsu, and he escaped, didn't he? I'm not surprised. He broke my bathroom window and jumped out from the second floor. The two have a seat. Shinsu sits directly in front of Naomasa in the chair. Eraserhead sits off to the side, ready to intervene when needed. I brought someone still worth questioning, though. I'm impressed you managed to keep Oni on lockdown for the night. I can barely get him in custody for an hour. Okay, let's see what I can get from Shinsu. Hi, Shinsu. We've met before. How are you? Tired, but alright. True. What is your friend's name? Izuku Midoriya. True. Does his friend not know that Izuku Midoriya isn't his real name? From what I've been told, these two know almost everything about each other. Your conspiracy. He nods, and Naomasa's quirk also registers it as true. He is Oni. Yes, true. Do you know what he wants with Hisashi Midoriya? I'm not entirely sure. True. Maybe there are a few secrets after all. Eraserhead told me Oni may want to kill Hisashi Midoriya. We need a motive. Do you know why he wants Midoriya? He hurt his family. True. So this is about avenging his cousin and aunt. Eraserhead told me about an incident on the first day of school. Maybe that Bakugo kid is also worth questioning. Though that'd reveal that Midoriya is Oni. We'll wait on that one. Wait, the file we have on their deaths. The deaths of Inko and Mikumo Midoriya were caused by fire. But all of the files say that the fire was caused on accident. What are you implying? Hisashi Midoriya set the fires. True. I've never heard such conviction from this boy before. He's dead set on the theory. Why would he do that? What's his motive? The interrogation takes a surprising turn, and Naomasa feels it's for the worse. The Inko's side of the family only ever had weak quirks. They tended to get weaker as generations passed. That's the opposite of quirks nowadays. I was told that Mikumo, Hisashi's child, was a quirkless runt. True. He set his family on fire because he had a quirkless child. He killed Izuku's cousin because he was quirkless. It's Eraserhead who speaks up. Shinsu nods. Why? What was there to gain? Being associated with someone quirkless makes you weak. At least, that's how most people see it. Naomasa offers, also getting a nod. Is that why Izuku is scared of fire quirks? Eraserhead asks. He is. Yeah, partially. I'd be too if I saw my family burn to death. True. That apartment you two live in, is that? Shinsu nods. What apartment? These kids lived on their own. What apartment? Naomasa asks, bringing the investigation back into his hands. Oni lives in a burnt-down apartment. Location unknown. Hisashi was last seen raiding it for food. Well, thank you for telling me. He lives where his family were killed. Yeah, I think it's to help keep his mind on task. That and the fact that he has nowhere else to go. True. Does Shinsu really believe that? There's lots of places he could have gone. He's a child. Are you aware that you're considered his accomplice? Naomasa has to mention it. I'm not. True. What? Why do you believe that? Oni has made it painfully clear that Shinsu here is a victim to his crimes. He basically said that if we so much as point a finger in Shinsu's direction, all hell will break loose. Great. Eraserhead sounds just as annoyed by it when he speaks, so we can't charge Shinsu for anything. He concludes, well, your YouTube channel will probably be taken down before he finishes speaking. Shinsu holds a hand up, getting papers out of his pocket. He hands them to Naomasa so he can read them over. These are all examples of why his channel should be taken down, coupled with reasons as to why he has yet to break the law and any terms of service with the site. Well done. This paperwork was made by Oni for this exact scenario. That just makes me angry. My channel and I are untouchable. Technically speaking, he's right. For the safety of my employees, I have to let him free. Who knows what Oni can do when he's genuinely mad. Fine, you're all at once. Everyone's phones go off. I swear to God if this is Oni. Upon pulling out his phone, Naomasa wishes he could teleport to Oni's location and smack him right then and there. It's a picture of Oni laying across Endeavor's desk, with his office entirely covered in paint. It's a mass text. We have a location. Eraserhead is already on his feet, not wasting time. He pauses when seeing Shinsu. Go back to my house, kid. Hisashi will let you in. With that, he's gone. Naomasa moves too, ordering officers to swarm the place. Izuku is in Shadow's room, laughing at the uproar one picture can cause. He dials Toshi's number, hoping he got the timing right. Izuku, you sly dog. Toshi answers, you planned this, didn't you? Izuku snickers a bit, happy that it worked out. Yeah, I wanted to cut your questioning short. If I did it before you got questioned, they would have just postponed it. Any later and I would have been, well, too late. I wish I could have seen it though. I can imagine the pure rage washing over their faces when they saw my picture. I made sure not to mention that you and Mikumo are the same person. They don't seem to be figuring that out yet. That's good. Izuku hears laughter through the speaker. Who knew you could actually be smart? Izuku scoffs at Toshi's teasing. Don't make me use my evil genius on you. He whines, laughing. Shadow gives a small smile at the sound of his laughter. It's a good thing I don't have him on speakerphone, seeing as Toshi said Izuku right off the bat. Are you forgetting that my intellect is what's kept me out of the police's grimy little hands for so long? No, it's just entertaining to see one of your plans unravel. There's a period of time where Toshi doesn't speak, unsure of what to say. The note on the mirror said you saw Shigaraki. Yeah, Izuku breathes. Shigaraki was entering a building just as I was leaving. And I planned on spying, but I knew that I was in no condition to stick around. Shouto tenses at the mention of the villain. He looked like he had a meeting or something. Barely even looked at me. Is that why you woke up screaming last night? Ouch. Yeah, I think Shigaraki using his quirk on me traumatized me more than I thought it did. Toshi hums on the other end. I have a plan. I'll talk to you about the details later. It's not very complex, but just enough to piss Eraserhead off. Exactly. Just go about your day-to-day life and I'll get in contact. I'm not abandoning you, just laying low. I know, Izuku. Do what you have to. The conversation trails off, and they say goodbye. When Izuku hangs up, he meets the eyes of a distressed Shouto. You know Shigaraki. Oh boy. Yeah, we got into a fight and he heard me say it. What happened? Right, Shouto once asked me what would happen if I fought him. It was a tie, for the most part. Though I don't consider what happened at USJ a tie, it's better to call it that. While the heroes saved us in the end, it's clear that the villains still won something from it. After a while my quirk couldn't keep up, but he got bored of me and moved on. I passed out. Why did you pass out? Izuku shivers, unsure if it's from the fever or from recalling USJ. The pain was unbearable. He called me a new toy. No matter how he meant it, it still sounds so fucking gross. I'm sorry. Shouto comes across the room, sitting beside where he ordered Izuku to lay on the futon to rest. He puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder, giving a light squeeze. I'm sure you were doing what you felt was right. I was. My friend was going to be killed by him, so I threw myself in front. A spark of recognition settles in Shouto's eyes. Oh, was that too much? That Midoriya kid did the same thing, I think. But he has an analysis quirk. There was no point in throwing himself in front of his friend like that. There must have been other ways. Now hold on a second. I assure you if there was a way to save Toshi without turning into a pile of moon sand, then I would have done it. Say I didn't have this quirk, and I was in his shoes. What would you have done if you had no time to save me? I'd jump in. Oh, see. I suppose you're right. I know I am, you dork. Shouto gives a glare that clearly holds no ill intent. He rests a hand on Izuku's exposed face. Is my temp any lower? Doesn't feel like it. You'd probably be cooler without this mask on. Shouto frowns a bit. How long do these usually last you? Few days. I'll be fine. You probably never heal from them as fast because you're always trying to do something else. You need to just relax for a while. I know, Shouto. When was the last time you relaxed? Right now, with you. When Izuku says it, he furrows his eyebrows a bit at Shouto's reaction. His face just got red. Did I get him sick? What's wrong? Shouto jumps a bit. Nothing. My heart just felt funny for a second. Maybe it's heartburn from lunch. Izuku offers, only getting a head shake. Shouto gives him a disapproving look when Izuku stands. Come on, you remember the plan. That doesn't mean I like it. Izuku's already moving to Shouto's dresser. The bottom drawer is a bit bigger than the others. A person can fit into it if they're fine with breaking and dislocating a few bones to do so. It's a good thing I am. They already took the time to move Shouto's clothes out of the drawer and into the other ones. Once Izuku climbs inside, Shouto closes the dresser. I'll let you know if I need to get out. Otherwise act as if you're home alone. Eraserhead should be on his way here now. Sure enough, someone's ringing the doorbell. Go get him, Tiger. Izuku jokes, feeling a sudden rise in temperature in the room. Did Shouto just set himself on fire? Is he alright? Shouto leaves the room, and Izuku waits. I understand, sir. He hears Shouto say outside the room. He must have left the door open. The sound of all emotion being pushed out of Shouto's voice saddens him. I hear 2 sets of approaching footsteps. Hello, Dad. Long time no see. It's almost funny to Izuku how Eraserhead is getting predictable. You know I have to search your room. Eraserhead explains. I do. Izuku listens to the sounds of Aizawa checking around the room. Sounds like he's checking the closet right now. From the sound of it, the search is thorough. This is why Izuku decided to hide somewhere he wouldn't think to look. Have you seen him? Not in the past week or so, no. Good. As much as I hate it, your deadpan voice is perfect for this. Why didn't you speak up about knowing Oni? Oh, don't you dare get him in trouble. I don't know his identity under the mask. He's my friend. I don't want to lose him. He's being honest when needed. You realize I'll have to speak to your father about this. You're tied up with the person responsible for tarnishing his image. Don't you fucking dare, Eraser. I'll take you out myself if you even think about it. Izuku tries his best to contain his anger, hoping Shouto can take care of it without his help. The only person tarnishing his image is himself. There's a hint of anger dripping into Shouto's voice. If I cared for my sperm donor of a father, don't you think I'd have my friend stop his operation? Eraserhead doesn't speak a while. Oni once said that you're also reason to take down Endeavor. What does he do? Eraserhead's voice grew softer. He knows this is very thin ice he's walking on, and that Shouto can melt at any time he pleases. I wasn't born because he wanted children. I was born because he wanted someone to surpass him. Shadow, you don't have to tell him. Wait until the sports festival. I have it all planned. Don't worry, I'll save you. Care to elaborate on that? No, I want you out of my home, sir. My father wouldn't be too pleased with the news that a lesser-known hero had to search his home for the vigilante I befriended. He's right. All right, Eraserhead, your real weakness isn't your eyes. It's your desire to keep your students safe. He knows staying any longer would risk putting Shadow in harm. You are to contact me the moment you see him, got it? Yes, sir. After they leave the room, Izuku assumes they talk for a few more minutes outside. Shadow comes back and closes the bedroom door, helping Izuku get out of the drawer. He feels his bones and joints snapping back into place. Shadow winces a bit at every clicking sound his bones make. Did you remember to limp? Yeah, I had Shadow fake a limp when Aizawa was here to help determine whose footsteps were whose. It was also to put more pressure onto his need to keep his students safe. He's too parental, it'll get him killed one day. Good. How are you feeling? Shadow widens his eyes a bit at his friend. I should be asking you that. Go lay back down. He steps behind Izuku, planting a hand on either of his shoulders and forcing him to walk to Shadow's futon. They sit down together, putting on a movie. This time, he's next to Shadow's cold side. Being folded up in the drawer made him feel scorching hot. More dinner is on the way. Shadow got a text not too long ago that Endeavor isn't coming home tonight because of his office. His sister is coming home soon, but doesn't really talk to Shadow when his bedroom door is closed. They have a great relationship and have come to the agreement that bedrooms in this house are safe havens. The boys eat when the food arrives, watching a show now. What is this? Shadow asks, looking at the bright yellow on the screen. The show is called Banana Fish, and it better make you cry. I barely got through the first 2 episodes without bawling. Why is it called that? Izuku almost laughs at the way Shadow tilts his head when confused. That's why we're going to watch it. It's late, and they've long since turned the show off. Apparently the two can only handle so much emotional devastation from a show at a time. Shadow suggested putting on another Disney movie to lift their spirits a bit. Shadow watches the movie, painfully aware that Izu has fallen asleep on him again. I'm glad he finally fell asleep. He looks at his friend, feeling nervous when he sees Izu's face is still a bit red. With his right hand, he brings it close to Izu, but not quite touching. Just close enough to chill the air. I should try bringing the fever down. I'm starting to think he's overusing his quirk. This might just be a drawback, on top of exhaustion. Shadow feels happy whenever he's with Izu, as if life is actually looking up for him. He's starting to think that as long as Izu's by his side, it just might be. He said he's planning a surprise right after the sports festival ends. He'll be there to see me compete. I won't let him down. He thinks about Izu's fear of fire. Well, I know I'm not going to use it, out of spite. Now I just have to be more adamant about it, so I don't scare him. Shadow tenses, feeling the boy wrap an arm around his waist, still asleep. Is he cold now? He stops using his ice. Good night, Izu. For the past week, Izuku's been in hiding. His plan was to sneak on and off campus to turn in any assignments, and forge excuse notes for his absence. As far as anyone is concerned, he was simply sick. When reached out to by teachers and classmates, he said he feels good enough to attend the sports festival. He's been switching between staying at his apartment and staying with Shadow. After school, he'd find ways to train Toshi and talk to his friend. Today's the day of the sports festival, and he's so ready to participate. His classmates are in their preparation room, getting ready. Izuku is. Well, Izuku is locked inside one of the lockers. This is the only part of the plan that could go wrong. If Aizawa sees me before I'm on the field, it's all over. Speaking of Aizawa. All right, settle down. Aizawa got dragged into hosting with Present Mike, so this is the only chance he has to talk to the class. I'm not exactly supposed to show favorites, and I'm not, but you all survived a villain attack. You've learned not to let fears hold you back from doing what you need to. Izuku can see the class, looking through the vents in the locker. He watches as Aizawa's eyes scan them, most likely searching for him. I have no doubt that you will all do well. If you feel nervous about the crowd, remember that there's someone in there watching for you. If any of you don't have someone in the crowd, I'm there too. Whoa, sappy. I might just melt out of this locker. Without waiting to hear the students' responses, he leaves. Toshi lets him out the locker, and all eyes turn to him. You're alive. Kaminari yells. We thought you got kidnapped. Kirishima decides to join in, as well as the rest of the class. I was sick, now I'm not. Why we're in the locker, Kiro? Suyu asks. I wanted a quick nap, and I figured the only way you guys wouldn't wake me up was to hide. I'm surprised they seem to buy this shit. The only person who looks entirely unconvinced is Kaken. He glares and looks the other way, like he doesn't care about what's happening. Don't get on my nerves, Kaken. I'll wipe the floor with your caramel-scented, protein shake drinking ass. The class goes back into a quiet chatter, and Izuku and Toshi have claimed a corner of the room for themselves, unbothered by others. First-year students may start making their way to the arena. Nedzu's voice cheerfully calls over the intercom. Class 1 gets up, only to be halted by Shadow blocking the door. Midoriya. Izuku freezes, not used to being on the receiving end of this glare. It's so cold. I don't know what's going on with you. I think that in terms of quirks, strength, and combat, I'm better than you. Ho ho. A declaration of war. How sweet, Shadow. Frankly, I don't know if I can keep up my charade of not being your friend. Yeah, probably. He shrugs, causing Toshi to almost laugh aloud. Other classmates like Kaminari, Zero, and Kirishima whisper things like oh snap and burn. Sizzle. All I have is my smarts. Don't underestimate them, pretty boy. Looking a bit shocked, Shadow blinks at him. I'm not joking around. For whatever reason, Aizawa is in your corner. I don't care to know why that is, but I'm going to beat you. Shadow storms out. The two strongest in the class are declaring war. Uraraka laughs, getting an explosion from Kaken. If the two strongest in the class were declaring war, this chucklefuck wouldn't be involved. Kaken yells, stomping over to Izuku. He grabs the boy by the collar and lifts him. I'll show you in that half and half fuck that I'm better than all you shits combined. You hear me? I dunno, I might have gone deaf from your volume. Repeat that. Izuku snickers in his former friend's face, watching his eyes fill with even more rage than he thought possible. We have to go. Care to let me down, Kaken? Izuku breaks out of Kaken's grip himself, grabs Toshi's arm, and leaves the room. You've been back in class for all of 2 seconds and you're a target. I'm a villain magnet, what can I say? I'd actually say a trouble magnet in general. I guess that makes me attractive. Huh, you called him pretty boy. Toshi laughs, leaning on Izuku's shoulder with an elbow. Did not. Izuku protests, despite the fact that he did call Shadow that. Did too. Their conversation breaks into laughter as they reach the entrance to the area. They hold their arms above their head, blocking out the bright sun. Most of the other first-year classes are there already. Looks like Kaken almost made us late. Ladies and gents, the survivors of a real-life villain attack. Class 1A. Present Mike announces from the booth. Shouta, this is your homeroom class. Yes, is all Aizawa says. Toshi and Izuku cackle at the exchange, proclaiming it comedy gold. Anyways, the on-field host is none other than the rated R hero, Midnight. The crowd loses it, and Izuku sees the students' faces go red. Hello everyone, thank you for coming today. I see we have a full arena. She cheers, waving around some tassels. Wait, tassels? Where did she even get those? She doesn't have pockets. Will Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya please come up to the stage for their speeches? For the first time ever, we had a tie in the entrance exam. Bakugo got first with only combat points, and Midoriya got first with only rescue points. What a delicious variety of students. Speech? I wasn't told about no fucking speech. What do I say? What, do they want me to be myself? Because that's a huge mistake. Izuku immediately thinks of the heart attack Aizawa is sure to have upon seeing Izuku Mosi up to the microphone. It brings him joy, and the courage to go and speak. I'll go first, dick for brains. Kaken hisses on their way up. Sure thing. Like he said, Kachen goes and snatches the mic, waiting for utter silence. I just want to say, I'm going to win. Dear Lord. Directly after that, Kaken aggressively shoves the microphone to Izuku and waddles off stage. The crowd of students before him boo at Kaken's words. He has such a way with words, don't you think? Izuku starts, getting laughs from the audience. Well, you heard him. He's going to win. That's it, sports festival over. More laughter. In all seriousness, I agree with his sentiment. Not that he specifically will win, because let's face it, it'd be a miracle that he isn't disqualified for just being himself. I think each and every one of us should walk out and believe they're going to win. Am I actually doing it? Look at me go. Izuku Midoriya, comedy champion, winner of hearts. I expect every student before me to give it their all. We all have at least someone in the audience to impress. If not, someone at home. If not that, then find someone you wish to impress. I'm parroting what Aizawa said on purpose. I want to piss him off. I, for one, have my dear old dad watching me. Izuku points directly to the booth at Aizawa. I'll make you proud. He turns and hands the mic back to Midnight and joins his class. Kaken is shaking like an angry chihuahua. I wonder if he'd be mad if I pet him. Okay, so it might have been a bit mean for Izuku to turn Kaken's speech against him, but can you blame him? The games are decided by a spinning wheel. Everything they do is at the mercy of chance. Sure, chance. Absolute luck. No bullshit here. Nope. No, sir. The wheel stops on obstacle course, getting Izuku excited. Do you think it'll be like wall climbing and roof hopping? He asks, elbowing Toshi's side. No chance. It'll probably be stuff we've already done before stuffed into one big course. Like the first day of class. Toshi nods, smiling a bit at the fond memory. the day they started becoming friends. Hey, promise me that we'll go all out on each other if we have to. Of course, I'll make you regret this agreement, buddy all pal. The students are more or less corralled into a starting area of the obstacle course. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? This is the first test. Yeah. Whose has the biggest chance of getting ahead? Someone I know. Shadow might get all icy and freeze our feet to the ground. Toshi, I have an idea. When Mike calls the start, Izuku and Toshi have already wiggled their way up to the front as much as they can. Now it's time for Toshi to do his part. Are you ready, kids? Toshi yells. It's so weird to hear him louder than an indoor voice. Aye aye, Captain. Many kids are too caught up in the hype, readily answering his call. Toshi takes hold of them. Lift me and Izuku up. Form a path. They do as told, lifting the two by the feet and letting them walk on their shoulders and hands. Just as Izuku guessed, Shadow freezes the feet of those on the ground. Except his classmates all predicted him. He sees Kaken boost himself over the crowd, and Siro swinging from tape attached to the ceiling. Yaoyorozu makes a large metal pole and vaults herself over the ice, abandoning the staff. Mine, Toshi and Izuku run, and he swipes the staff off the ground, carrying it with him. That's very on brand of you. Toshi snickers as they run. I'm slowing down so I can stay with him. Shut it. The first obstacle appears to be robots, all 0-pointers. Hello darkness, my old friend. Shadow takes it upon himself to freeze the robots in unbalanced poses, ready to crash on other students. It's painfully obvious to Izuku which way they'll fall, so he has no issue dodging falling metal. Follow me, he hisses to Toshi, before weaving through the direct paths of the robots. Kaken is in second place, with Izuku and Toshi following. We just need to keep up. We don't need to win right off the bat. Looks like Class 1 is in the lead. In front is Shadow Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo, closely followed by Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinsu. From what I understand, Shadow, this is your homeroom class. What are you teaching these kids? I didn't teach them this. They've faced life-threatening situations. They've simply learned not to hesitate. He sounds as tired as usual. Be awake to see my surprise. You heard him, folks. He sucks at his job. The audience can hear a small yelp through the speakers, meaning Aizawa most likely smacked Mike, or something to that extent. Looks like our students are coming up to their next obstacle. I can see them, but not what the next challenge is. The ground looks level, which means it's probably spike pits or some shit. Next up is the fall. Students must cross chasms by using the stones and tightropes. There's a moment of silence, and Izuku can't tell if it's for anticipation or boredom. If you fall into the chasm, not touching the ropes or pillars, you're automatically out. Oh man, I could have fallen and ran. Izuku considers pole vaulting, but he doesn't think he can get far enough. Even if I can't go the whole way, I can make the jump and try for one of the last ones. Toshi gives Izuku a look, watching his friend back up and get a running start. He firmly plants the metal into the ground and takes off. Is Izuku Midoriya flying? That's not his quirk. I'm so lucky they're treating me like a normal student right now. My, Shadow. Quit grinding your teeth like that. Yes, I'm pissing him off. The wind feels nice, reminding him of the fun of hopping from roof to roof. Man, I miss patrols. Izuku takes a rough landing, feeling a knee shatter upon hitting the stone. He walks it off, running and jumping to the rest of the ropes. It's kind of like jumping on power lines. Not that he does or anything. Okay, maybe once or twice. A part of him feels bad at leaving Toshi behind, but he knows that Toshi would be mad at him holding back. And it seems the final obstacle has been reached. Minefield, piece of cake. Maybe carrot cake, but cake nonetheless. If looking for them, the faint outlines of where shallow mines are buried can be seen. To test out the potency, Izuku carefully digs one up. Kaken and Shadow are a little further ahead, walking slowly while also trying to knock each other down. Izuku holds the mine like a discus, careful not to hold too tightly. He gets a good spin and swing, releasing when his aim is more towards Kaken. Shadow, you're lucky I have a soft spot for you. The mine lands in front of the boys, setting off another mine and blowing them back. Ew, that's gotta hurt. Present Mike chuckles. So they're actual mines, most likely just dialed down. They might hurt just enough for someone to not want to do a mad dash to the finish line. What kind of self-sacrificing fuck would just sprint through a minefield? I would, duh. Izuku squats a bit, hitting his thighs. He hasn't had enough practice with his hysterical strength move, but he theorizes that willing more adrenaline to his legs might help him a bit. Not by much, though. Just in case, he picks up 2 more mines to carry. With a deep breath, he sprints. It looks like Midoriya has thrown caution to the wind and it just outrunning the explosions. Mike yells, causing Shadow and Kaken to turn and glare at him. For a second, it looks like they decided to fight the common enemy. He sprints directly between them, knowing they'll get caught up in the aftermath of it. I can feel my feet kicking off the ground. I'm just barely outrunning the detonations. Izuku can feel the heat radiating through the soles of his shoes. Get back here, you fucking Deku. Kaken screeches. Target locked. Dumbass. Izuku tosses one mine in the general direction of his voice. Out the corner of his eye, he sees ice creeping to the left of him. He tosses the other one. Sorry, Shoudo. Don't worry, this has little effect on today's outcome. It's true. Izuku has everything planned out. And in first place is Izuku Midoriya. He crashes onto the ground, catching his breath. He's not so much catching his breath as he's letting his body reset. The burns from the mines aren't so visible on camera, but he'd like them gone as soon as possible. Izuku feels eyes on him. He turns, catching Kaken and Shoudo glaring. I bet Aizawa is glaring too. All of you can fight me. If the rounds were to have one-on-one matches, Izuku might die of happiness. Combat might be something he considers himself advanced in compared to a lot of the kids here. A pair of hands land on his shoulders, and he tilts his head up to see Toshi. He has a seat next to Izuku, and they wait for the rest of the kids to finish. What place did you get? Izuku asks. I think 10th or 11th. Your training really paid off. You're fucking welcome, buddy. Good job getting first. I can sense Aizawa having an aneurysm from here. This is the longest amount of time the two have spoken in the past week. In person, that is. So many years of being alone. Izuku forgot what it felt like to miss someone. I know, it's great. He snickers. He looks into the booth, seeing Aizawa standing, no doubt watching where Izuku and Toshi sit. For the past week, Toshi has basically been living with Aizawa and Mike. His parents don't care. Not that they ever did in the first place. I'll gouge your fucking eyeballs for what you've done to my Toshi. The heroes have been clear on not wanting Toshi going back to the apartment, for the fear of Hisashi coming back. Are your predictions right so far? So far, it doesn't matter who wins what. I have the events predicted, and the winner of the festival predicted. If wrong, my video has an explanation of the other possibilities. You're too thorough. Toshi sighs. You're scary when you have a goal. Thank you. Izuku gets his shoulder smacked. So, what's the next event, oh mighty prophet? Laugh all you want. The wheel is rigged and anyone with critical thinking skills can guess. The last of the students finish, and the boys get up, walking to the main crowd. Midnight stands on her stage with the wheel, announcing that she'll spin for the next event. It spins and spins and spins. When it stops, Izuku turns to his friend, ready to mimic Midnight's voice. Up next is the cavalry battle. Izuku mocks as she says it. He matches her tone and timing perfectly, even copying her sexy posing. Toshi starts cackling, and Izuku joins in. He misses that Kaken saw him predict the event. Toshi and Izuku watch other people forming teams. They need mobility or fighting power. Everyone they know is taken except Deku. Uraraka calls. She's taken to calling Izuku Deku as a means to say you can do it. It's more likely to distract that Kaken calls me that. She doesn't know he's talking about a dead kid. Just the kind of person I wanted. Uraraka has joined the party. Ida should be good for our team. His speed plus Uraraka's weightlessness would be ideal. Ida, we were wondering if you wanted to be on our team. I'd like to work with you all, but I've already joined Todoroki's team. When he made that declaration of war, I learned that I too should consider you my rival. With that, Ada leaves. Their team doesn't need firepower if they can outrun everything. All is, hopefully, solved when a support course girl named Mei Hatsum comes over and joins the team. We didn't ask, but it worked out all the same. If only she'd stop referring to them by their point values. Do you think you're really worth 10 million? Toshi asks. 10 million out of 10? Yes. They all snort at the awful joke. We can keep our points and just outrun them. We don't need any other headband. If we lose this, Toshi's quirk still hasn't been announced to the world. He's the ace up their sleeve. Alright listeners, time's up. The teams line up along the outer portion of the field. GGG go. Mike calls. Most teams just try to attack whoever is closest. Kaken's and Shoudo's team come straight to Izuku. They run like their lives depend on it. Toshi is the front runner, with Izuku as horse to be the center of command. They're mostly worried about Monoma. DAKU. Kaken screams, smacking Kirishima's head as if it'd give him a boost. Oh me oh my. Izuku yawns, riling Kaken up even more. Any plan besides running? Uraraka asks. Not really, no. I'll take care of combat. 10. You shortened my nickname. What exactly is your quirk? I don't think anyone on this team specializes in combat. That's where you're wrong. Izuku is gifted in combat. Toshi chimes in, sounding a bit too proud of his friend. My quirk is analysis. I can find weak spots in attacks with it, as long as I don't give in to my usual bullshit. Get back here, you shitty Deku. Why don't you hop off my dick, Kaken? Izuku snaps back, almost stunning Kaken entirely. I forgot he doesn't know how much I've changed. Maybe it'll make him believe I'm not Makumo. Time's halfway up, and they've managed to keep their points. Out the corner of his eye, Izuku sees Shoudo approaching. Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Kaminari. What plan beside freezing us would they think of? Pikachu would probably shock us if he wasn't touching his team. The only way to combat that would be to. Holy shit. Hatsum, do you have any sort of metal pole? No, none of my babies were designed like staffs. All my works of art are compact and perfect. Why, whatcha thinking? Toshi, try and get a hold of Yaoyorozu before they get in too close. Yes, sir. Toshi deadpans. Yaoyorozu, can you recommend some teas after this is all over? I'll need it to sleep after this. Using her weakness and asking about tea. Pure evil. Of course, there's this. Yaoyorozu, Shouto yells in a scolding tone. It's too late. Make us a metal rod and hand it over. She does as told almost immediately, looking horrified when he releases her. Izuku grabs it, ready to be stupid as all hell. What's your plan? Can't say it out loud. Their team is close enough to hear. Well, looks like Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki are going to face off. Present Mike announces. They've managed to avoid Monoma. Time's almost up. Yaoyorozu, now. Just as predicted, she makes an isolation sheet, ready to let Kaminari shock those around them. Let go of my legs, Izuku commands, already jumping towards the other team. The moment Kaminari starts, he strikes the pole down. He takes most of the voltage on for himself. Deku, Uraraka screams. Well, folks, looks like Midoriya took one for the team. He hears Aizawa sigh into the microphone. His muscles tense, and his body starts to lock up and seize. When he starts falling, Hatsum uses a small grappling hook and pulls him back. Kaken left his team earlier, so he knows it's allowed. Are you crazy? Hatsum yells with a wild smile. Probably. His muscles still tremor, but he's secure. You and your stupid poles. Toshi hisses. Well, if I don't make it as a pro hero, my backup plan was to be a stripper. Izuku, I'd make millions from pole dancing and you know it. The world ought to know it. Okay, we still have our points. The only person they haven't used to their fullest extent is Ida. Shouto's team passes Izuku before he can even think about a plan. They snatch the headband off his head, gaining distance. Ida, what was that? Uraraka yells, equally shocked. It's called Recipro Burst. It's a power move. I don't use it often because it stalls my engines a bit. You say that like time's up. Get them. Izuku breathes. Uraraka uses her quirk and Hatsum activates all of her speed-based gadgets. It'll never be as fast as Ida was, but fast enough to get in for one more close fight. Shout's eyes widen in slight panic as Izuku moves to get their band back. Shouto's not stupid. He wouldn't just leave it on top. He'd mix it. There's no way to guess which one is ours. So I should go for the one on his noggin to be safe. Izuku tries to swipe and grab Shouto's headband, but the boy does something that startles them both. Shouto uses his left side. Fear overcomes Izuku, but only for a split second. It's only Shouto. He wouldn't hurt me. Well, he wouldn't hurt Oni. Shit. That moment was all it took for Shouto to look to Izuku, dropping his guard entirely. Rather than try to keep his headband, Shouto's eyes moved to the crowd. He's wondering if Oni saw it. Swallowing down whatever emotion Izuku felt, he grabs the headband. Time's up. Present Mike calls. Feel free to break away from your teams. It's over. Aizawa contributes. Shouto still stares into the crowd. I'm okay, Shouto. It's all right. In first place is Team Todoroki. Second is Team Midoriya. Then Team Bakugan. Izuku zones out, suddenly eager to leave. He hears something about the fourth place team having members hit by a sleeping quirk of some sort, and will be unable to proceed to the next round. Toshi acts as Izuku's eyes, waiting to notify him of Aizawa's presence. The kids are going to have lunch, and then they can choose between either preparing for their rounds or doing the extra games. The two sit and eat during lunch until Shouto appears in front of the table. When you're done eating, come with me. This is a bit forward, don't you think? Sure, Todoroki. Did you eat yet? Shouto blinks at him. What? The way Toshi takes a bit of his food to keep from laughing is painfully obvious. You're fighting in the rounds. Your blood sugar might get low. Go eat and get me when you're done. Without another word, Shouto walks away. He's practically radiating confusion. Oh my god, Toshi's practically inhaling his rice. Izuku elbows him in the ribs. You said his blood sugar might get low. Holy shit, I didn't know you were funny. That's what you think is funny. This entire joke, that is my life and that's the joke. Yeah, pretty much. He's dead to me. Just as told, Shouto eats and gets Izuku. What is this about? Did my reaction to his fire give me away? They leave a cafeteria altogether, walking in silence to one of the tunnels along the outside. Somewhere no one will find us. Why? The stand on opposite sides of the wall. The sun shines on Izuku's face while the darkness of the shadows consumes Shouto. Midoriya, you got me to do something I promised myself I wouldn't do. Shouto starts. He's calling me Midoriya. He doesn't know yet. I used my flames after promising myself I wouldn't. I have a dear friend watching from the audience. When I saw that fear in your eyes, I thought of my friend's own fear of fire, and I was ashamed. Oh, Shouto, it's all right. Do you know why I never use my flames? If I start calling his dad a bag of giraffe shit, he'll put two and two together. Izuku shakes his head, realizing where this conversation is going. I thought I'd have to beat Bakugo without my flames to prove to my father that I can be the best without his quirk. No, it's you. It's always you that's the enemy, Midoriya. I don't follow. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Shouto recounts his childhood to Izuku. And Izuku feels all the rage and sadness he did the first time he was told about it. We both have fathers we need to surpass. I have a theory about you, Midoriya. He's onto me. What did I do? How the fuck do I get out of this? Are you Aizawa's secret love child or something? Huh? Izuku's shocked. All of his snark is gone. You intern under him, have a lot of his same mannerisms. You two have a deeper relationship than with any other students. As with Shinsu, I have a theory that you two are half-brothers, both fathered by Aizawa. I'm going to stop you right there. Just wait until I tell them this. I'm just interning under him. Toshi is my best friend. That's it. Roll credits. Then why does Aizawa treat you like his children? Shouto narrows his eyes at Izuku. Ask Oni about that. At the mention, Shouto stiffens. I'm a part of the investigation. I know you two are good friends, and I know he's here. At this point, Shouto is walking towards Izuku. Does he think I'm threatening him? No. Shouto, chill. Izuku tends to hum as a nervous habit without realizing it. When he starts, Shouto freezes before grabbing his face aggressively. He doesn't grab Izuku's face in a romantic let me look into your beautiful eyes kind of way. No, he grabs Izuku's face like a dog who's eating something that it should absolutely not be eating, but does it anyways. Izuku half expects Shouto to say drop it with that look in his eyes. Todoroki. Izuku gets his face back as Shouto drops his arm, but doesn't take a step away. I'm sorry, you reminded me of someone I know. Then I thought your mouth looked familiar and based on what? His face is so red, he's actually embarrassed. Someone clears their throat, and Izuku meets the eyes of a very done Shouto Aizawa. Midoriya, a word. Shouto gives Izuku a look of I told you so and backs away. He leaves without any other words. Coming, Izuku sighs, following Aizawa to a private room to speak in. You little shit. You were in the prep room, weren't you? Fitting in a locker is no issue if you break a few bones, sir. Izuku makes sure to flash a shit-eating grin. Believe or not, I think I kinda missed you. You know I can't keep you from competing without exposing you. Well played. They're halfway down the hall, still having to go upstairs and around the corner. I missed you too, Dad. Izuku gets slapped with a scarf. What happens after this? I was too tired to think it through. I continue to try to get evidence against you. You probably keep being a royal pain in the country's ass. So business as usual. Aizawa sighs and gives a tired nod. That's too easy. You're also planning something, you freak. Where are you staying tonight? My apartment. Aizawa glares as if he knew that was the answer. Why the hell are you still staying in that burnt-down dump if I am offering a place for you and Shinsu to stay? Dump? Because then I can't do my vigilante work. Dee-dee-dee-da. You're staying with me or I'll expose you as Oni and ruin the school's rep. I want to say he's joking, but Aizawa doesn't have a sense of humor. If Izuku gets exposed as Oni right now, people would look into his identity and learn his real motives. He'd have more heroes after him than just the police and Eraserhead. Limited freedom or a countrywide manhunt. Stupid Aizawa. Fine, he mumbles. What was that? Aizawa flashes a manic grin, knowing he wins this round. I said. Izuku freezes at the rise in temperature, watching on as Endeavor turns the corner. Midoriya, just the one I wanted to speak to. Endeavor approaches the boy, not noticing how he's terrified of the fire. He doesn't want to be this close. His breath starts to catch in speed. His heart beats out of his chest. Please just get the fuck away from me. Why won't you greet your elder? Speak up. Help me. Just get him away from me. Help me, help me, help. Aizawa steps between them. You shouldn't be back here, Aizawa says venomously. Excuse me. My Shouto is in this. I have every right to see him. You said you were looking for Midoriya. By the looks of it, he doesn't want to be anywhere near you. Izuku so badly wants to speak up, to defend himself. He can't find the words. He looks at Endeavor and sees Hisashi. Will I be able to kill Hisashi if I can't even face Endeavor? Who exactly are you? Just some low-budget teacher. Move. Aizawa's hair floats, blocking more of Endeavor from Izuku's view. The temperature in the air drops. He's erasing his quirk. My name is Eraserhead. I am a pro hero, and I can't stand you. Get out of this area. I'll have you know. Endeavor tries moving towards them. In a flash, Eraserhead is already behind the man, grabbing his arms and shoving his face against the wall. You either get the fuck out of my sight and away from my kid, or I take you into custody for trespassing, harassment of a minor, and I think I could make a pretty good child abuse case against you. He moves away from the shit stain on Heroic's history and pushes him forward with a hard shove. Very reluctantly does he give the quirk back. Endeavor leaves, mumbling under his breath. You okay? Aizawa asks, letting his hair fall. Izuku didn't even notice he fell to the ground. I think so. Thanks. Despite how awkward the situation gets, they keep walking. Now they have no time to speak privately, as they both have to report to their respective areas. So, why did I find Todoroki about to kiss you, despite not knowing you're Oni? He's cheating. He was not. He grabbed my face like a lunatic because he almost recognized me. And it's not cheating if he's not with Oni. Izuku feels his face getting red. Consider this embarrassment a mere fraction of punishment you'll get for your crimes. I hate you. Bitch, I hate you too. Aizawa yawns, walking away looking completely unbothered. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.